witnessing the thoughts while you're with your breath. for ourselves. Thank you so much. It's a lovely morning. We are all here to gather wisdom now, completely emptying ourselves and starting this wonderful conference. Thank you.
Wow, that was so beautiful and so soothing. It truly feels like Ma Saraswati has blessed this extraordinary duo. I hope and pray let this harmony within become the rhythm of our everyday lives. Thank you, Amulya and Abhishek. A huge round of applause again for both of them.
five chairs.
स्टेज पे रहना सबके सामने कोई हेल्प करा देना।
विनीता, ये बाकी तो ITQ से हैं, ये योगेश जी हैं। यहाँ पर कुछ भी काम हो, आप यहीं रहेंगे ना? आप कहीं जा रहे हैं? जो भी काम है ना एकदम बता दीजिए। 5 ही चेयर चाहिए ना? तो ये चेयर तो ये लोग सेट हैं। हाँ, नाम प्लेट भी अभी लगा। नेम प्लेट का है किस साइड पे? उस साइड पे आ जाओ आप।
उसमें ना सब विनोद
ये सुनो, ये
Meditation was once seen as a personal practice, but what happens when inner clarity shapes leadership, influences institutions, and transforms public life? What happens when meditation moves from the cushions to the corridors of power? Global Conference of Meditation Leaders, a visionary platform created to take meditation beyond personal growth into institutions and policy conversations. The first global conference marked the beginning of this movement. The theme, Excellence Through Meditation. Leaders from diverse sectors came together to explore how meditation could elevate leadership, reshape workplace culture, and refine decision making. Excellence is not merely external achievement, it is an inner state before it becomes an outer result. Distinguished meditation leaders were honored, scientific insights and practical frameworks were shared, and thus the seeds of conscious leadership were planted. And the dialogue deepened.
Gratitude to Brahmarshi Patriji. He never created disciples. Patriji created only masters.
Quiet the mind and the soul will speak. Meditation then is bringing the mind home.
We have the power to reprogram our brain and body. Today, We are using neuroplasticity. We are using rewiring our brains, our Subhash sanskars, our whole programming only by changing your thoughts.
Leading to the second global conference, where this vision was expanded. The focus shifted from why meditation to how do we implement it. How do we integrate meditation into education, into governance, into leadership development? Research presentations, panel discussions, and real-world case studies established meditation as measurable and implementable. It became foundational to conscious leadership.
In this dark tunnel of depression and despondency, meditation emerges as a beacon of hope. It's a north star for enlightenment and a lighthouse when you are in trouble.
Yan in Sanskrit, if you split this sandhi, this di plus yan. So di means ultimate wisdom, divine knowledge. Yan in Sanskrit means vehicle. So vehicle that transports us to this ultimate wisdom is Dhyana.
The first port of call I would submit are our schools and colleges. Can we start now thinking about how to reach them? How do we create a cooperative movement for meditation within the cooperative ecosystem of our nation?
Meditation is creating the power for me to be able to bring out those beautiful divine sanskars of the soul in action.
Meditation should be part of life. It should become a way of life. And meditation to be brought into all aspects of life. And that is the way of life that we have to do.
It is well planned, well executed, with energy and direction.
Letting go is a surrender. It's a deep surrender. It's a positive thing. Letting go is not a weakness. It is a strength.
Whenever we do our practice or sadhana or meditation, to reach to that state of nirvikalpa samadhi, you are open to learn.
The meditation is helping the people manifest. Meditation engages the power of our mind and power of our inner power. And meditation engages those of both of them. So whatever you think, we are trying.
So here the spiritual tablets mean they are not just physical pills or an ointment or an injection. These are all intellectual principles. Starts with meditation, intense meditation, of course, which is very, very important. That is the fuel to go forward.
To wake up at 2 a.m. because another one at the end of the world need the help. You have this collaboration, that has to be deep, deep in the culture of everyone in the team. And that's what I could see meditation, practice and mindfulness bring to my own team.
And now, the movement advances further. The upcoming Global Conference of Meditation Leaders brings together meditation masters, policymakers, practitioners, and decision makers on one unified platform, not for inspiration alone, but for structured implementation, to integrate meditation into everyday life as a practical, scientific, and inclusive approach for all of society. Because world peace is not an abstract aspiration. It needs to be shaped by self-aware leaders making responsible decisions. The journey continues. Global Conference of Meditation Leaders 2026, April 3rd to 5th, Bharat Mandapam, New Delhi, where meditation.
Recognizing the growing need for mental well-being and inner peace in today's world, the United Nations has declared December 21st as World Meditation Day. It is a day that reminds us of a simple yet profound truth, that meditation has the power to cultivate mindfulness, compassion, and global harmony. To honor this global initiative, Buddha CEO Quantum Foundation organized meditation symposiums and awareness programs across multiple cities. These gatherings brought together meditation teachers, leaders, professionals, educators, and seekers for insightful talks on the science behind meditation, thought-provoking panel discussions, and meaningful conversations on its role in creating peace, purpose, and inner well-being. From corporate boardrooms to healthcare halls, people paused to reflect and meditate. They didn't just talk about peace. They experienced it through guided meditation sessions and the exchange of experiential wisdom. This same spirit of holistic well-being was also experienced during International Yoga Day celebrations, with the Yoga Samyoga event at Pyramid Valley International, organized by Buddha CEO Quantum Foundation in collaboration with the Ministry of Ayush and CCRYN, Government of India. Through Buddha CEO initiatives and partner organizations, the day was celebrated across multiple cities in India and around the world, reaffirming yoga as the timeless union of body, mind, and consciousness. Together, these initiatives are more than just events. They are a movement toward a more conscious, healthy, and compassionate world.
Meditation is a very simple process. It takes a couple of minutes to learn and a few minutes of practice with no restrictions whatsoever.
More than Ana-Dana or Vidyadana, Dhyana Dana is the biggest gift. Giving the gift of meditation is the biggest gift.
For a long time in my company, Cognizant, we are looking for funding, and for a long period of time it was not happening. But then I started visualizing, and one of the things that we learn here, and started talking in a positive way to all our colleagues, and we actually got funding for more than what we were expecting. So I realized that meditation, there's so much that we can do, because everything is about what I think and feel.
Getting into a dream job as physical therapist in USA. So I need to give an exam called National Physical Therapy Exam. So with that intention, I worked on my own thought patterns, reprogrammed my mind, thoughts, meditation with these affirmations and constantly replacing the negative thought with a positive thought really helped me, and I did clear the exam the very first time.
I overcome my migraine headache, and my blood pressure became normal, and many benefits. So since then I have been continuously practicing. I've been learning and growing with this team.
I noticed that doing the meditations alone versus doing it in a group with the guidance from Chandra sir was so powerful and so different. Every day I was feeling like I was able to connect and be and experience that calmness and the stillness.
I came to know that you can be CEO of your own life if you do meditation, because you can stop the constant chatter of your mind, calm it down, and be more peaceful and mindful.
Enriching myself through the Chandra Sir's meditation and wisdom talks, I'm really enjoying and being with myself here.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Buddha CEO Quantum Foundation, I warmly welcome you all to the 3rd Global Conference of Meditation Leaders. Buddha CEO Quantum Foundation is a global non-profit dedicated to building spiritual governance and leadership and advancing personal transformation through breath mindfulness meditation and scientific wisdom. Our mission is to empower individuals and organizations to lead with awareness, compassion, and clarity, blending ancient meditation wisdom with modern science to enable both inner transformation and external success. Buddha CEO, a key initiative of the Pyramid Spiritual Societies movement, that is PSSM. Pyramid Spiritual Societies movement was founded by Brahmarshi Subhash Patriji in 1990. PSSM is dedicated to spreading the science and practice of meditation as a universal, secular path to inner awakening. PSSM is a non-religious, non-cult, non-profit movement committed to spreading awareness and deep practice of breath mindful meditation, pyramid energy, spiritual science study, and vegetarianism. The movement comprises millions of meditators, tens of thousands of pyramid meditation centers, thousands of published books, and 30 plus pyramid meditation channels in more than 14 languages. Buddha CEO is deeply inspired by Brahmarshi Pitamaha, founder of PSSM, whose vision was to create a meditative, peaceful world, and his message, Yogaha Karmasu Kaushalam. Yoga is meditation. Karma is action. Kaushalam is efficiency, serves as our guiding principle. We are honored to be mentored by visionary leaders, including Padma Shri D.R. Kartike, Dr. S.V. Balasubramaniam, Padma Shri Dr. R.V. Ramani, and Dr. Neuter Kondawati. A heartful round of applause to the Buddha CEO, Quantum Foundation, and PSSM for their extraordinary commitment to elevating human consciousness and shaping a more mindful, awakened, and harmonious world. A huge round of applause, please. We now arrive at a deeply sacred and symbolic moment, kindling the light within. As we light this lamp today, we set a collective intention that this light of meditation spread beyond this hall into our communities, our organizations, and across nations, guiding humanity towards peace, harmony, and holistic growth. With great honor and respect, I now invite our esteemed dignitaries to grace the stage and kindle this sacred flame. I invite the chairman of this conference, Padma Shri D.R. Kartike ji, founder of Buddha CEO, Shri Chandrasekhar Pulmatsetti, Padma Shri Dr. H.R. Nagarendra, founder Chancellor S. Vyasa University, Dr. Kaustubha Upadhyay, advisor, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, Sai Kripa Sagar, CEO, Quantum Foundation, Quantum Coherence Technologies, Mrs. Vani, CEO, Soul Trends, Mrs. Hima Bindu, patron of Pyramid Valley. We all welcome them with a huge round of applause. The lighting of the lamp is not just a ritual, it is a reminder that even the smallest flame can dispel darkness, that each one of us carries the light of awareness, wisdom, and compassion within. This conference stands today on a strong foundation of vision, integrity, and unwavering commitment. It would not have been possible without the guidance of a truly distinguished leader, a man whose life reflects service, wisdom, and purpose.
So before I talk about the Grand Master Brahmarshi Patriji, I want to welcome each one of you to this third Global Conference of Meditation Leaders. Applause to each one of you and the speakers, all the speakers. So this third Global Conference of Meditation Leaders is held in partnership with several organizations. We are deeply indebted and highly thankful to Department of Ayush for their support for this conference. We would also like to thank and feel a sense of gratitude to all our partners, Esfiasa University, Pyramid Valley International, Quantum Life University, Spiritual Tablets, Be Supermind, GTTCI, and a Lotus in the Mud. So as Brahmarshi Patriji has shown us the path, we can't walk alone, so we need collaborators, we need partners to actually take this forward. So now, we'd want to kind of have the presence, divine presence of the Grand Master, without which none of this would be happening. And that's none other than the Grand Master Brahmarshi Patriji. We'll see a quick video of Brahmarshi Patriji, his introduction, and a brief message from him before we dive into the remaining speakers. So Brahmarshi Patriji was a personification of humility, personification of wisdom, personification of compassion. So anybody who's seen him, who's walked with him, who's worked with him, we all learned those capacities, those qualities just by seeing him. Not necessarily, he didn't tell us do this or do that, but just by seeing him, we all learned a lot of deals. So we always call him as an open book. So always kind of teach us just by his presence. Born in 1947, he started the Pyramid Spiritual Societies movement in 1990. And he's been traveling all over the world, spreading the message of meditation. That was the only thing that he had. Besides that, he propagated spiritual science, pyramid energy, and vegetarianism. To this date, he's probably has done thousands of videos, published, written hundreds of books, and also kind of encouraged millions of masters, pyramid masters, to kind of publish their books. And another unique quality of Brahmarshi Patriji that brought us all from the corporate world is two things. One is he never considered anyone as a disciple. He always considered everyone as a master. And in fact, he calls anyone who does meditation for a few minutes, or a few days, is being called a pyramid master. Right? And his whole theory, he started off with this message of be a master of your mind, be a master of your destiny. And one thing that personally attracted me to him was when he said, your thoughts create your reality. Right? So that was one thing that led most of us to the fold of meditation, fold of Pyramid Spiritual Societies movement. So let's watch a brief video, 1 minute introduction about him and his message before we dive into the speakers. Video, please.
Transforms the world. One of the greatest masters is Brahmarshi Pitamaha Patriji, the founder of the Pyramid Spiritual Societies movement. His teachings are based on 4 simple principles: breath meditation to reach everyone, spiritual science to elevate our understanding, pyramid energy for deeper meditation, and vegetarianism for compassionate living. Patriji actively advocated Dhyana Jagath, Pyramid Jagath, and Shakahara Jagath. Through his vision and tireless efforts, millions have transformed their lives and are now spreading it dedicatedly through PMC channels and thousands of meditation centers. His legacy lives on through compassion and conscious leadership. Let us now listen to his message.
Now we are in great times of stress, worldwide stress. The most important thing to counteract the effect of any virus, any bacterium, any disease, any illness is to be fearless in the soul. When you have fear, your fear attracts appropriate situations. So the first requirement is to become free of fear. When you spiritualize yourself, you become free of fear. When you understand that you are not the physical body, you are a pure soul, then you automatically become fearless. And because of that condition, the physical body becomes healthy, happy, and long-standing. Everybody should practice meditation to make the mind empty so that we spiritualize ourselves to become free of all fear. Meditation is the only thing which makes you free of all problems, all illnesses, all diseases, all the epidemics, whatever they are. I request everybody to do a lot of meditation to strengthen the innate energy, innate resistance, innate immunity. When you do meditation, you get a lot of cosmic energy. And when that cosmic energy is there in the physical body becomes healthy and happy and long-standing. Meditation is the answer for all the problems of humanity. Whatever they are, physical problems, emotional problems, social problems, financial problems, intellectual problems, whatever the problems, meditation is the answer. So, in these times of stress, worldwide stress, we want you to spend more time in meditation. Just close your eyes and begin to observe your breathing. Then you will automatically slip into meditation. Any time is best time for meditation. Any place is best place for meditation. Any situation is best situation. Then this current situation is really the best time. Let us force ourselves into meditation and study the spiritual science. All the spiritual science all over the world directly points to meditation. We should read all the books of spirituality. This is the time to read all the books of spirituality and do meditation a lot. This is the message of Pyramid Spiritual Society movement to all the persons, all the people all over the world. Spend maximum time in meditation. Let no fear embrace you. Be fearless. Read all the spiritual science books. All the spiritual science tells you that every disease is psychosomatic. It begins in the psyche, expresses itself in the soma. So, soma is only an effect. The cause is in the psyche. You must remove the cause. That's what meditation does. And one more important thing is, cease from eating animal food. No animal should be cut. No bird should be killed. Give yourself to plant food. Be a vegetarian. These are the precautions you must take. If you don't take these precautions, you will have to face the result. And wherever possible, use the pyramid energy for meditation. These are the 4 points Pyramid Spiritual Movement has been trying hard for the past 30 years. Spiritual science, study of spiritual science, doing meditation, becoming a vegetarian, and utilizing pyramid energy for meditation and other purposes. For storing the vegetables, drinking pyramid water, drink maximum pyramid water. So, my dear friends, this is the message from the Pyramid Spiritual Society movement to all the people of India and the whole world. My best wishes to everybody.
A huge round of applause. How one man can change the entire, thought process, create a big movement. Now, let's start with the conference, the inaugural address by the conference chair. This conference stands today on a strong foundation of vision, integrity, and unwavering commitment. It would not have been possible without the guidance of a truly distinguished leader, a man whose life reflects service, wisdom, and purpose. We are deeply honored to have with us Padam Shri D.R. Kartikeji, the chairman of this conference, who has been a constant pillar of strength and guiding light behind this noble initiative. May I request D.R. Kartikeya sir to kindly grace the stage. Let us welcome him with a heartfelt respect and a warm round of applause. Padam Shri D.R. Kartikeji is the president of the Foundation for Peace, Harmony and Good Governance. Is a retired Indian Government Civil Services officer with a very illustrious career. Shri Kartikeya is on the board of several non-profit and spiritual organizations as director, trustee, advisor, and chairman, and more. He is fondly called a spiritual ambassador to the world. He is a regular practitioner of meditation and attributes lot of holistic health benefits to meditation and advocates it compassionately to everyone. He is a mentor to Buddha CEO Quantum Foundation and the chairperson of this GCML. We all welcome him with a huge round of applause. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Vinitaji. Namaste. Good morning to everybody. It's one more year of celebrating the power of meditation. Why this conference? Why? We know what the times in which we are living today. There are more comforts, facilities, thanks to the technological, scientific advancements now. But at the same time, can we say to the same extent, we are enjoying peace, harmony, goodwill within ourselves, individually, the family, the society, and of course the world also. Global warming, climate crisis, unpredictable weather conditions, floods in Dubai, floods in New York cities, glaciers melting much faster than they are supposed to. So seawater level is rising so fast. Even if we stop all the damage we have been doing in the last century, many of the islands are going to be submerged. You can't prevent them. How to prevent further damage to planet Earth? Mother Earth is crying for relief from us. She has given us all the facilities. But the damage we have done, particularly in the last century, is unforgivable. Our future generation will curse us unless we do something about it now. We have seen organizations like the United Nations have not been able to do much. What about the global wars happening? First World War, we created League of Nations. 5 crore of people were killed. Second World War, created United Nations. But even now, wars are going on, small and big. Thousands of women and children getting killed for no fault of theirs. Men also die because they have chosen to join the forces and get killed. But what about the thousands of innocent women and children getting killed for nothing? You are seeing it on the TV every day. We have seen the world bodies looking helplessly. The global leaders have conferences for peace, but what happens? They discuss ultimately, put the blame on each other and go away. And what about individuals? So much of stress, depression. Even the children. My psychiatric friends tell me the children are being brought because of the stress, addiction. Also have addiction, alcohol, drugs, and also addiction to these gadgets. My lawyer friends tell me more and more divorce cases are coming to them now. A young lady lawyer was telling me. She said, sir, now more and more of cases of divorce cases. And she said, is it because of arranged marriages? She said, no. People are in love with each other for years together, but within 3 months of the marriage, they come for divorce. So much of intolerance, we don't want to respect each other's point of view. And newer diseases now. So in this difficult world, I have done some research and found all traditions They have followed some sort of a practice of meditation, you can call it by whatever name. They have done it for thousands of years. But over a period of time, we become so materialistic and selfish. We have forgotten all those good values now. Yes, people, religious people also are there, but we are more emphasizing on the differences than the common features of all religions. The basic religions are goodwill, respect for each other, values. Now in this situation we find the only alternative, only the surest way of saving individuals, families, humanity, the world itself is only meditation. From self-transformation only you can get global transformation. That is the message of all the masters also of time. And we have heard just now from Mr. Sai Kripasagar about Patriji, Brahmarshi Pitamaha. We had the good fortune of knowing him last 30, 40 years. A simple man. And he got enlightenment. He found first day of Vipassana meditation, Ana-Pana-Sati. Normally it's 10 days, but he already being an enlightened personality, he found that was good enough, simplified it, and made it accessible, understandable to a man on the street and to great scholars also. In 40 years of struggle, he has created a global movement today. Offshoot is many of the organizations, as we were telling, many masters inspired by him, they have been teaching. Simplest meditation. For him, two eyes. One is meditation, other is plant-based diet. You have no right to kill others because the divine has created lives for their own purposes. They are all related to each other, not to be eaten by man. And the health aspects and all that, I don't want to go into that. Part of the global warming is also because of this mindless killing of other forms of life and all that. So I only want to say that we found the only technology, surest technology is meditation. And we have had a number of regional conferences, global conference also. And we have been people from all practices of meditation. We don't say that. Though it's sponsored by the Pyramid Spiritual Society, created by Patriji, and Buddha CEO, Quantum Foundation, led by Chandra, we are the prime movers. We don't say that this is only method. This is the simplest method, we are doing it. Be any form of meditation. Follow any religion, any system, but accept the basic concept of meditation. That is going within. Tattvamasi aham brahmasmi. God created man in his own image and all that. Once we go deep into this, we know, once you go in, there is a divinity in each one of us. All religions are accepted it now. Only thing, how do you attain that? Realize the divinity. This is the simplest method. Anybody can do it anytime. It's called it ATM, anytime meditation it is. You don't have to go to a particular place of worship. You can be where you are. You can be sitting in the flight, you can be sitting in the car if you are not driving. Or you can sit anywhere, see anytime meditation. You have got the technology, power to realize within yourself. You become your own master by following this simple method, going within, observing the breath, as Patriji used to say, breath is your guru, but whatever it is. So, ladies and gentlemen, each one of us have the capacity to lead a healthy life, healthy of the body, mind and spirit, good thoughts, respect each other, respect the environment, lead a harmonious life within the family, in the society and all these things. So we took the initiative to organize these things to let the world know that here is the technology. Unless we do it now, already late, but it's not too late. At least we want to spread this. Patriji told me I want to create Dhyana Andhra Pradesh, Dhyana Bharat, then Dhyana Jagath. Whatever he could do in the limited time, he had done it. Now it's the responsibility of each one of us. All of us who are involved now. Like Katyana Goenkaji, who brought Vipassana from Burma to India. He could have remained as a wealthy merchant there. But he said the enlightenment he got, he should spread it to the world. He came. Same way Patriji did it. Now each one of us have good fortune of getting exposed to this knowledge, awareness. So the idea is each one of us should commit ourselves to not only practice ourselves, spread it to all over the world, so that to create a world without war, where there is justice, peace and harmony, is the responsibility of each one of us. It can be done. You ask me, so problem is so big. I will only conclude by quoting Mother Teresa. You know, those days, walking the streets of Calcutta, she used to pick up orphaned children. She used to pick them up. And also nursed people with leprosy. People ask her, you are a frail old lady. The problem is so big. What is it you are trying to do? She said, I know the problem is so big. I cannot do everything. That doesn't mean I should do nothing. But only that lesson, each one of us can do it. If Goenka-ji can do so much, Patriji can do so much, each one of us can do. It's our responsibility for our future generations. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you so much, dear Kartikeji, for those deeply inspiring and thought-provoking words. You have beautifully reminded us how meditation, when practiced at scale, can truly address some of the humanity's greatest challenges, from mental well-being to even global peace. Now, we are very pleased to inform you that conference has official support of Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, and now we would be receiving message from the Ayush Ministry from Dr. Kaustubha Upadhyay, Advisor, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. Let me introduce Dr. Kaustubha Upadhyay, a distinguished Ayurveda expert with advanced qualifications including BAMS, MD Ayurveda, MA Public Administration, and specialization in intellectual property rights. He brings over 2 decades of rich experience in public healthcare through CGHS across major cities. Currently serving as advisor Ayurveda at Ministry of Ayush, he plays a pivotal role in shaping national policies, overseeing key schemes, research initiatives, and insurance integration. As chairman of multiple expert committees, he is actively driving regulatory reforms and strengthening quality standards in Ayurveda and traditional medicine system. We welcome you, sir.
Om Bhurvasvaha Om Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhyo Yona Prachodaya. Respected Chairman of this program, Shri Kartikeji, respected Nagendra Guruji, Shri Shettiji, and my dear friends. Today, I am representing my secretary, Dr. Rajesh Kotecha, Padma Shri, who is taking Ayush Ministry to this level since 1960. Our Honorable Prime Minister has convinced entire world to celebrate International Yoga Day, and most countries of the world accepted that. But now the yoga has become equivalent to yogasana. Unfortunately, yoga chitta vritti nirodha, that is the definition. We have to control our mind. So chitta vritti nirodha has got ashtanga. Ashtanga yoga is there. Nagendra Guruji is well versed in that. He will explain most of them. Out of that, yama, niyama, asana, pranayama, pratyahara, dhyana, samadhi. Dhyana is 7th one. That is higher echelon of the yoga. So for chitta vritti nirodha, dhyana is the next final step is samadhi. just before that is the Dhyana. So Dhyana is the one which we have neglected. Fortunately, the UN has declared December 22 as a World Meditation Day, and this has been given due recognition out of the world. Government of India has planned MVT, medical value travel, and they are promoting medical value travel immensely around the country and the world. Heal by India and heal in India, that is the concept. So this is holistic health. It is not only physical health, psychological health, spiritual health, all those well-being should be taken care of. And it is a responsibility of the individual. It is not the responsibility of the government to take care of each individual's health. It is individual's responsibility to take care of his health. That's why we are promoting the change in the behavior pattern. Household should be a fourth tier of the health. Generally, we have first 2, 3 tier in village level, district level, and state level like that. But this healthcare should start from household. So household is visualized as a fourth tier of the health, and that is the very important tier. Every individual of the household should be responsible for his own health. That is the concept of the government, and we are promoting that. And all the Ashtangas, not only Yogasana, all the Ashtangas should be given equal importance in promoting the spiritual health. That's why Pranayama, Yoga, Yogasana, Dhyana, all these are part. Apart from that, Yama, Niyama, means you have to control your, first thing, your mind, your indriyas, your sense organs. Then your breathe, Pranayama. So like that you have to start controlling, because in Ayurveda we say, what is the cause of the disease? Before in the Kruta Yuga, there was no disease, because people never used to collect the things for their well-being, for their needs. Whenever they require, they go to the nature and they will procure it and eat it and leave it. But when community started, Gramya, we say Gramya living, when that happens, we started collecting, we started agriculture, so we started accumulating. Then accumulation is the need. Then when accumulation starts, we have to start accumulating more and more. Sanchayat parigraha. When you start accumulating, you will take more. When you have more stock, you will try to take more, even though it is not required for you. Sanchayat parigraha. Parigrahat lobha. When you take more and more, then it is lobha. Then vyadhi utpatti. That's how disease starts. So when you consume more than what you can digest, that leads to disease. It is not only in physical, that also in mind. So that is the concept. So you have to limit your needs, limit your requirement. That is the message of Ayurveda, and that is the message of all the spiritual world, whether any religion. Basically, they say you have to control. And Brahma Satyam Jagat Mithya. We are the part and parcel of the whole God. But entire world is Mithya. It is Mithya. That is the concept. So how to leave that Mithya and reach Brahma? That's how Dhyana. We have 6th chapter of Bhagavad Gita dedicated only to Dhyana, Dhyana Yoga. And this concept, pyramid concept, what Patriji has propagated, it's mentioned in Bhagavad Gita also. I will quote the shloka. Yogi injita satam atmanam rahasistitaha. Yogi should be rahasistitaha. He should be alone. He should separate from the world and he should sit quietly. Ekaki yata chittatma. He has to control his mind. Nirashi aparigraha. Then how to meditate? Samam kaya shirogrivam. You have to keep your body straight, your neck and head straight. Samam kaya shirogrivam. Darayan achalam stiraha. You have to keep stable. Then sampreksha nasikagram cha. You have to see your nasagra, your tip of your nose, and dishascha anavalokan. You should not look around. So that's how you have to concentrate. Then you have to start meditation. That is how it has mentioned in Bhagavad Gita. And Patriji has given a simple model of pyramid. Even though I have no experience of pyramid meditation, I am more lean to japa type of meditation. I know two people who have, one is Na Krishnapaji, Nagendraji knows him, he is no more now. He is the RSS Pracharak from Karnataka. He was doing pyramid meditation long back, and I hear about pyramid meditation from him only. Very long back, around 80s only. Maybe through Patriji he was having interaction, and he used to go somewhere, Kanakpura only, I think. I was not knowing that this is there in Kanakpura, even though I am from Karnataka. So, another one is my father-in-law. He is also doing pyramid meditation. He has made a model of pyramid, and I was wondering what it is. Then I used to see him sitting there for half an hour, 15 minutes, 20 minutes like that. He is also no more, recently expired. So this is two persons where I have come across the pyramid meditation. Because if you sit in open round, you will look around, even though you want to control. Because mind is so fast. Manojam, we will say. It is fastest in the world. That's what we say. To control mind, to keep concentration on one particular thing, it is a very Herculean task. So if you create pyramid, that will prevent unnecessary distractions for our mind, and you can concentrate on one thing. So that is a easy method. Then is Shakahara. Shakahara, this vegetarianism has been propagated by Ayurveda also after Buddhism. Before that it is not mentioned. In Ayurveda it is mentioned about non-veg things also. Everything is mentioned. But they are promoting vegetarianism after Buddhism because Himsa is one of the things which is contradicted, which is to be avoided under Sadvrutta. Sadvrutta is the good behavioral pattern. So all these things are mentioned even in the Ayurveda. We say Manasa Vyadi will lead to Shariraja Vyadi. Shariraja Vyadi will lead to Manasa Vyadi. It is interrelated. Manas and Sharira is interrelated. If your mind is having any problem, it will have its effect on body. Similarly, if your body has something, it will show its effect on mind. So both should be taken care of. And Manaso Dhyana Vijnana Dhairya Smriti Samadhibihi. Dhairya, Patriji has mentioned. Dhairya, how it will come? When we feel that we are the part of Parabrahman, then that Dhairya will come. We will not having any fear. He has clearly mentioned that. So Dhairya Smriti Samadhibihi, that final stage of meditation, Samadhi. That has been mentioned in Ayurveda also. For mind-related disorders, you have to have Atma Vijnanam. You should look into your soul. So this is what the message of Ayurveda. And for wholesome health, meditation is a part and parcel of the healthy lifestyle. And if we practice, we will achieve better in all parts of our livelihood, even in physical activities as well as mental activities. That will have a beneficial effect. So let's all start meditation to the extent possible within our limited scope. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you so much, Dr. Upadhyay, for the message. It means a lot to all of us. Dear Masters, as said, the purpose of this conference is holistic living and peaceful world. Let's build a future of love, compassion and peace starting from within. In Buddha's EU Quantum Foundation, we all are Buddhas. It is the Buddha that is speaking. It is the Buddha that is listening. The Buddha gives the best possible speech and the best possible listening. And we are going to create a whole world of Buddhas. We are the grand Buddha CEOs of our own lives. Now, I would like to invite Shri Chandrasekhar Pulmaseti for the first power talk of the day. Shri Chandra Pulmaseti, founder of Buddha CEO Quantum Foundation, is a visionary leader who seamlessly bridges the words of business excellence and inner transformation. A former vice president at IBM and a successful entrepreneur, he has dedicated his life to bringing the power of meditation into the mainstream. With over 2 decades of deep personal practice, he has guided countless leaders and professionals through advanced meditation programs and transformational retreats. His journey stands as a living testimony to how meditation and manifestation can elevate both professional success and personal fulfillment. Today, through his work and service, he continues to inspire a new paradigm of conscious leadership and awakened living. I proudly say that Chandraji is the driving force behind this transformative vision, bringing together global meditation leaders onto one unified platform where ancient wisdom meets modern science. We all welcome you, Chanda sir, with a huge round of applause.
Okay. You can.
What a greater joy than spreading this message of meditation.
Can I switch to the monitor, laptop, please?
What a greater joy than spreading this message of meditation. As we always keep saying, Ana-Dana is important, Vidyadana is important, but Dhyana Dana is the most superior thing. With that, everything you can get. You don't depend on anybody.
Excellence is never an accident. It is well planned, well executed, with energy and direction. Friends, excellence is not a goal. Excellence is a pursuit. It's an ongoing pursuit. Whatever we are doing today, we need to do slightly better tomorrow.
Meditation has been the ultimate medicine for all the problems. It's a permanent medicine. If you take medicine, it will only helpful for a short time. But meditation is going to be a lifelong medicine.
I met a great friend and a great guru and a great philosopher and guide. So from that time, my association with Patriji continued. So many spiritual science concepts that he used to give, that was my food for my soul.
Meditation is a very simple process. It takes a couple of minutes to learn and a few minutes of practice with no restrictions whatsoever. No matter what the situation of each and every one of us is, but meditation is there for developing ourselves, is there for developing an all-round holistic well-being of each and every individual.
Holistic living means it's not extra gadgets and everything. Every day you meditate in your house. Give the best food, energy food for the family. Mindful way, cook the food. At the same time, listening music always our emotions will balance.
You might be a very senior leader. After more than 30 years in a business, something goes wrong at work. Somebody is not happy or there is a problem with a client. And you have two choices. Either you react, which was what I was doing before meditating, or thanks to the meditation, you recognize this emotion coming up to you, and instead of reacting, you respond.
Wonderful. Thank
Thank you, Karthikeyan sir. Thank you, Dr. H.R. Nagendra. Thank you, Upadhyayji, for joining. Thank you, everyone, for joining this beautiful conference. Sometime in the 2015, Patriji wanted a conference like this, a movement like this. By then, Dr. H.R. and Karthikeyan sir, Patriji sir were always great friends. And Patriji was always about meditation, which is the Raja Yoga, needs to be given because meditation fixes all aspects of life. He truly believed, as Upadhyayji said, we are that Brahman, and so we become that, and then he applied that in a very simple terms. He talked about it in a very simple terms. And so he said, Buddha CEO, where every leader becomes a Buddha or an enlightened being, and then operates and governs from that understanding, which is about friendship, compassion, intuitiveness, and connection to the whole. And so with that intention, while we could not necessarily start that time, but then we were able to start this foundation in the 2020. We started some activities, but the 2020 we started the foundation, while many, many organizations in the world are operating and working for the same cause of elevating meditation. Now it's called mindfulness in the West in many, many ways, to the most important activity that we dream that every day we wake up, we start with meditation. We connect to ourselves. And so then Patriji's vision was, while everyone must become a meditator on the planet, which is Dhyana Jagath, that then let's focus on leadership. And so then he formed and inspired to have this Buddha Say Quantum Foundation started. So I'm ever grateful to Brahmarshi Patriji. I met him in the year 99, and then much of transformation. If I had seen my personal success, I'm a software engineer, became an entrepreneur in a software company, and then whether the company grew or whether I had living a great life today, all attributed to meditation and to my companionship with Brahmarshi Patriji. It's a great master who's inspired many to do your best. Simple. We are always moving from where we are to the next level. And meditation is just taking us simply from where we are to that other level. That is sufficient for us to feel good to do more. And so Patriji, and then I met Padmashri Karthikeyan sir. Karthikeyan sir in Pyramid Valley International, where I got the fortune to form this international meditation center called Pyramid Valley International, which is outside Bangalore. As we heard, Patriji believed in the pyramid energy concept, and then our home is full of pyramids. At least we have 100+ pyramids in every bedroom, every area. The pyramids are for preservation, for healing, for altered states of consciousness. The galactic structure, there's much research is there, much more to be done. But then he believed, and then when we utilize the pyramids and go into the pyramid meditate, then we become calmer much quickly. Advanced meditators go into deep states much faster, go into much deeper states. And so he believed, and then he encouraged building pyramids, and I had this opportunity to be part of this board in forming this beautiful centers where Karthikeyan sir was regularly visiting, and then had the opportunity to interact, and then form this association. Today led to the Buddha CEO Quantum Foundation. This conference is taking place primarily and fundamentally because of his huge interest and shift and mentorship. So thank you, Karthikeyan sir, beautifully for this wonderful opportunity that you have created. And so, dear friends, so somewhere along the line from, meditation helps us to move into a purpose very, very clearly. We all have a purpose and come for a purpose. When every time we see Dr. H.R. Nagendraji, he came back from NASA and then created and then founded somewhere remote. And if you visit his place, it was remote then in 1980s from Bangalore, somewhere far, but today it's in a thriving institute. And so that is a greatest purpose of a master who created, assisted in this yoga movement in India. So this purpose is there, and then every one of us can easily attain to our purpose when we take meditation, when we tune into and say, what is it that I'm here for? That's what many masters have said. Ask yourself, who are you? Why are you here? And so the calling was there for me too at some point. Then I resigned my job from IBM as an executive and then took to this foundation from 2019 onwards. We're doing this beautiful work. Well, I've been there with Patriji since 2003 and then actively doing spiritual service parallel to my job. And we all have that capability. Our work is there, but at the same time, we also have our passions, and the passion becomes purpose. And so that's how it's been for me, and it's a great privilege and honor to be in front of you talking about a beautiful concept of meditation. Last year we were here in the same hall with the Honorable Vice President of India being here inaugurating this conference, and then we will have Honorable Vice President tomorrow as a chief guest delivering his keynote tomorrow, so we will look for his greatest presence again. And dear friends, as Karthikeyan laid out, many challenges are there. Now, of course, we are very advanced today technology, highly resourceful. We are very integrated, many things, but yet we are very divided, we are very stressful, very uncertain situations are there. That's how the mind is thinking. Now, obviously, this is leading, and then we recognize and we hear that there is mental health crisis is coming up. There is significant, or due to various reasons. Ultimately, it comes back to the individual's mind and the way we think about ourselves. And whatever maybe this Patriji said in one word in there, meditation is an answer to all problems. And I have never understood when he said this word. He used to say it's a solution to all problems, an answer to all questions. But then as you practice and understand, it's a little bit scientific, and I've been a scientific, very scientific temperament person, and then I wanted to explore this in science, and then now thankfully there is so much science to understand meditation so that we feel that, this is something I want to take to myself and to everyone. And so the various challenges ultimately come to one thing, that limited understanding of the self. Who am I? I mean, how do I think about myself? And so Adi Shankaracharya said, separation is illusion. When we see others as separate, conflict begins. Can this platform be raised if it's possible? The monitor here for the speakers. It's not visible. So separation is illusion. When we see others as separate, and so then conflict begins internally. This is Adi Shankaracharya. So I want you to think about this. If everyone is separate, and of course then is when the conflict is starting. Because then you say, I need to take care of me. Now quantum physics have said this. Now there's a Neil Bohr. He said everything we call real is made up of things that cannot be regarded as real. The Maya illusion that is there in a Vedic concept now is beautifully corroborated in quantum physics. And all quantum physics are saying reality is not really reality. What you think is real is not real. That's what Neil Bohr is saying. The world is always in this micro at the subatom level. That's where they are constantly investigating. And so Neil Bohr and then many quantum physicists, if you actually look at their statements, they all come to the same thing, that whatever that we're experiencing is not real. What does he mean? Then how we all see I'm a touch and feel thing, and then everything is here, particles, and everything is I can feel it, sense it, smell it, see it. But then you're saying it's not real. Then why is it not real? So I'd like us to take a little bit of understanding of this. In quantum field, everything is energy. I'm trying to come up with 3 concepts today. One is that we are a very interconnected being. Second is that we are fundamentally beyond this body. That's what spiritual science is saying. Spiritual science, the definition itself is the spirit, the existence, which is there everything. That's the kind of concept of spiritual science. So we are beyond the body. We are very interconnected. And 3, our mind has a huge role to play in the noticing and witnessing what we do called thoughts create reality. 3 concepts. So in this picture, what we see in a simple terms, we start with our organs, and our body has organs, and organs are made up of several cells. The cells are made up of many molecules, like water. Our body is 70% water, so the molecules. Now the molecules, when you further look into them, then you see atoms, which are essentially in water you have hydrogen, oxygen, we call them elements. And everything is made up of these elements. So eventually, from a body which is contained organs to billions and trillions of cells to trillions of molecules to trillions of atoms. So this is where we are going. And so then Now you look at this, and what did quantum physics find? Quantum physics found that an atom is 99.999999% empty. When I learned this in the year 2013, I was listening to a quantum physicist called Dr. Amit Goswami in Bay Area. So I was astonished. Until that time, I did not know about this concept. Then I learned this and said, everything in our body is emptiness and energy. 99.99% 11 nines, and then if you try to round it, and then so we'll invariably come to a number called 100. It can't be 99. So 100% of our body is empty, and then it's all energy. This is quantum physics discovery, and then it's not now, it's 100-year-old. And so then, if we're all filled with energy and emptiness, and we can say from this specific, a single atom there, now you see electron and neutron. These are physics that we learned. An electron and neutron, that is there, and then other than that, everything else in that atom is all emptiness. And if an electron is orbiting an atom from the nucleus, and then everything else is empty out there, and then we see from a naked eye and say, okay, this one is 99% empty. But quantum is saying it's all empty. We have a body made up of several these subatomic particles going to cells, going to organs, but the quantum physics is saying if you go inward, you'll find nothing in there. Now, how do you find all these physical matter? Then it is to do with gravity. You know, you get an idea. Your weight today on here, let's say 100 kgs, when you go to moon, your weight becomes what? 1/6. So your weight is not the same. You go to moon, it becomes, because the gravitational force is less. So you can connect these dots to say, quantum is saying our body is all emptiness and energy, which is exactly what many spiritual masters and Adi Shankaracharya, everyone said it's all Brahman that exists. And we are part of that energy. So dear friends, the further point, now even those electrons and neutrons, quantum physics discovered that they are actually energy. The electrons, this is a beautiful discovery. The electrons and neutrons that are there, which are fundamental constituents of every element, are by default energy. They're not matter. They're not touch and feel. They're not like marbles you can touch and feel. They're energy by default. But then we see them as particles. You know, iron is, hard substance that we see it, and how is that? So then quantum physics is saying, so first thing to understand is that they are energy by default. They by default exist as energy. They become matter due to something. But by default, everything in our body is electrons, neutrons are all energy. And that means, and then they become matter, that means they're oscillating. So we are body, the electrons and neutrons, they're oscillating every second, several times, which we're not even aware. Just like a light bulb flickers and then oscillates, and we see it's a continuous light. And so is the case with our body. These are things that are happening. And so the second discovery, first we're all empty, and then even the electrons and neutrons that we thought particles are also energy by default. And so the difference, if you put these two together, and then if it's all energy by default, and then energy does not stay in one place, there's no boundary. Energy then goes out, energy spreads. A vapor spreads, water stays in one place, but vapor simply spreads everywhere, you can't even see. And so then, if we can conclude that we are all walking field of energy, deep inside we are all energy, there is an energy field around us, and my energy field spreads, and then Karthikeyan's energy field spreads, everyone's energy field spreads here, and then what does it do when you have multiple waves in a pond, and they all do not stay as separate, they become one. And then can we separate those waves? Once they become one. In a pond you drop two stones, and then so the two waves start, and then they go, spread, and then ultimately they become what? You know it, they become one big wave, and there's no way you can separate them. So dear friends, the fundamental understanding from this we can derive is that we're all simply energy that is beautifully interconnected, whereas one not separate. The interconnectedness is there at the deep inside, and this needs to be experienced. While intellectually it's great, but can I experience it? This is what meditation is doing. Meditation is fundamentally helping us to experience that connection, because meditation transcends the body. The right meditation, where you withdraw your senses, that's pratyahara from Patanjali, and then you go into emptying the mind, which is dharana, which is observing the breath. And so dharana is to observe what's going on inside, and dhyana is then you're doing and travel, sukshma shaririya, and you do all of that. And so, dear friends, meditation helps you to, when you withdraw thought in a simple terms, that means you drop the form, and then when you withdraw senses, that means you disconnect from the environment, then you're transcending the body, then you suddenly experience the field of energy. In the field of energy, we're all connected. That's why people go into meditation, then they come out and say, okay, there is some kind of connection is there. There is some kind of understanding is there. Then suddenly the thought that I want to dominate this person, I want to manipulate this person, go away. The other thing, dear friends, is that when we observe, a subatomic particle becomes matter. This is the third element that I wanted to talk about, is that when you observe, the particles are all energy by default, but then when you observe them, and what is observation? Your thought and feeling. What you think about, what you feel about becomes matter, becomes experience. When you observe, then something becomes matter. When you understand everything certain way, then automatically that understanding translates into certain thought, and so then becomes matter, and so you have an experience. So, dear friends, beyond right and wrong, there is a field. This is Rumi. If everything is emptiness and everything is energy, and you and I are energy in a body, and we're all connected as one, and then that energy becomes matter through observation, this quantum physics discovery, and simply saying energy becomes matter. So then I want us to reflect and say, where did the judgment and the limitation come from? If it's all energy and simply becomes matter through observation, so then where is the limitation? Where is the judgment that this is not there, that's not it, that's not possible? Where is it all coming from? I have less resources and these people are not cooperating. And all of the judgment is coming at the end, dear friends, is then we have to agree that it all comes from the mind, our limited understanding of who I am. The limited understanding is there, and this is beautifully can be explained and say, what is the current state of mind? The current state of mind is very disconnected from this concept. Somewhere about 200 years ago, from the textbook, the subjective experience of what is consciousness has been removed. When the Industrial Revolution came, and then all this consciousness has been removed from the textbook slowly, and so today, everything has to be touch and feel. Subjectivity is gone, and so then even if I have the greatest experience in a prayer and a meditation, then I cannot talk about it. I can't say anything about it, because you say, okay, you're hallucinating. And so then, that has gone, so the disconnection happened somewhere. In some religions, of course, through prayer, through culture, you still have some connection, but it became more ritual. The real feeling, the real connection is not there. Puja became a ritual as opposed to really connecting our internal self of who I am. And so the disconnected mind is totally disconnected from this whole thing. Second, there is this restless mind. We are constantly stressful. Day to day, what we see, what we hear, what we take from others is called conscious mind. In our brain, if you look at it, the three parts. The big part of the brain, which is called the conscious mind, called neocortex, is restless. And in a day, an average person is thinking 50,000 thoughts. Most of them are negative. And so restless mind is there. But then most of all the things, the limiting mind, which is called subconscious mind, which is a tiny lemon-shaped shape in the brain, it's called midbrain, also houses the seat of the soul, or called the pineal gland, is subconscious, holds long-term memory, holds a feeling center, is where our lives are governed, this research. 90% of life is operating from this limitation. That is our understanding. I call it limiting mind, but it is our limited understanding of life, of what we are. Why am I thinking this way? I feel that now people are really exploiting me. I feel that I have less resources, I can't survive. So understanding is limited, as opposed to thinking that I can create. Everything in the world is growing. Nothing ever is slowed down. Everything is always growing. Nothing is reducing. But then we feel somewhere that I have less resources, so the conflicts operate, conflicts begin. Where we are all connected, we're all one, but then we feel that this is my group. There is so much of fanaticism is there, that this is me and then my group, my community. All of them come because of a lesser understanding of the self, of what we are. And that's called limitation, a subconscious program in scientific understanding, in neuroscience understanding. And so the current mind is very limited. I can't do this, not possible, people don't cooperate. I don't have sufficient health, my body is like this. Everything is a limitation. Everything is a limitation. 90% of the life is through it. So then, dear friends, the solution, if we understand from spiritual science, from Vedic sciences, and from quantum physics, that everything is energy connected, and we are then as an energy, we are all connected as one, not separate. All these 100 lights here in this room form one light. They're not a separate lights. Their identities are there, at the same time a single light. And so we're all connected as one. And then from there comes the matter, observation brings matter, then our mind is saying, this is only possible, that's not possible, is limiting. They are the ones who are causing me problems. When I came into meditation, first thing I learned from Patriji sir is that no complaints, no judgments. This is the governing principle. He said, no complaints, no judgments. I said, everything about me that time was to blame somebody else. Oh, my boss is not cooperating. Oh, this is not happening. We're not getting funding. Everything is just blame. Then he said, no complaint, no judgment. How do we live? Later, when I realized, looked into the statement, if you can master this statement, no complaints, no judgments, then the entire spirituality is coded in that. Simple. We accept situations that are coming to me and say, anything, even death is there, business loss is there. We say somebody else cheated. Go back and step back and understand this and say, who is the cause of it? If I am the whole creation, then who is the cause of it? Where is it coming from? Thoughts create reality. The science. Observation manifests possibility. So how does it happen? So it took some time for me to get trained, but then no complaint, no judgments was beautifully, first thing it did was to free me completely rather than depending on somebody else and feel helpless for the rest of the life and say, my spouse does not change, my son does not change, so then I have to live with it. The concept of living is gone. Concept of living helplessly is gone. So dear friends, the mind has to change, and then meditation and wisdom are the two fundamental things that lead towards, we call awareness intelligence. In the era of artificial intelligence, what is built is awareness. When you have the right understanding and we have the right meditation, then automatically then things are changing, for the mind is rectified, mind is elevated to a greater understanding. What is meditation? It's a process to go within. As Karthikeyan has said, it's a process to go within. Techniques may be different, many techniques are there, but eventually you want to go within. What is within? To transcend the body. We got to transcend the body to know who we are. And so we will practice shortly the meditation. Ending of the restless thoughts of the mind is the first step in any form of meditation. Can I rest the mind? To rest the mind, I have to rest the body, I have to transcend the body. That's why senses have to be withdrawn. Open eye meditation, not sure. When the senses are, the biggest sensory organ is operating, how do you go into the state of that? But then when senses are withdrawn, then when mind is thought and mind is form is removed, the thought, because the thought holds the form. Your time is there in it and space is there, that has to be removed. When these two are done, that's the first step in meditation. Let it be any technique, but it needs to eventually graduate there. And then when that happens, when you remove the mind, when you empty the mind, automatically different, then we are naturally, when you transcend the body, where energy and matter. Matter is gone, we have to be energy. We experience energy. How many people here, many meditators here, are experience energy, experience some kind of connection every time you meditate? Anybody here? Beautiful. So many hands have raised. And so that's because we are transcending ourselves in meditation. So that suddenly you realize you are the whole, not the tiny you, what we think we are. That's what happens in meditation. The second thing that Patriji called spiritual scientific understanding, the wisdom, just codifying. We are very connected, not separate. Second, we have infinite possibilities in this field of quantum. That's called quantum field of infinite possibilities. Third, our observation manifests. My thoughts, my mind has something to do with what I create in my life. And fourth is that there is this intuitive intelligence helping me. I'm not alone. In many religions, it's possible to be easily connected to this concept, but there's always something is guiding me. That connection is there. The field is called awareness, is constantly paying attention to us because it reflects with observation. And so when these four statements are understood, and meditation helps us to understand these statements, then beautifully life starts changing, because we become very empowered to lead a great life. So at this point, I'd like us to go into a practice of meditation. So dear friends, this conference will have multiple meditations. We had a pre-conference meditation early in the day. And so let's do a practice of meditation. The thing is, it is a very scientific process, meditation. This is exactly what we want to do. It's a simple process, a scientific process, universal. There is so much science behind it. And then through this conference, you will hear from speakers some scientific voice and understanding. And simple practice. We'll practice once, and then we'll practice that several times during these 2 days, so that we are initiated. There is no separate initiation, special thing required, and we are right here. It's all about withdrawing senses and emptying the mind, whatever may be the technique, right? And so we'll practice it and see it. When someone said that you can do it in flight, you can do it in car, you can do it everywhere, because it's that simple. Karthikeyan said this, any time is okay. And so what is the process? The process is this: observing our natural breath with our eyes closed. So we are simply sitting, and then the posture is there. If you see, we're all sitting in the chair right now, and so we take that posture of the person in the sofa. We cross our feet at ankle, we fingers into fingers, and then rest our hands comfortably in our lap, and we close our eyes. And those of us wearing spectacles, please remove them. Glasses are not required. And so then, with our eyes closed, dear friends, fingers into fingers, hands in our lap, crossing our feet at ankle. When you do this, we gently lock the body. The body, when it moves unnecessarily, creates restlessness in the mind. So we gently lock the body. And then we close our eyes, and it's a biggest sensory organ, so we're closing our eyes. Then what do? We observe our breath. You be in a very relaxed posture. See, if the body is not comfortable, then you cannot really empty the mind, rest the mind. So body has to be relaxed. So no matter what the state is, so if you need to take back support, do it. As a beginner, it's not necessary. If you want to do for, of course, longer hours, then the body has to be very comfortably set. So be comfortable, and then we rest our attention anywhere on the nose, preferably at the middle of the eyebrows, but anywhere on the nose, and observe the natural breath, the breath that is going in and coming out. When you observe your breath, slowly, slowly, mind becomes empty. And then we stay in that state of emptiness. And thoughts come naturally, thoughts keep coming. And in case you notice thought, I'd like you to go back to your breath and again start the process all over. And we do not open our eyes. We are going into powerful group meditation. Observe your normal, natural in-breath and the out-breath. with your eyes closed, dear friends, resting your attention anywhere on the nose, observe your normal, natural in-breath and the out-breath. When you observe your breath, your mind becomes less and less of thought. Allow yourself to merge into your breath and allow yourself to experience that calmness, emptiness inside of you, all around you. That's energy. All emptiness This is energy. The field of consciousness, awareness. It is natural to have thought. When you recognize you are in thought, go back to observing your breath and allow yourself to slowly go into that calmness, emptiness. Merge into the emptiness, the field of no body, of no thing. The field of abundance. The longer you linger in this field of emptiness, energy, the more connected you become, more whole you become. Allow yourself to stay connected to this emptiness, the nothingness. The more you are with it, your divine self. The more empathetic you become, last 2 minutes, merge into your breath and allow yourself stay in that calmness, emptiness. At this time, I would like you to, with your eyes closed, express gratitude. Gratitude is the highest state of receivership. Can you express gratitude to your parents for giving a beautiful connection to this life? Be grateful to all the teachers and mentors for expanding our knowledge and wisdom. Knowledge is precursor to experience. Give thanks to your family, friends, colleagues, relatives, everyone for helping us learn many things of life. Your gratitude to this grand nature, the bird, the fish and the animals, for all the energy, beauty, mystery, love. Your thanks to the technology, the system, the companies, the governments that support and make our life so comfortable. Gratitude to yourself for your intelligent body, for taking care of you, for caring for others. And gratitude to this intelligent field, the universe, for helping us experience this life at this time of history. And whenever you're ready, you can keep your hands on your eyes for 5 seconds, and then you can open your eyes. My PPT, please. All right, friends, give a big clap to meditation. How many people are doing this for the first time here? Practice? Few hands. Great. So we've got many who already aware are practicing it. So wonderful. So thank you, friends. Meditation, to bring it back together, if we recognize that we are much more than this body and energy, and how do we commune with it? And so there are several things that we do while meditation helps us to go beyond. In our wakeful time, there are several things we do. We call it holistic living. Something that is not disturbing the nature, but then communing with the nature. And so there are several practices. You commune with nature. Vegetarian, plant-based diets. You need-based consumption. Healing by self-natural method. Study of higher knowledge. Contemplation. Practice of silence and mauna. Surrender, acceptance, gratitude, and service to others. So many of these practices are naturally inculcated with meditation. Well, one thing to know about it and actually do it, but another thing to practice meditation to do them anyway. They'll ultimately happen. So dear friends, applying all of this knowledge, we understand that even just we take one social problem, one of the problem that exists today, even the geopolitical crises, where today before meditation we have an identity issue, scarcity issue, control thinking. They all change to oneness thinking, abundance mindset, and empathic attitude. So automatically the political issues slowly have to dissolve over the period of time. So is the crisis, the climate crisis. So is the mental health. Everything has got a beautiful scientific understanding, explanation, that we are always doing programs around this and bringing the science behind it. And so we in this conference, as we go for the next 2 days, we will hear from speakers about how and why and then what are the ways that we can embed meditation into our every part of our life. And many, many leaders are coming together to talk about their personal journey first, and then in a way that makes us believe that I too can implement, I too can take it to everyone around. So thank you very much. Thank you.
I expected a big round of applause. Big means big, very big. I think that was beautiful. In just few minutes, we moved from doing to simply being, from noise to silence. And in that silence, we reconnect with ourselves and with what truly matters. Now, I would like to call, let's move towards our first keynote, Meditation as the Heart of Yoga, the Need for Faster Adoption, by Padam Shri Dr. H.R. Nagendra, founder and chancellor, S. Vyasa University. Before this, we would love to hear the introduction through the video.
Dr. H.R. Nagendra, the scientist yogi, is the founder and chancellor of Swami Vivekananda Yoga Anusandhan Sansthan, known as S. Vyasa Yoga University, Bangalore. On the New Year's Day of 1943, arose a new bright sun in the horizon of Bangalore to shed a new light of ancient yoga with the modern scientific explanation. On 1st January 1943, Honga Sandra Ramarao Nagendra was born. After graduation, Dr. Nagendra did his master's in mechanical engineering in 1965, and within 3 years, he did PhD in 1968 from the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, where he served as faculty in the Department of Mechanical Engineering after his doctorate. In 1970, he went to Canada as postdoctoral research fellow in the University of British Columbia. Next year, in 1971, he joined NASA Marshall Space Flight Center, USA, as postdoctoral research associate. In 1972, he moved to the Engineering Science Laboratory, Harvard University, USA, as a consultant. Later, he served as visiting staff at the Imperial College of Science and Technology, London. Shri Eknath Ranade, founder of Vivekanand Kendra, Kanyakumari, had a great influence on Dr. Nagendra. In response to his call, Dr. Nagendra left a very promising and highly lucrative career abroad and came back to India to serve his motherland, especially in the field of yoga research. Since 1986, he has been the secretary of Vivekanand Kendra Yoga Research Foundation, Bangalore, and the director of Indian Yoga Institute, Prashanti Kutiram, Bangalore. In 1991, Vyasa was affiliated by Bangalore University, Mysore University, Mangalore University, Rajiv Gandhi University, and later by Hindu University of USA to promote PhD in Yoga. Under the dynamic and noble leadership of Dr. Nagendra, fondly called Guruji, S. Vyasa at Prashanti Kutiram, Bangalore, is translating the vision of Swami Vivekananda to combine the best of East with the best of West by combining modern scientific research to examine the efficacy of yoga to face the challenges of modern era. Journey of Dr. H.R. Nagendra from NASA to Vyasa is deeply rooted in the ancient Indian thought.
Can put this slide on. Okay, good. My dear brothers and sisters, what a wonderful program Chandraji has organized. Congratulations to you for not only giving the intellectual feed, but the experience of what Patriji has been giving us through the wonderful breath awareness and along with the Nada Yoga that you made so deep and so wonderful. Thank you so much, Chandraji. And this is the way the conferences should not only give intellectual feed but also an experience dimension to the people at large. Once again, thank you so much for making this such a wonderful event today. Yoga comes from the word yuj in Sanskrit. Yujyate anena iti yogaha. Yoga essentially is to raise ourselves from our normal level to become great, super divine human beings and reach the ultimate goal of human existence, to reach our original state. And that is what yoga talks about. So, Swami Vivekananda expanded the vision of yoga. I'll take that. Earlier, in tradition, yoga was only Patanjali yoga. Then we had karma, bhakti, the dimensions of jnana and yoga. But Swami Vivekananda said, since everything ultimately reaches the same goal, everything should be called as yoga. So in his famous proclamation, he expanded the vision of yoga. Work or worship, philosophy or psychic control, by 1, 2, 3, or all of these and be free, he said. And that is the great way by which Swamiji expanded the vision of yoga. And path of intellect is Jnana Yoga, understanding, going beyond the intellect to reach the highest level. Raja Yoga is the path of Patanjali Yoga, the path of willpower. And Bhakti is the path of emotion, science of emotion culture, to gain mastery over the emotions. And it has to be brought into every action that you do. Every action should become a yoga. Yoga is the science of holistic living. Is it ever possible? We always thought yoga is some sort of asana or a pranayama or a mudras, bandhas, meditation and so on. But Bhagavad Gita, Krishna Bhagavan says, every action should become a yoga. How is it possible? In his, look at beautiful shloka, he talks about, Pashyan, Shrunvan, Sprushan, Jigran, Ashnan, Gachan, Swapan, Shwasan, Pralapan, Visrujan, Grunhan, Unmishan, Nimishan, Napi, Indriyan, Indriyartheshu, Vartanta yiti dharayan. Seeing, talking, walking, eating, urinating, excreting, everything should become a yoga. And that is the real yoga. Yoga is the science of holistic living. How is it possible? You have to have that inner calmness, inner peace, inner tranquility. Yogastaha kuru karmani, sangam tyaktva dhananjaya. Says the karma yoga, that's the dimension. So all the meditation that we do, and yoga as a practice should enter and percolate into our day-to-day life. That is the dimension then. So all these streams of yoga should lead to the same goal. Put this thing here. All paths of yoga lead to the same goal, moksha. What is that moksha that we talk about? Moksha is absolute freedom. The meaning of moksha means freedom. Freedom from all our bondages, stresses, challenges, problems, everything. And it is a state of infinite freedom, infinite bliss, infinite knowledge, infinite bliss. That's our original state. It is beyond space, time, causation. It is beyond mind, mana, buddhi, chitta, ahankara. That's our original state. That's the way that moksha has been defined. So all streams of yoga lead. And Patanjali Yoga is the wonderful thing which is known as Raja Yoga. It is based on the aphorisms of yoga, 196 sutras. Patanjali gave in 4 different chapters, Samadhi Pada, Sadhana Pada, and the Vibhuti Pada and Kaivalya Pada. Go deeper and deeper dimension. And that's the wonderful way by which systematize the whole streams of yoga. The Raja Yoga starts off with gaining control and mastery over the mind, as beautifully brought out already by our Upadhyaya ji, Chitta Vritti Nirodha. That's the goal. Gaining mastery and control over the mind. Has 2 dimensions. One is to make the mind faster mind, quicker mind, brilliant mind, innovative mind, creative, faster mind. That is one dimension that has been brought into our education system. We are all trained in that. But there is a second dimension to mastery. Calming down the mind, silencing the mind, tranquilizing the mind, going deeper into silence, and go beyond mind itself to dimensions. These are the 2 dimensions. And how to read that? The Ashtanga Yoga, the 8-limbed yoga, Yama, Niyama, Asana, Pranayama, Pratyahara, Dharana, Dhyana, Samadhi, Bahiranga Yoga and Antaranga Yoga, that has been brought forth nicely. And Antaranga Yoga is direct control over the mind. The remaining things, Yama, Niyama, Asana, Pranayama, Pratyahara, belong to the indirect control over the mind. So, in direct control over the mind, we normally start with the development of concentration. This is all we do in our education system. And we all know how concentration is mandatory for success in our dimension, And from there you have to go to the next dimension. And that's the schematic we have. The 8-limbed yoga, Dharana, Dhyana, Samadhi has to do. From concentration, we go to the next level. We all are trying to gain from, as our dear said, it is the limited brain to the next level that we have done. From the limbic brain to the next thing. From Chanchalata, from multiple thoughts, unconnected thoughts. From there we go to the concentration. What are the difference? There are multiple thoughts, that all these thoughts are connected with one another in concentration. From there you have to go to the dharana. Dharana is to fix the mind on a single thought. Desha bandha chittasya dharana, as Patanjali says. So the example is you keep a candle flame and go on watching it, without winking the eyes. Closing the eyes, fix the mind on the single thought. That is the dimension called as dharana. In dharana there is focusing of the mind. And in concentration there are multiple thoughts. The multiple thoughts have now come to a single thought. Single thought with full focus. And that's what normally we have to develop after concentration. And dharana is the one that brings tremendous amount of energy to the focus. And we have the great example of Arjuna and the wonderful Dhanurvidya he got. When Dronacharya called different people, come on, see what you are going to see there, and then you have to hit that thing. What is that? On the tall tree, a bird was put, and the goal is from 100 meters away, you have to hit that thing. What? Not just the bird. Eye of the bird, of the pupil, of the center point, of the pupil, of the eyeball, of the eye, of the bird you have to hit. One by one they came. Okay, Dushasana, what are you seeing? Why, Guruji, I see everything. I am not blind. Go back. Then comes Duryodhana. What are you seeing? I am seeing only the bird. No, you go back. Comes Bhima. I am seeing only the eye. Then Dharmaraja says, I am still seeing the pupil of what you say, the eye of the bird, of the tree and all these things. Still I need some more training, isn't it? Yes. Finally, when Arjuna says that I see only that point, nothing else I see, and hit it. That is called dharana. When you are looking at maybe on one point, you can see all other things you should not be able to see. That is the intense focus. That's called dharana. And this is the principle that's used in laser light amplification by stimulated electron radiation. And when you go on focusing each other, the energy increases tremendously and it brings about the nuclear transformation that takes place. That's the beautiful dimension that talks about. Dharana is very strenuous. You can't do that for a long time. Therefore, dharana, while it works, this thing you have to go to the next step. That is dhyana. That's where meditation comes. So, we have to move from dharana to the next called dhyana. Effortless dharana is dhyana. No? That's the seventh theme called dhyana. Tatra pratyaya ekatanata dhyanam. As it is said, Patanjali. There is a single thought. And what are the features of that? The single thought is featured by slowness. There's a decreased metabolic rate. But yet you are awake. Wakefulness. And there is effortlessness, awareness. And there is a feeling of expansiveness. These are the 5 features of what we call as dhyana, or meditation according to Patanjali dimension. So, we are moving from the general random mind towards concentration that works at the intellectual level, and from there you go to the memory level dharana, and you go to the next level of I thought. This is how we move in our advancement towards control and mastery over the mind. So normally, japa is the one that normally used for dhyana techniques, which increasing thing. But our Patriji said, let us work on the breathing. So it's a beautiful combination. He brought out this dimension. So from dharana to dhyana, and there we don't end. Dhyana should lead to samadhi. And what is that samadhi? It's a jump within. Normally in all our transactions, normally we have the dimensions of Triputi, it's called. So that is the trifold process of action. Now I am talking. Welcome. Namaste. In all our actions, we have 3 dimensions. The seer, seen, and the process of seeing. I am talking, the subject of my talk, and the process of talking. You take food, you are there, food is there, and the process of eating. Even in meditation, there is a meditator, meditated, and the process of meditation. This is called Triputi. When the Tripati merged together one, that's called samadhi. Samyak adhiyate iti samadhi. But it says, Tadeva arthamatra nirbhasa swarupa shunyameva samadhi. It says, it's a process of absorption. And that's what meditation should lead. So Patriji, when we are all discussing several times in this thing, we go deeper and deeper and get into a wonderful state of samadhi that comes. So becoming one with the scene is the samadhi that we talk about. Tadeva arthamatra nirbhasa swarupa shunyameva samadhi. That you go into that time. That's the definition of this thing. What happens there? There is a jump in our consciousness. There is a jump in our mind from the gross to the subtle. This is what happens even in the physical world. And that's where you see that. When the electrons are swirling around the nucleus with higher and higher speed, you go on putting energy to that. And when certain quantum of energy, equal to h nu, comes in, then it jumps from one orbit to the higher orbit. And that's called as the quantum jump. Similarly, it can jump from the higher to the lower orbit. Normally, when from lower orbit to the higher thing, there's a quantum jump that takes place. This is where quantum mechanics has come into picture, which beautifully our Chandraji has been expressing, dimension of quantum mechanics. So, what happens in the physical world happens similarly at the mind level. When you do dhyana deeper and deeper and deeper, when you go, there's an expansion of consciousness jump within. The mind jumps from one level to the higher level of consciousness, higher level of subtlety. And that's the dimension that comes. And the quantum jump, electrons jumping from one to another in the physical. Similar thing at the mind level. Subtle world, jumping from one layer to the other, subtler layers of consciousness. This is how we have gone upper. So this is what Patanjali says. Culmination of the Ashtanga Yoga is samadhi. And samadhi is a state of immense bliss. And that is the inner realm to go beyond the meditation. So what features samadhi is the way to bliss. Expansion from one level to the next. There's a tremendous amount of bliss. Fragrance of bliss spreads. Unbelievable spread. Superlative bliss it comes. And there is expansion of the mind. And this brings lightness of the body. And even sometimes when you go deeper, it may go deep into the subtle lightness. The body also can change, transform. And the knowledge, deeper perceptions start coming up. Extrasensory perceptions can come. And great creativity will start coming up. And that, when you go deeper and deeper in meditation, enter into the samadhi. And that's the unparalleled bliss of samadhi that comes. That is the culmination which Patanjali has given there. So meditation is the heart of yoga. That's beautifully brought out. Why? The meditation front move today from optional add-on to the essential core. It has to move. That is the thing that is needed today. So why this conversation matters now? Look at that. 12.1% of the people in US adults, see that nervousness, anxiety, mental challenges, all are increasing. And 23.1% US adults lived with a mental illness in 22. 38.4 million Americans practiced yoga in 2022. A huge audience for deeper inner work. So translation for yoga leaders, people are not only looking for exercise, they are looking for regulation, steadiness, meaning, and recovery. That's coming up one by one dimension. So you see that meditation is not outside yoga, it's inside, it's part of the yoga. Chitta vritti nirodha. Therefore, meditation is part of yoga. Yoga is the generalized thing, meditation is the inner core. Yoga is often taught by the outside in ethics, body, breath, attention, meditation, then absorption. That is samadhi. When meditation disappears, the pathway from posture to awareness becomes fragmented. So when we teach yoga as only movement, we cut the ladder in half. So we have to go beyond that dimension. What meditation actually does inside yoga? Right? Attention lands, regulate, breath steadiness comes, slowing down of the breath comes, and relaxation starts, and the mind starts noticing. Awareness, integration starts, practice becoming insight, and you carry forward. Without meditation, yoga can build flexibility. With meditation, it builds well-regulation, discernment, continuity, and practice. That's the dimension that comes up. So, evidence snapshot, why foster meditation adoption is necessary. Stress and mood. Mindfulness and meditation research suggests reduction in stress. Stress has become one of the major challenges today. Stress is not merely physical. It works at several levels. It's a multi-dimensional challenge that we face. Physical trauma can cause stress, mental restlessness, emotional upsurges, deep-rooted psychological conflict, all out of the base of stress. And meditation is the remedy for doing all these things. Heart health. Meditation studies suggest possible benefit on cardiovascular risk factors and blood pressure, even as evidence quality varies. And what is to be done? Practical standard for decision makers. If a practice is low cost, low risk, and culturally adoptable, and supported by enough evidence to justify trial, waiting for the perfect proof becomes its own risk. These are the dimensions that have to be brought forth. So therefore, the adoption gap, what people think yoga is versus what yoga can offer. Normally, what non-practitioners often say, see, it is right type of physical exercise, something flexible people can do, one more atom to schedule, not necessary for me. This is how people have this thing. So, what meditation does, you can see, a daily tool for self-regulation, a path for movement to awareness, an inclusive practice to many things, a spiritual discipline and practical dimensions. These are the dimensions that start coming up which we had to have adopted. So why adoption is slow? Because positioning, teacher confidence, audience anxiety, commercial pressure, cultural framing. All these things are the ones that bring this dimension. So what foster adoption unlocks for practitioners? Stress recovery, attention quality, emotional space, and spiritual depth. Foster adoption is not about adding more content. It's about making the same hour of yoga do more of what people actually need. That's a dimension that has to be brought forth. So what foster adoption unlocks for teachers, studios, and programs are brought forth here. Classes feel more cohesive and purposeful. When you go to Patri's classes in the Pyramid Valley, thousands of people sitting there continuously, and our Chandra's classes, when you go there, you feel such wonderful experience. That's the dimension that comes. And retention rises when students feel calmer, not only stronger. Physical vitality starts coming up. Offering becomes more inclusive for people who do not identify as fitness first. Teachers gain a clearer philosophy, not just a sequence library. Organizations can translate yoga into workshops, school, and healthcare settings. Everywhere it should start coming up. Therefore, a simple implementation model could be before practice, 1 or 2, 3 minutes of these things, arrival, breath awareness, intention, orientation to the room, and so on. Then during the practice, the micro doses. Then after practice, 3 to 8 minutes of this thing. Redesigning a 60-minute class. We have done this thing, and Patriji also has been working on this dimension to work on this thing. There are 5 to 15 minutes, wardrobe, 15 to 20 asana flow, downshift, meditation, and closure. This is how people start off. So they gradually develop themselves into more and more meditation. Sitting for hours together becomes possible. So this is how we have to move from slow to steadiness dimension. Where adoption can scale fastest is workplaces. Frame as focus, recovery, and burnout prevention. Schools and universities start building. Therefore, we built the wonderful programs for the schools and colleges and higher these things. Frame as attention training, emotional literacy, and nervous system regulation. Healthcare, the most important. Healthcare and rehab. In that we are bringing integrative medicine. We have wonderful Vinod Palji, who has been doing fantastic work in the Niti Aayog. We all have been working together, bring the total dimension of yoga added on to the conventional modern medical system. And in studios and retreats also, frame as the inner thread that differentiates and brings experience. That's the dimension we have to do. So the common objections and better responses have been just enumerated here. Say, common objection, my students just want movement. Many of the teachers say, they don't want. Give them movement, but use it so that the dimension take them physical. Meditation makes beginners uncomfortable. Therefore, we don't want meditation, they say. But that look at. So does every skill starts up. Normalize it, shorten it to begin with, and gradually develop. Oh, it feels too spiritual for some audiences. So we have to use proper language, appropriate to content, bath, recovery, reflection, everything. So some people say, hey, it feels too clinical for others. Do not strip out meaning. Keep humanity, ethics, and inner life dimensions properly. And a 90-day adoption also has been developed. Gradually develop this from the first month to second or third month. Adoption grows when meditation is treated as infrastructure and not inspiration. So they ask the 3 decisions that accelerate adoption. That's the topic I was talking about. That is, stop presenting meditation as an optional add-on. Train teachers to guide calmness as confidently as alignment. Measure success not only by attendance or flexibility, but also by slowness of breath, calmness of the mind, continuity, and lived impact. Foster adoption is not about rushing people into silence. It's about making the inner dimension of yoga easier to encounter trust and dimension. Meditation, sattva and the human flourishing is the most important. From inner transformation, social harmony, ethical service, and responsible technology. Therefore, Swami Vivekananda emphasized again and again, be and make. That's the way to go beyond dimension. So what is the change that we want? As meditators, as people taking the yoga, the most important thing is to raise from tamas to rajas to sattva. And sattva is the cave. And meditation converts energy into awareness and awareness into character. That's the most important dimension. So, meditation at the core. Renunciation and service are the twin ideals of India. Swami Vivekananda said, character has to be bought, harmony has to be bought. Ideal society emerges when inner discipline becomes outer compassion. So Vivekananda said that how to make India the leader, the whole world. He says India will not be made if you make an economic superpower. India will not be made if you make it a defense superpower. India will not be made if you make India as a technological superpower with skyscraper buildings and the topmost industries. When will India be made? When you take India to its cultural roots. What are they? Sattva. Renunciation and service are the twin ideals of India. Channelize India and everything will take care of itself, he said. That's the dimension that meditation and yoga dimension brings. And we have been able to show that in the Vijayanagar Empire, the civilizational grandeur we had. And people used to come to Vijayanagar Empire with the Krishna Deva Raya, not for learning yoga, not for learning philosophy or science, but India was the richest country in the world. People all used to come here to get the Aishwarya. Today, why do our youngsters go to America? Economic superpower. So people used to come here. But when they used to come here, what they were seeing? Such honesty, that transparency, that love, integrity, honesty, and wonderful, healthy situation, full of health, blossoming health, and wonderful, blissful thing, and meditation endeavors. And when they were seeing this thing, they were amazed. They have written this grandeur. That's the ideal social order. People living in tune with nature. These are the dimensions that were coming up in that thing. That's the India that we want to rebuild. So, yoga, technology must amplify sattva, not distraction. Development of technology, coming up with AI, everything should see that we develop this sattva dimension in people, and then only the India will be made. So AI can accelerate information, attention gets fragmented, convenience can deepen dependence. And therefore, these are the things that we have to look into and see that we grow and we use suitably the technology that we are developing. So meditation is at the heart of yoga. Therefore, go even beyond meditation for samadhi, a quantum jump. May our methods become as deep as our message, and start off with relaxation of the body in the body movement, flexibility, relaxation of the body level. Then the breathing should start slowing down through the pranayama dimension, and then go into meditation, calming down of the mind, and go beyond that to quantum jump to the samadhi. That's a wonderful thing way ahead. And therefore, Swami Vivekananda said, be and make, and meditate deeply, grow in sattva, serve widely, use AI wisely, and build one world family. That is a wonderful thing that we see. Therefore, we have the great message from our Honorable Prime Minister to make this a wonderful dimension, and I'm very happy that such a beautiful conference has been organized by Chandraji, and this is the way forward to remove conflicts and wars world over. What a shame it is to see that we war each other in terms of the ego and others. This all can change only when we raise to the level of sattva, from rajas to sattva, from tamas to rajas, rajas to sattva. We have to bring forth. Then only we'll be able to bring. And I was wondering what message he will give when Honorable Prime Minister became the President of G20. He said, we want to build one world family. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, he said. How can this happen? Only when you build sattva in the people. Therefore, Swami Vivekananda emphasized the whole of yoga, meditation, is not only get the calmness of the mind, to transform ourselves from rajas to sattva, in which we give and give and give. And what we receive from the nature, we should give much more. Jivane yavad adanam syat pradhanam tadodhikam should happen. And that's the way that we raise from our normal level to become great human beings. By that, we not only serve people, not only we grow, but we see that we bring peace on earth, we bring the wonderful harmony in the world. And Patriji again and again was emphasizing this aspect. And whenever we used to meet and we had together many conferences and many workshops together for many years, our whole emphasis to bring this dimension of harmony, peace, to bring one world family. And this can happen with meditation. And meditation is the key for the transformation. And for such thing, we are missing Patriji today, but we have his predecessor, Chandraji, and almost supported by Karthikeyanji. He has been a wonderful creation, and we started doing from this wonderful conference from the last year. And once again, I am very thankful that you have been able to organize this again. And we are happy that Upadhyayaji also came here as one of the advisors of Ayush Ministry. The whole Ayush Ministry is also promoting International Day of Yoga. Through that, all dimensions of yoga being spread to not only few thousand, but in lakhs and crores. Last year our target was nearly 20 crores. This year the target is 30 crores of people should do that. And for 100 days. It will not be a one-day affair. It will become continuously going on. Our Honorable Prime Minister said it should go into education system itself. That's what we did by building the syllabus for the primary school education. Then he said it should go into higher education. We built the syllabus for the higher education into UGC and other. And into the health scenario, we had to bring the integration. Therefore, we started Advanced Center for the Integrative Medical Research in AIMS about 15 years back, and yoga has started coming in every department today. And always I applaud the wonderful support given by Vinod Palji, who has been driving the things in Planning Commission, and also Niti Aayog, with which I have also been associated with him. And we all work to see that we move towards prevention and promotion of positive health first, and then really to deal with the treatment of these things. Instead of becoming sick and go for the hospitals, we should all work to see that we prevent diseases, promote positive health. The Ayush Ministry is for that, and we developed 1.5 lakh wellness centers for this purpose. And we are going further into this direction as Ayush Arogya Mandir, and our country is growing and becoming a role model for the whole world to follow. how much we had to spend for prevention. Prevention is better than cure, we say. How much budget we say. Thanks to our Niti Aayog and others, now more than 10 to 20% budget has been put forth through the wellness centers to develop. This can change the entire thing. Therefore, once again, thank you, Chandra, for your wonderful organization and for bringing me here. I wish all the people now should start continuing this yoga dimension, and the meditation at the core of yoga we have to do. Chitta vritti nirodha. Gaining mastery over the mind is the key. It is not just a physical entity. Okay, we should do physical thing, we must do breathing, but dimension is to bring in calmness of the mind, silencing of the mind, tranquilizing of the mind, and going deeper and deeper into the dimensions of total samadhi. Thank you all very much. Namaskar.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Nagendra, for beautifully illuminating why meditation must be accelerated into mainstream adoption and providing a framework for the same. Now, I would like to call Dr. Vinod Paul, member Niti Aayog, to share his vision on integrating meditation into India's national health and wellness infrastructure, discussing evidence-based and policy mechanisms for mass accessibility. Let me introduce Dr. Vinod K. Paul, member of Niti Aayog, Government of India, is one of the nation's foremost physician scientists and architects of public health transformation, a distinguished pediatrician and former professor of neonatology at AIIMS, New Delhi. He has dedicated over 3 decades to advancing child and maternal health in India. He has played a pivotal role in shaping landmark national initiatives such as Poshan Abhiyan and Ayushman Bharat, redefining healthcare access and nutrition outcomes at scale. As a former chairman of the Board of Governors of National Medical Commission, he has also been instrumental in steering medical education reforms in the country. With a rare blend of clinical excellence and policy vision, Dr. Paul continues to shape the future of India's healthcare ecosystem. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause. And I would love to invite Sadhvi ji, Pujya Sadhvi Bhagwati Saraswati ji on the stage. It's very difficult to find so many profound speakers on one dais. So let's keep clapping for our esteemed guest.
Namaskar, good morning. Most respected Shri D.R. Karthikeyan ji, Dr. Chandra ji, Dr. H.R. Nagendra ji, Pujya Sadhvi ji, Shri Kaustubh Acharya ji, और इस सभागार में विराजमान लीडरशिप को रिप्रेजेंट करते हुए डिफरेंट वॉक्स ऑफ लाइफ से को रिप्रेजेंट करते हुए जहां आप सब महानुभाव जो सम्मिलित हुए हैं उन सबको मेरा नमस्कार. Dignitaries, esteemed guests, guests from abroad, and friends. It's a true honor for me to be here at the Global Conference of Meditation Leaders this morning. It's a true privilege. And I feel very humbled that I'm sharing the dais with leaders of meditation, leaders of spirituality of India. It's very humbling for me to be coming after respected Dr. Nagendra ji, जो उन्होंने अपने एक्सपीरियंस से, अपने कर्म से एक बिल्कुल नई डायमेंशन दी है योग को, मेडिटेशन को, स्पिरिचुअलिटी को, साइंस के साथ जोड़ा है. आई एम वेरी वेरी humbled and thank you for this great opportunity. I have been tasked with the theme of scaling up meditation in the country. And because I represent Niti Aayog, which is the apex think tank of the nation, chaired by the Honorable Prime Minister, I'm attempting to put forth some ideas in front of you as to how meditation can become a way of life. We heard from respected speakers, I'm going to hear more about this, how meditation can change our society, individuals, communities, society, and nation. That is the power of meditation, I understand. And as I said in the last year also, my earliest exposure, Dr. Karthikeyan sir, was in my AIMS, first year of my training at AIMS, where very path-breaking work was being carried out by stalwarts of neurology and neurophysiology, my teachers, who were examining the brain physiology of the yogis when they go into deep meditation. Some of the earliest work was done in the early 70s, and this is very much etched in my mind. So that exposure has been helpful in understanding the underpinnings of meditation, what it does to human physiology, human being, and the brain, and beyond, and the consciousness and the mind. Let me begin by saying we have heard multifarious benefits of meditation. If I begin by starting in the mental and emotional state, we are looking at this blessing to help us with relaxation, bringing calmness, helping in anger control, helping in reducing reaction, imparting more concentration, focus, better learning. Imagine, I want us to remember this something very important. Promoting learning, one pathway, an important pathway is meditation. But the empirical evidence says that it works. Better sleep, better memory, better emotional quotient, better relationships and teamwork. And then, of course, we heard specific advantages of meditation and role of meditation in mental illnesses, anxiety, stress, mood changes, depression, obsessive compulsive neurosis, bipolar. And I'm very emphatically would like to mention that we believe substance abuse problem is helped by meditation in a significant way, and more should be done in this regard. As an adjunct to medical therapy, health, pain relief, recovery, adjunct to stressful situations, heart conditions, cancer, as an adjunct for recovery, because it brings in positivity in the body through biological processes. And above all, of course, we heard now about spiritual awakening, higher consciousness, enlightenment, and inner happiness. Is there any other modality which can deliver so much to humanity? We also heard, and I think that's a very important point, and it's also my own understanding, improving understanding, that meditation is the heart of yoga, connecting yoga and yoga opportunities. And as yoga becomes more mainstreamed, the opportunity now is to include the meditation dimension of yoga overtly and systematically. That's my learning from Dr. Nagendra ji just now. So we have a great product. We have a great intervention. And now I like to align this to how we strategize delivery of interventions, say vaccine, or say a oral dehydration solution or a medicine, to the population, because I understand a little better on the health system. So you want to use this paradigm that we have an intervention, we call it intervention, something that changes life, improves health, like a vaccine, let's say. So we have a great vaccine. There is a target audience. And the target audience in other situations could be mothers or children or the elderly and so on. But here, every human being and the citizen is potential target. So the agenda is huge. Every one of us. There's no exclusion here. Some vaccines are targeted to children. Occasionally, some vaccines are for adults, and so on. But here it is a universal. It's a intervention for universal coverage of entire population, technically speaking. So I'm trying to build this paradigm of how to go about, and that could be a discussion that the leaders may like to take forward in thinking through. So we have an intervention, we have the target, and I'll come to where the target beneficiaries are. We'll come back to that. In between is the how part of doing it. This is the what, and this is for whom. The between part is how. In the health system paradigm, we call the middle path of the how and the enablers of how as the health system. And I want to use that analogy which can be adapted to this unique part, sir. The health system can be visualized as a railway track. If the intervention is the train or an engine full of goodies, full of wellness, full of vaccine, full of things that work and bring up better health to the people, the mothers, children, babies, adults, elderly, what takes it there is the health system. That's what makes it reach there. And we have to think about how a blessing of this kind reaches here. And those are the enablers. What are those? Policy. Decision that we have to be done. Stewardship. Thinking. Strategizing. First one. Second, infrastructure. Here, it may not be too much of infrastructure, but an example of an infrastructure could be, shall we say, an interfaith meditation room in colleges or workplaces. Perhaps not much. We can use other infrastructures of the hospitals and so on. But human resources, we need people who can impart the intervention to the target. And there are going to be many such individuals, and I'll come back to that in a minute. We need strategy for service delivery. When vaccines have to be delivered, individuals are in different places. You make a micro plan. You decide how to convene them and how you reach them. So you need a plan, how to reach different categories of people. You also need information systems. And above all, you need, as a part of the health system, what we call as community mobilization. The Jan Andolan, as the Honorable Prime Minister puts it. Involvement, outreach, a buzz, a feeling that it is we are part of the journey. This is the rough part, the middle part. What in health is the health system, but this is essentially the how part of how the interventions reach the people. The goodness reaches the people. Education reaches the student through schools. The school is part of the system. Teachers and so on and so forth. So I like to visualize in this fashion. The first one, intervention is easy. And I'll come back to that a little one point later on. But that's clear. We know what it is, right? Largely. I speak for standardization. I'll come to that point a little later. We then have to understand where our target populations are. And that now goes to a real part of the discussion. Among the citizens who should become part and parcel of meditation uptake, shall we say, very special people are children. Absolutely, because the habits are formed in childhood. Second opportunity for habits and lifestyles happen during adolescence. For children, it's even more important, and I have said this before, because in the formative stage of the brain, things that we bring in there make all the difference. And imagine what meditation can do. In the earliest part of our life, starting with in utero period, fetal life, and early period of life, the brain is increasing in size, but even more importantly, the neurons, the brain cells are making connections with each other. Each neuron, there are 85 billion neurons. And each neuron makes connections up to 1,000, 7,000 connections with different neurons. So a whole lot of the synaptic business is going on. That's how the neurons communicate. That's how the evolution, thinking, cognition happens. If at that time we give the right advice, right intervention, it will make a difference. So earliest period of life is important. I think one important site would be our Balvatikas or Anganwadi, where 4 to 6 year children can be brought into this ambit. But then the real place where we can see a lot of action is the school. Sir has also said that schools में हम कैसे ले जा सकते हैं? School के ले जाने के लिए हमें teachers को उसी भावना से कैसे तैयार करना होगा is the challenge. लेकिन the beginning for nation to change, the beginning cannot come after 28 years of life or 48 or for that matter 58. It should be introduced at that time. That orientation must be there. So, very often these things come to our lives so much later. We all can relate to that. When you meet a guru at some point, it has to become democratized. So children are special, schools are special, youth. Where is the youth located? Of course, homes, but then in colleges, hopefully increasingly in skill centers. They are outside the school and they are working at workplaces. We have systems like NSS and NCC and youth organizations. That could be the channel through which all this moves. Then, of course, the workplaces have been talked about, the offices, the factories, the shops. Here there's also a challenge. A lot of the youth, working age people are not necessarily in beautiful offices or the corporate offices. How do we reach that? And perhaps for that bottom-up approach would be needed, but we shall not forget that their special effort has to be made for them. If they are in self-vocation, they are in small shops, they are construction sites, they need it. All of them need it. Of course, there are more urgent necessities and nobody can quarrel with them. खाली पेट meditation नहीं होता है, स्वामी जी ने भी कहा ये, स्वामी विवेकानंद ने कहा, सबसे तो ठीक है, समझते हैं, लेकिन पहुंचेंगे तो वो पहुंचने के लिए pathways बनेंगे, self help groups, पंचायती राज, women's groups, RWAs, armed forces system, police system, the prisons, and so on and so forth. If you visualize, then we can start seeing where the clusters of people are, where we can reach out. And then we have seen in the past how some of these national movements have touched lives of everybody. So this is the broader one, but then there are specific ones. And here I would like to underline the need for reaching out to the elderly, because what happens at that stage is we are more receptive. And whatever now can be done by way of embracing meditation should be done. An increasing population of elderly who are free from other vocations, largely can and should be reached as a special target group. Another important place I highlight is the hospital and health facilities, because that's a point where there is a place for meditation to improve health and to put the individual on a journey of positive health for future. That's a great opportunity. You are listening at that time. You are concerned. You are willing to change. Hopefully, can we enable it? Ayushman Arogya Mandirs as a way where yoga is practiced is already there, 1,87,000. Such locations are there. And we build on that the meditation component systematically. And that time has come. I think this is the one message that comes from the dais today. Embed this into the yoga ecosystem, which by itself is moving very effectively, positively within the nation and beyond. That's the message I take in my learning. We keep in mind. De-addiction centers and prisons, de-addiction centers in particular, is a place, and those who are affected by this, for their rehabilitation, injecting meditation as a modality. How is it to be done? Do we have models how it works? Are they effective? Are they got owned up by the families? A very important area for work, because this population, this group of young people are sliding away from the society to an abyss. If meditation can help, can we develop the tools to do it? Can we systematically pick it apart into a protocol-based meditation that can be incorporated? And so on and so forth. So this brings out how and where all this we have to reach, and I have tried to attempt to say who the key players in this journey would be. Of course, more needs to be spoken. But going forward now, there are very important enablers. And those enablers are the ones that I now like to touch upon in my last part of my submission here. ये सब करना है, इस तरह पहुंचना है. We are getting a sense of how to reach. The role that will be played by the society, by the leaders, by the mutts, by the other community systems in our country. But the target is every individual, starting with childhood, starting with youth, starting with adolescent, when the habits are being formed. No one can be left behind in this, to use the SDG analogy. I'd like to bring to your kind attention that we will need now 6 additional things. Firstly, I humbly submit that we collectively should bring about what I loosely may like to call as a standardized product. The meditation, to my humble understanding, has very core elements to this. And then different teachers, different shall we say formats, build on that and add additionalities. So there is a generic version, and then there are these more specialized and perhaps increasingly improving versions. What is needed is, like yoga, where the asanas have been systematically put for different age groups by the Ministry of Ayush and other leaders. Similarly, the core of meditation should be brought out clearly in a readable form, in a video form. That is the core. And there should be a possibility that as an individual, I can get into the journey. I need a teacher for me to move faster. But can an individual make a start if need be, if he or she is not so fortunate to be able to get? I know that there are materials, I know that there are YouTubes and so on, but then when we are promoting this as a national movement, just as we've done it for yoga, some kind of a prioritization and standardization and the core to be made visible, I think would be of help, but I'm happy to be educated. That's the first part. Number 2, so that it is not dependent on my opportunity to meet a great guru. And that should not be away from the broad tenets of meditation, what I land up through an easily accessible material and information. Number 2, capacity, stating the obvious. Teachers are very important. Physical education teachers, yoga teachers, are they good with meditation? I'm not sure. Have we trained them for meditation? No. When we're talking about teachers, is everybody ready to own yoga and meditation? Perhaps not. It will take a while. How do we select the right people to be the agents of change in a school? It just cannot come as a training program in a room and happen, because this is internal. You need to believe in this. You need to you have to practice this to be able to pass it on. If it is theoretical, it doesn't go across. It cannot be a didactic thing. It's so internal. So I submit how we do that would be for us to consider mental health counselors are being talked about in schools. Can they be engaged into this? So we need to decide who does it. We're trying to build a picture of the strategy to take it to scale. These are the nuances, and there are many more that I may not be in a position to cover. Doctors, convincing doctors, a great opportunity to convince doctors, convince nurses, allied health professionals, the physiotherapists, the dietitians, the clinical psychologists, occupational therapists, and so on and so forth. So you need to identify who the amplified range of teachers are emanating from the gurus, so that the workforce is visible. I'm not waiting for a God-given opportunity, but the opportunity is out there to help the individual. 3, we will need materials which are valid, authentic material, authentic resources, and a consensus on the resources, so that people are not confused कि ये वो नहीं है, ये उससे ऐसा होना चाहिए जैसे कि आयुष ने योग के लिए बना दी शीट कि ये कर गया, हम उसको लेके करते हैं तो हमें पता है कि सेफ है और राइट है, more than that, more than safe. So those standard materials and resource materials is the third thing that we need. Then we need outreach in a very big way, stating the obvious, Jan Andolan, brand ambassadors. We have to be mindful of the impact of social media. I'm sure a lot of us may be working on this, and I'm sure it is also a success to reach, but then clearly that is where the influencing happens, the other media. And then also for a lot of people, a bottom-up approach, what happens in rural India and small towns where dynamics are different and the more elite dynamics, how do we handle that? How do we bring this buzz out there would be part of our strategy. So that's outreach. So my fourth point is research. If we create good science, and we have a lot of good science, but much more. For example, if a claim is made that those who have a meditation for, let's say, before getting into elective heart surgery or cancer treatment, and they undertake meditation in a systematic way in the course of their management and then of course continue, are they better off? In what way? Is it anxiety? Is it recovery? Is it hormones? All this will help. Because today, the general way of understanding interventions is through the filter of science. And I think a lot has been done, much more should be done. Nagendra sir also mentioned about the work that's being done at AIIMS. But big research paradigm is needed to convince the world and convince those who are not readily, who are willing to be ready converts. That will happen. You spread the word, there will be more and more people. But I think if you bring in science, it's a game changer for that day. So research must be an important part. Systematic research, directed research on the biological pathways and clinical impact. And lastly, use of technology. So as mentioned in the last presentation, and I wish to put it the other way around. One is technology as apps and so on. But more importantly now, the most important, most disruptive technology at hand, namely AI. One aspect of AI, it will create more problems perhaps. But the opportunity for the world and India is how technology can be used for better life, better output, better welfare. And can there be an AI personal tutor which does the right things? Can we create that? Because we are talking about personalized, tutors for let's say education, learning. Part of this pathway runs through the learning experience. It may be tricky, or should it something that we should not do it? I leave it there. So AI can take us both the ways, both the sides. I hope that like any other sector in which AI is going to have an impact, the effort is use AI for the betterment. Use AI to our advantage. And that is something that could be a debate this year. Last year, perhaps it was not so visible. But this year, I wanted to make this last point for humble submission. as to how we connect our efforts with the AI, which is already pervasive, but it will become all pervasive. It will have issues that wobble us, disturb us, but can it be taken to our advantage through some of the possibilities that are on the horizon? In the end, I would say that this is a blessing. Meditation is a blessing, life-changing for individuals, communities, societies, and nations, and for India to evolve as a unique society in our run-up to 2047, promoting meditation, embracing meditation on scale at the population level will perhaps be a great service in the history of Bharat. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. We can envision a future where meditation becomes Thank you, sir. We can envision a future where meditation becomes the first line of prescription, embraced by doctors as a fundamental preventive pathway to health before medicine. Thank you so much, because we all need that how meditation can be integrated as a policy. And I think with the wisdom of Sir, we can foresee that. Now let's hear a power talk by Pujya Sadhvi Bhagwati Swasati Ji, a global spiritual leader, best-selling author, international director Parmarth Niketan. A huge round of applause for her. Let me introduce her. Sadhvi Bhagwati Swasati Ji, International Director of Parmarth Niketan, is the globally revered spiritual leader who embodies the profound union of ancient wisdom and modern purpose. A Stanford graduate with a PhD in psychology, her journey from Los Angeles to the sacred banks of Ganga in Rishikesh is a remarkable testament to transformation and inner awakening. For over 25 years, she has dedicated her life to spiritual service, humanitarian leadership, and uplifting global consciousness. As a key force behind international initiatives in water, sanitation, interfaith harmony, and sustainable development, she continues to inspire action across the world. As an acclaimed author and the visionary leader of the International Yoga Festival, Sadhviji stands as a powerful voice for peace, purpose, and spiritual evolution in today's world. We welcome you, ma'am. Thank you.
It's such a joy to be here. Thank you so much to our Karthikeyanji, all of the beautiful, dedicated team here of PMC and all of the organizers. We're at a very interesting time in history. We are the most distracted, the most depressed, the most anxious, highest rates of suicidal tendencies. We are the most addicted, the most disconnected, the most lonely. And there's a historic, unprecedented surge in people starting to meditate. Meditation is truly the answer to that which ails us. And I'll talk about this, but it's important to just begin with this understanding. It's not my meditation over here and my action over here. It's how my meditation weaves through my family life, my career life, every minute, every moment of my life. So if anyone is sitting here wondering how you're going to balance meditation and your other life, get that idea out of your mind right away, because it's not about filling things in. It's not like a thali where you say, acha itna dal hona chahiye, itna sabji, kam se kam ek roti. It's not about fitting things in. Our meditation is that actually infuses, informs, governs every other aspect of our life. It's the who of who we are as husbands, as wives, as mothers, as fathers, as daughters, as sons, as friends, as employers, as employees, as neighbors, as citizens on planet Earth. Throughout most of history, much of the world, particularly the Western world, has developed tools to understand life by looking outward. Telescopes, life in outer space. Microscopes, life that I can't see. But India, from ancient times, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago, developed a science of looking in. Not instead of looking out, but with the deepest awareness, as our scriptures remind us. Yatha pinde, tatha brahmande. As is the individual, so is the supreme. Or as we say more colloquially, jaise drishti, vaise shrishti. As is my sight, so is the creation. So this science was not developed to be instead of or separate from the outer world. It was developed to help us access the very instrument through which we understand and move and act and impact in the outer world. India gave us, our rishis, our sages, our yogis gave us a map of the mind, a map of consciousness, a way of understanding that. If you look at ancient religious traditions, the majority of them were focused on how do we make God happy? What will please God? India gave us a spiritual tradition that said, how do I know the self? Because in knowing the self, I will know God. Aham Brahm Asmi, Tattvam Asi, Soham. It turned us inward, even for the understanding of the divine. I came to India. I won't go too much into my story, but just to anchor it for a moment. I came to India 30 years ago. In September of 1996, as a 25-year-old PhD student, I had graduated undergraduate with a degree in psychology from Stanford University. I was then getting a PhD in psychology, pediatric neuropsychology. I grew up in Los Angeles. quite literally in Hollywood, hence the Hollywood to the Himalayas title of my memoir. And I had what on the outer level looked like everything. If you had looked at me, you would have said, uske paas sab kuch hai. And yet, what we know as meditators is, sab kuch is not really sab kuch. I had it all. But I had no idea who I was. I was an A+ student, getting A's on all of the exams. Could tell you everything the teacher asked and more. But I had no idea who I was. I had no idea what my life meant. I certainly had no idea about the divine. I lived in a state that so many of us know so well, of anxiety, of tension, of a false identification that was based on the physical body, what it looks like, where it's from, what it can do, how well it succeeds, and based on the history, where I've been, what I've done, what's happened to me. And so I suffered, like we all suffer. I came to India at 25 with a backpack on what I thought was going to be just a very short adventure trip in the midst of my PhD program. But I had such an extraordinary, powerful spiritual experience standing on the banks of Ganga that it transformed my life, and I stayed. But instead of going more into my story, I want to mention what it did, which was it brought me from what I call the Hollywood way of thinking to the Himalayan way of thinking. And this is what meditation gives us. And then I'll go a little bit more into the actual meditation around the world and what it's offering us. But I suffered because I was in what I call a Hollywood way of thinking. That sadly is no longer only in Hollywood, it's now kind of pervasive all over the world. And that way of thinking says you are your body. You are what it looks like. You are its size, its shape, its color, its race, its religion. You are how it measures up to standards of beauty, of success, of intelligence, of worthiness. That is who you are. And so we suffer. We suffer feeling not enough. We suffer all kinds of complexes. And we bring suffering onto others because if I'm only this body, well, then I better have more. Like I don't have enough yet. Not enough wealth, not enough power, not enough popularity, not enough success, not enough things. So I better grab more, which means we compete with others. We oppress others, we harm others, we steal, we lie. We grab and hoard, we harm the planet. The Himalayan way of thinking, which is what meditation gives us, whether you're sitting in the Himalayas or you're sitting in New York City or Paris or Tokyo or Delhi or wherever you may be. What it gives us is the awareness that you have a body, but you're not the body. You are soul. You are spirit. You are source. You are consciousness. And what that does is it removes the suffering. It is a journey from suffering to the end of suffering. India calls it, India's diagnosis of the suffering, is avidya. Very simple. Lack of knowledge, lack of awareness, lack of wisdom, lack of truth. This ignorance that says you are that identification. And the cure? So the diagnosis is avidya. The cure is meditation. Very simple. Sit down. Ask yourself, who am I? Ko-hum. So-hum. Come back to the self. Meditation dehypnotizes us. A lot of us think it's just about relaxation, stress relief. That's great. That's a nice byproduct. But that's not what the science was given to us for. Our rishis and our sages were not saying, "Hey, calm down for God's sakes." Dhyan karo. It wasn't the antidote to just stress and tension. It was the antidote to avidya and the suffering that arises from the avidya. We are hypnotized. We are hypnotized by our culture, by our society, now by media and social media. And we're hypnotized also just by the nature of the human mind and maya, long before we had any devices to help hypnotize us. And so meditation pulls us out of that hypnosis and actually shows us the truth. So it's not just about relaxation, it's about sanity. It's about truth. It's about awakening. India gave us the guidebook from the Manduka Upanishad to Patanjali's Yoga Sutras, the Yoga Vashishta, to so many of our scriptures that have given us detailed. I'm not talking just theory, but I'm talking maps of consciousness. Here are the states of awareness. Here is the way that we work with the mind to free ourselves of the games of the mind. Because these days, as we eradicate almost all of that which killed us 100 years ago, things from bad water, bad food, rat-borne illnesses, mosquito-borne illnesses, bacteria, now we have antibiotics. As we've eradicated so much of that, we're still sick. But most of us are sick because of what's going on in our mind and then in our mind-driven lifestyle. We're so distracted. There was a study from Harvard University that said that we are 47% of the time distracted. And that was a study almost 10 years ago. So now it's just gotten worse. Half the time, we're not even present. We're distracted. And I want to give you actually one of my favorite studies on distraction, just to help you understand how severe the problem is. The average amount of time, we know that the average attention span is now about 46 seconds. But the average amount of time that the average worker in our average work environment works before being distracted, whether by their phone, whether by an incoming email or notification, whether by something buzzing or beeping or blinking or vibrating, the average amount of time. Guess how long? Guess. Any ideas? Average amount of time average worker gets to work before they're distracted? 20 seconds. Okay, it's actually better than you've guessed. It's 3 minutes. It's 3 minutes, which tragically sounds like an awful long time. But here's the incredible part. So in 1 hour of working in such a way that you are distracted every 3 minutes, in 1 hour, our IQ points drop by 10 points in an hour. Okay, we are 10 IQ points stupider at the end of an hour of working like that than we were at the beginning of the hour. But now here's for me my favorite part of this study. If we did no work at all, and by work I don't even necessarily mean something at your job. You could be sitting at home reading a book. You could be writing a book. You could be reading poetry. You could be writing poetry. But whatever we're doing that we are focused on. So 1 hour of being interrupted every 3 minutes, our IQ drops 10 points. Now, if we did no work at all, and all we did was sit at our desk and take drugs, get high for an hour, our IQ points would drop by 5 points in an hour. Now what that means is that our current way of living and working is making us twice as stupid as if we actually did nothing at all but sit around and get high. Now you imagine what is happening to the quality of our minds. Because here's the thing. We don't have to be able to pay attention only to get our work done or only to finish a book. Every single thing in life that matters. And forget meditation for just a moment. I'll come back to it in 1 minute. For 1 minute, forget meditation. Every other thing in life that matters. Having a conversation with your loved ones. Your spouse, your parents, your kids. Solving a problem like, hey, climate change, poverty, lack of water, war. We've got problems to solve. If we cannot focus and we cannot pay attention and we are losing IQ points by the minute, not only are our own lives growing more and more meaningless by the day, but we are quite literally shooting ourselves in the foot and depriving ourselves of the possibility of actually solving the problems in our world. So meditation is that gives us our mind back for our lives and for that which we're going to bring to the world. It gives us the breath. It tells us just have one conscious breath. One breath in which you are aware and mindful. The breath is the only way we have, the only bridge of linking from our conscious nervous system to our autonomic nervous system, that which happens automatically, our heart rate, our blood pressure, our digestion, our reproductive systems, our circulatory systems. The breath is the only access we have to change the very way that our bodies are functioning. It's our only bridge to our own nervous system. So if you're feeling frazzled, stressed, distracted, restless, can't sleep, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, diabetes, our breath is the one bridge to that autonomic nervous system. It also gives us access to our brains, because I'm sure that in this conference, you're going to have scientists who will come up and show you how meditation changes our brain. So I won't use my time to do that, other than to just say that I'm not talking about research being done in yoga studios. I'm talking about research being done at the top research-based academic institutions across the world, showing us that it changes us structurally, it changes us chemically, it changes the connections between the neurons, it changes the very pattern of how our brain operates. And as we get new connections, as we build literally more brain matter, because it literally grows our brain, particularly in this prefrontal cortex, which is what teaches us how to plan our lives. Anybody ever find themselves at the end of the day going, I was busy all day long, but I didn't do one thing I had planned to do in the morning? Anybody ever have that experience? Right? We get up in the morning and we're like, today I'm going to do. And at the end of the day, we look back and we're like, I didn't nap. I didn't give myself a mani-pedi. Where did the time go? What did I do? Strategy, implementation, planning. Basic skills for a happy, meaningful, successful life. Prefrontal cortex. Anybody find themselves in situations where you say to a loved one or even a stranger, or you act in ways, you lose your temper, and later you're like, that wasn't me. And you go back and you apologize and you say, "Wo to mera matlab nahi tha. I didn't mean it." Well, if you didn't mean it, why'd you say it? Who else is in there? Right? We say, it wasn't me. Well, if it wasn't you, who was it? The ability to have control, not a white-knuckled death grip, but the ability to be in charge, consciously in charge. What I think, what I say, how I live, how I spend my time, prefrontal cortex, meditation, literally, not only improves the function of it, the flow of oxygen to it, but it actually increases it in size. We are growing brain cells, we are growing connections. It gives us also health in the body, meditation does. During COVID time, we had so many doctors coming online going, don't worry if you can't get out there jogging. Do yoga at home and meditate. It increases your immunity. We don't have time for me to go into all of the science of how that works, but look it up. It's all available online. Meditation actually improves our physical health. Whether we look at our immune system, whether we look at so many functions, it's all coming from the brain. However, and this is what I want to use my last 2 minutes on. However, these days, like yoga, like Ayurveda, like so much of our spiritual tradition, meditation is getting shortchanged. It's being packaged and sold just as relaxation, stress relief, lower your blood pressure, and that's great, it's wonderful. It's like if you get into yoga to lose weight, no problem. But don't leave just because you've lost the weight. Don't stop meditating just because your blood pressure is now at a good rate. Meditation was given to us to access the freedom, the only freedom that matters, of being able to grab that sakshi, that witness, that consciousness, that awareness. Freedom is not about being able to do whatever I want. Freedom is not being a slave to the games of my mind, telling me to do things I don't want to do. Meditation frees us of that as we access that awareness. Who's the one watching? I'm angry. Who knows that? Who's watching it? Who's aware? As we access that, it frees us. It frees us from the hold of the emotion itself. It frees us from the reaction. It frees us from the identification. It shows us, meditation shows us who we are. It shows us that our suffering, what we call dukkha, is actually a compass. In the Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavan Krishna did not tell Arjuna to ignore his pain. He said, use this pain as a compass to understand what is awry. You have in your mind an ideal. You have an attachment. You have an expectation. How they should behave, how the world should behave, what is right. That attachment and expectation is not aligning with the present moment circumstance. That is why you are suffering. But the problem is not outside. The problem is inside. And it's why he gave 700 verses, not on the best way to shoot an arrow, but on the best way to free himself of the dukkha that arises, not because of everyone outside, but because of the mismatch in my mind between what I want, what I think, how I identify, and how the world is presenting itself. I want to just conclude. I had so much more to say, but time is up. I want to just very quickly conclude with a story that I love, because as we're here in this conference and as we go through our lives learning meditation, teaching meditation, a lot of us can get kind of stuck in the technique. And we forget that the technique is just a vehicle to take us to truth. And so the story is a very quick story of 3 men who are stranded on an island. And they pray to be rescued. And they wake up one day and there's a canoe right at the edge of the island. And they're ecstatic. Oh my God, we've been saved. And they get in the canoe and they row it back to shore, back to the mainland. And a couple of weeks later, somebody sees them walking in the marketplace. And they're walking in a single file line, holding the canoe on their heads. And the person says, why are you walking with the canoe on your head? And they say, oh, this canoe, it saved our life. We were stranded on an island. And the person says, well, that's great. And why are you carrying the canoe on your head in the marketplace? And they say, oh God, this canoe, it saved our life. We were stranded on an island. The canoe was a vehicle to get them from point A to point B, to carry them across what we would call the ocean of samsara, that ocean of ignorance, of maya, of illusion. It was a vehicle. All that mattered is they could use it. Could have been a raft, it could have been jet skis, it could have been a yacht. All that matters is they were able to use it. Our meditation techniques, all that matters is that we can use them to get from where we are in suffering to freedom. So don't worry. Don't worry too much about the technique. We shouldn't fight amongst ourselves, best technique, only technique, highest technique, most advanced technique. All that matters is, can we share with people a technique, or can we use a technique that enables us to get from illusion to truth, from darkness to light, from unreality to reality. And lastly, meditation has become, quite literally, our social responsibility. It's no longer just about our spiritual practice. That's why I was so happy to come here. And it's why I was so happy to hear about this conference. Meditation is now what every one of us is required by ethics, by values, by priorities. Like, if you want peace in the world, if you want sustainability in the world, if you want an end to poverty and exploitation in the world, meditation is our social responsibility. When we meditate, we move through the world at a different frequency. We act differently. We speak differently. We impact others differently. It is the most powerful way that we have to change ourselves and our planet. Thank you.
A calm mind is no longer a luxury. It is a necessity for clear thinking, wise decisions, and meaningful living. Thanks for reminding us, Sadhviji, that meditation is our dharohar, a timeless gift from our ancestors, India's gift to the world. And now this is a time for the book release. We are delighted to mark the release of the Buddha CEO magazine, a powerful platform inspiring conscious leadership, inner transformation, a more awakened world. So I would like
So can we come forward now? We have a magazine release. With that we can go here. Sir, please come to the center. Give sir. The release right here. Just the release right here. Sir, please come forward. We're releasing a magazine, Buddha CEO, regular release, a corporate magazine.
former chairman, Indian Overseas Bank, Mr. Rajkumar, Managing Director, MTK Textiles, and Mrs. Vani Chandrasekhar, Director, Soul Trends, to felicitate our guest. Shri Bhaskar Reddy sir, you are also invited on the stage for the
So friends, thank you for joining. So we have a little bit of time for Q&A, and Dr. Vinay Paul and then all the respected delegates, the guests on the stage have agreed to do this Q&A, and Sadhviji is also here. Nagendra sir, we'll do 10 minutes of Q&A and then we will go off the stage, sir. Yes. And so, can you have the mic, please? So, audience, anybody would like to have a question to any of the dignitaries here, please do ask. Please raise your hand. And we have heard some amazing sessions and then content today. We have heard from Nagendra sir about this whole science of yoga so beautifully, and then Karthikeyan sir laid out the initial issue of why meditation very, very wonderfully. And then we have such a beautiful message from Upadhyaya ji on the yogic wisdom. Very simple terms they talked about. Yoga cannot be just body postures and asanas and anything more. And then Sadhviji talked about practical implementation. It can't be meditation here and then leave it here. It's got to be every day. It's got to be there in every moment of our life. Many more messages. And then we will write down that Sri Vinod Paulji laid down the 6 steps, six things that we may have to do to really take it and accelerate meditation adoption. And so we'll definitely all of us come together to work on this. As this time, some questions, anybody?
I'm sure all of us know, all of you know, the International Day of Yoga was as a result of our Honorable Prime Minister addressing the United Nations 13 years back actually. But actually, the first International Day of Yoga was celebrated in Lisbon, 2002, proposed by Amrita Suryananda, the great Portuguese master. But did not happen. Years later, there was a conference at Art of Living campus in the presence of Gurudev Sri Ravi Shankar. Again, Amrita Suryananda only brought that proposal. We had great masters like Dr. B.K. Sayangar also. All, UN should declare 21st June as International Day Yoga. I took it to United Nations, nothing happened. But actually it came into being only when a very devoted yoga practitioner, our Honorable Sri Narendra Modi ji went and addressed the UN. Power of intention. When he addressed them, I think in December 2013, December if I remember correct, anyhow, whatever it is, the world accepted it. Power of intention of the practitioner. No nation opposed it, all the world accepted it. And as you know very well, Dr. Nagendra had given the protocol and all that. All over the world it's being practiced everywhere. But we found, originally when yoga means yoga, yogasana, pranayama, dhyanam, all together. But over a period of time, yoga was restricted to only Hatha Yoga, which was good enough. But later, we found what's happening. There is enough emphasis was not given on Dhyanam, which is far equally important, I would say even far more important, because the way things are happening, the negativity is increasing all over individual society, about which we spoke in the morning. And these senseless killings going on all over the world. Senseless, all for ego. In the First World War, Second World War, they were fought with sticks and stones and arrows and spears and bows. Even then, several millions were killed. But today, if some madman, warmonger, or by accident, any of the nuclear weapons are to be exploded, either by intention or by accident, the whole world can be destroyed. All that is created by the divine Man has acquired the capacity to destroy. Now what is the solution? A power of thought. Power of thought. What Hitler? Millions and millions were killed because of wicked thought. At the same time, noble thought in the thought of our father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi ji, without shedding blood, without firing a shot, India got independence. So power of thought. Same in each one of us, our mind have got capable of both thoughts. That is why the technology of meditation is considered more important. Meditation only can give us the capacity to realize what we are, then the divinity in each one of us, where we can enjoy health of the body, mind and spirit perfectly, help each other, respect the environment. As the Master said, there is enough in this world for everybody, need, but not enough even one man's greed. We are seeing what is happening in the world now. I don't want to make comment on that. Thousands and thousands of women and children getting killed, being starved. And also, the countries we cannot afford to feed even the population, diverting more and more money to creating more destructive weapons of how much you can destroy. Enough, but more. So we want to spread this idea. The good thoughts should be by everybody. All our great masters are doing it. All systems are doing it. I equally respect all the systems, all valuable. Now, unless we know the technology, we know that very well, simplest technology. So we should be able to, thank you, ma'am. We should be able to, we know the technology, we realize the value. Each one of us have realized the value. Now, I also want to tell you why 21st December happened to be declared as the International Day of Yoga, International Meditation. I give tribute to all the great masters, all the systems. We got a huge parampara. But last few years only, we have been doing it. PSSM and Buddha CEO Quantum Foundation, particularly, we have been doing regional conferences, world conferences, bringing everybody together. We don't say this is the only way. Adopt any system of meditation, but meditate. It's a must. Unless each one of us meditate, we cannot save humanity from the world of path of self-destruction. Sometimes we are worried. It's happening, we are seeing it now. So why 21st December? We really don't know why it was chosen. But one thing I can tell you, Brahmarshi Patriji has been celebrating this Dhyana Mahayajnam for several years. He started it on 21st of December. 21st December for 10 days. In many parts of the country they have been doing it. Several thousands of people gather, Dr. Paul. Several thousands of people come. Annadanam, round the clock, and also Patriji is a person. We all thought Dhyanam can be done only in silence. He is a man say no. He married music and meditation. We have seen powerful meditation can be done. And also pyramids were created long back, thousands of years back. But he did more research and found meditating under the pyramid is more powerful. It's proved it. So several thousands of pyramids, small and big, have come. The first big one was in Bangalore. I was associated with that from the beginning. Second biggest one was in Hyderabad. I was also with Patriji when they printed it. Now these are thousands and thousands of people are doing it, and at homes also. Now, this message has gone all over the world now, even though started by a humble man, simple man. Last year when we went to America, in Dallas, some of the dedicated followers of this system of meditation, they took us to show a place, 100 acres of land acquired near Dallas. They said we are going to build the largest meditation for meditation in the world. We called it Omega meditation. See, all this is happening because, the time has come. While the negative forces are increased, the positive forces are also on the increase now. So it's the duty of all of us to, whatever, we are fortunate to come on this path, let us make our own contribution. Each one of us can do it because, as I mentioned at the body, no one person can do it. But together you can make miracles. Many hands make miracles. As Swami Kriyananda, the disciple of Yogananda, he used to sing, many hands make miracle. He's very used to sing beautifully. We have seen it can happen. If many people can join it together, destroy. So the forces of creativity, positivity should also join, because not only we have to live, we have to create a better world for our children and grandchildren. Otherwise, there is no future for humanity. Thank you. Namaste. Something?
We have time for a couple of questions. Can I just give them quickly?
That's okay. I think I want to speak. Yes, madam. My pradam to all the distinguished speakers on the days. My name is Radha Sharma. I am an academic. My first exposure to yoga for better living was at BHU when I was a student there several decades ago. And I have continued pursuing yoga ever since in my research, in my teaching, in my practice, and also did a couple of projects supported by Ministry of Health and also other organizations, WHO and so on. Sir, I have observed that when I used meditation as a way to attract or to calm down a student's mind during management classes, MBA classes, at one of the leading institutes in NCR, I found the students to demand. I introduced it in few of my classes, and when I would enter the class, they would say, ma'am, meditation, because they are highly stressed. So the point I am trying to submit for the consideration of this august body is that unless a thing is made, a part of the curriculum, as in the school we have sports, so everybody participates in sports. Some people who are interested, they become champions, they become, start pursuing a career in that. At college level, particularly these days, a lot of societies. Question is that yes, can it be considered to be made mandatory, particularly in institutions of higher education where highly intelligent students join, management, technical education, IITs, and other
so can it be made mandatory in all education systems, including higher education and management and technology?
Mm-hmm.
And meditation be made mandatory.
Mm-hmm.
You find that it is very useful when they start the class.
Yes, already our expert committee has prepared the syllabus and it has been introduced and it has been made compulsory. But in India, the whole education system is governed by the states. Every state have their own freedom to do that. So some states have applied, some states have not done. But wherever the central government gives the funding, it has been made compulsory. It is going on. So other places has to go.
Dr. Vinod Paul, would you like to answer this, sir? Will you have an take on this?
Thank you. Building on the point that has been just made, I think making compulsory certain elements in the curriculum takes its own path in terms of consensus building, the content and so on. So I'll not go in that direction. Someday it should happen, and I think perhaps time has come that we start discussing. But more importantly, the visibility of meditation as an important component of our education, because education is about not only knowledge but also self and character and so on within that rubric. We should get the tools promoted, we should get the methodologies promoted, we should start making it visible, and no harm in making it voluntary to begin with. Because we need people, the teachers, the leadership of the colleges and the students to start recognizing that it is to be owned up and practiced. Today nobody would say that yoga is, by and large, yoga should not be visible as an activity or even as an optional curriculum in a way, technically, in a college, because yoga moved like that. But yoga, by extension, includes meditation. We heard that emphatically today. So the point is to take that journey in a certain way to reach there and create the models. For example, a college or institution or an IIT can offer it as an option to begin with. Let the goodness of this spread. Let the teachers own it up, the labs own it up, the senior students own it up, and then gradually it will become a way of life. So I'll work on both the sides. One, on building up a case for it by positivity, and also consider pathways about how to incorporate this into a formal curriculum. Thank you. At this point of our journey.
Thank you, sir. I think we'll conclude here. I think we are out of time now at this point. So thank you all, friends. We'll continue the sessions. We have P.R. Singh ji also joined, and we have meditation before we get to the lunch. Meditation too. So thank you all.
He's in the hospital for 5 weeks. Thank you. Sit down. Only one picture in the car. एक ही कॉपी फोटो नहीं ये नहीं एक ही कॉपी driver is coming. You also
powerful insights from our leaders, senior leaders from business and social sectors about how meditation transformed their leadership approach, decision-making and organization culture. We have Professor Jagdish, former Professor IIM Bangalore and Steering Council member, Buddha CEO Quantum Foundation. Sir, we request you to come on the stage, please. Professor Jagdish, with 30 years experience as professor at IIM Bangalore, is a founder-director of Asian School of Business, Trivandrum. A meditation practitioner, he is editor of Patriji Answers and co-editor of Miracles of Meditation, both published by Buddha CEO Quantum Foundation. Professor Jagdish is a recipient of Ford Foundation and UNDP fellowships, is currently mentoring fellows under Mahatma Gandhi National Fellowship. I now invite Mrs. Pia Singh, Chairperson, DLF Foundation. Mrs. Pia Singh is Director on the Board of DLF Limited, India's largest real estate company. A Wharton School graduate, Pia serves as a trustee of Ananda Sangha Trust and Paramahansa Yoganand Public Charitable Trust, supporting spiritual outreach and to disadvantaged communities. She has worked at GE Capital's Risk Management Division in US and is co-president of University of Pennsylvania Institute of Advanced Study of India. Thank you for being here, sir and ma'am.
Thank you for the introduction. Madam Pia Singh, let's start with you. I'll just ask you questions and I think you were the right person to. So this is about meditation and how it has helped us, right? Fundamentally, I've asked, Kabir Das said, "Dukh mein sumiran sab kare, sukh mein kare na koi." I don't have to complete the doha. But if you look at you, okay, आप तो सुखी है, चेहरे में दिखाता है, right? दुख कहाँ है? So what is it then? You're so successful from today's what you call material world. If you look at major thing, so there's nothing. So what brought you to this spirituality? What brought you to meditation?
So I'll begin with what brought me. जैसे बोलते हैं ना, things, it is your destiny. Paramahansa Yogananda, who I follow, said, even to be on the path of meditation, to have interest like all of you here, and to be in this space, in this lifetime, is incredibly good karma. And we are all nearing the end. The fact that we are all here, I think I would like to say I did not turn to meditation or spirituality seeking something. तो दुख के कारण मैं उसके पास नहीं गई, but I think it was the grace of God, not I think, it was the grace of God. The exact moment and story I'm happy to share. I do a lot of trekking, some climbing in the Himalayas since I was 15, and I think at a deeper level it has always appealed to me as the abode of the gods, perhaps not consciously. In 2008, I went to the Himalaya in Uttarakhand. Wahan pe there's a mountain peak called Panchachuli. They say it's the Pandavas roamed in that area. And wahan pe ek valley hai called Dharma Valley, which leads you to the base camp of Panchachuli. This is in Uttarakhand, specifically in Kumaon, Himalaya. I took with me the autobiography of a yogi by Paramahansa Yogananda simply as an intellectual read. I was always interested in reading and exploring even religion and spirituality as an intellectual interest. And wahan pe, aap to jante honge, I'm sure many people have been to the mountains and you are in a sort of cold, not that hospitable environment. And I started reading the book at night. And I stayed up the whole night. I couldn't sleep. And by the time I finished the book, I said, I have to learn what they're talking about. And there was a phone number at the back of the book. So when I came back to Delhi, I called that number. And I said, I'd like to learn these teachings. And there was no looking back. So I'm very grateful. I think my time had come and I was called.
So destiny is what you say. But it's very interesting that you brought Swami Yogananda. You see, I was, of course, a young graduate, post after MBA, when I came across this book in 1970. And the first time I read, just out of curiosity, because I'm also interested in reading, I didn't understand a thing. It's not just I didn't understand, I didn't believe in all these things. But I don't know how many years later, I bought this book for somebody who was looking at a book. And my brother was me, I gave him that book. My brother started asking me questions. That's how I got into. So it says something called destiny probably, but I would like to talk less. I would like you to say a little more about this. So when you said destiny and anything like, can you elaborate on this and why it happens and how it happens?
So I think why it happened, how it happened, is not something that I think any of us, including me, at a conscious level can perceive. I'm just very grateful that the moment found me and I was able to make that choice consciously and take that forward. I think usme only one thing I can add is that, every school of spirituality and religion will say we human beings have free will. Even at the end of the Gita, very interesting, the Gita ends where Bhagavan Krishna Ji says, now that I have revealed to you the eternal truth to Arjun, do as you will. So we all have free choice. We can all do as we will. We can sit in this conference, learn things. Bahar jaake we can choose to go in one direction or the other. So even that is a grace of God, Even the ability to make that choice is a grace of God. But it is still a choice we have to make. So I think from my point of view, I don't know the why and the how, must be to do with my karma, but at least I am grateful that in my conscious mind, I was able to make the choice to learn the teachings and then stay with the path all these years.
If I can make this question a little more difficult for you to answer. So you say we don't know why we are here. It's because you were saying in the past, saying that, yeah, it's my karma and I had to come. Could it be, on the other hand, because there was a purpose there needed by society there, and you were chosen to spread that?
Absolutely, and that is also my karma and the duty. And again, I will go back to the Gita. The Gita speaks so much about doing your duty. The path to God is by doing your own duty, and duty is where you have been put in this life. So yes, absolutely, I'd say my karma, more importantly my duty, was to follow a spiritual path, was to transform myself, and it's God transforming me, and then to be able to share that with others. And that is my duty in this life, and I'm grateful that I have the ability to follow that.
Thank you. You answered it beautifully. But then, like you rightly said, probably out there it was needed, and whatever the divine being or the universe chose you to do that. Do you normally need some kind of a trigger? Is it necessary? Quite often the trigger can be a kind of an anger or a tragedy within you that directs you to address the need of the environment.
I think everyone's experiences are different. Many people will say that a sorrowful experience will bring them to start pursuing an inner life. It doesn't have to be. Honestly, in my case, it wasn't. It was simply, I would say, an awakening, and I feel my eyes were open to another world, and I feel grateful for that. And I think many people also have that experience. So I think different things lead people to this point, but Like I think when I was hearing the talks in the morning, what Dr. Nagendraji was saying, that the very definition of yoga, Patanjali's definition, which is yoga chitta vritti nirodha, which is yoga is the neutralization of the vortices of feeling. So the techniques of meditation and yoga, one of which I follow, I think Sadhvi Bhagwati ji also very beautifully said, there are many different paths. It doesn't mean what's good or bad, it's just what is good for you manifests for you, and all paths lead to Rome. But the way to still these vortices of feeling is by practicing the techniques of meditation. And the more we can do that, the more we can share. You can't share what you don't have. And the more we have, the more we transform ourselves, the more we share, the more the world becomes a better place.
Thank you, but to trigger this, you again, or this issue, I don't know, you've heard of this book called Thinking and Destiny, right? It took him 30 years to write, and there, it's quite a few are borrowed from Madame Blavatsky's book also. There we come across a concept called the triune self. I'm bringing this because you said karma, Bhagavad Gita, right? And we are the doers. So, in that book, they say each one of us have our soul as a triune self. The knower, the thinker, and the doer. And it says, when we take birth here as a breath body, we are the breath body or the breath soul, is the doer, part of the doer gets trapped. And that's why when Krishna keeps us, you're the doer, you're the karma, you have to do here. So we are here to do. But there is a thinker and the knower, it's up there. The thinker talks about and says, okay, do this. And that's what you should do. That's why we're supposed to do good things. I want to ask you your opinion about this, because there are several interpretations to it. So what happens is, oftentimes the thinker and the doer always there, trying to, scratch you. Hey, look, this. In fact, in Bhagavad Purana, there's called the Agvijnata of Puranjana. I don't know if the Puranjana, the Agvijnana, he's always there. So he says, do that, but we don't tune ourselves. We're so much caught in this trap. That is there. So we are only trapped in the doer, but though the doer is supposed to be guided by the thinker, the knower. What is your interpretation and how do you think about this? I hope you understand what I meant.
No, I do, absolutely. And I think, again, like based on the very discussion and talks in the morning from our very esteemed dignitaries, I think the point is the same concept in Indian philosophy and spirituality is explained in different ways. So I will explain this in the way Paramahansa Yogananda explained it, because I am his disciple and I'm standing here honestly disseminating him. And he explained it in levels of consciousness. So there is the subconscious, and all of modern psychology is based on that. Carl Jung, the father of modern psychoanalysis, predating Freud also, he spoke about collective unconscious. So it's the storehouse of all our vrittis, samskaras, past life karmas, the habits that we bring into this life, the tendencies we bring in. And we are not able to access it consciously. It just remains somewhere deep down, guiding our lives and our actions. Then there is the conscious mind, what you were talking about, which acts. So I am speaking to you from that. You are perhaps receiving me from that. It is the seat of the intellect. It's where we do what we think we do. Then there is a higher level of consciousness called superconsciousness. And that is our soul state, the thinker controlling everything, God, our own higher self. All the definitions are all the same. And it is from that state of the higher consciousness, our soul devoid of this physical body, that truly divine grace follows, acts of genius follow, feelings of peacefulness follow, all that is good in this world follows. And meditation, which is a part of yoga, and the tools of yoga allow us to access that state of consciousness. When someone is in samadhi, they are always in that state of consciousness. And when we can consciously remain in that state of consciousness, we are only acting from that. There is no, the known, knower, and thinker, they are all one. Paramahansa Yogananda wrote a very beautiful poem called Samadhi. I'll just quote the last line. And he says, I watch the little ego floating in the cosmic sea. And that is really what, the experience of deep meditation is.
Thank you. Do you have a message for us? Please, for 5 minutes, we can speak about it.
The message I have, and I can, just speak from my own personal experience. I am just a humble servant and devotee of Paramahansa Yogananda. I am no better or worse than anyone, and honestly, none of us are. So I am simply a channel transmitting to you what has helped me and what these teachings are and what these universal teachings are. All I can really share is that, the tools of yoga. Yoga is a scientific system, and we are hearing so much of that in this conference, and such a wonderful conference to show us the convergence of all, schools of Indian spirituality and science, and how they all come together. So Indian philosophy, we have three main systems. There's Sankhya, which tells you the why. Vedanta, which tells you the what. What is the nature of absolute truth, God? Yoga tells you the how. So sometimes I think people think, acha, if you do this, you must lead a certain life. And that is the message I want to share. That's exactly 360 degrees opposite from the reality of yoga. It's like, why do we all learn the alphabet, or why do we learn the language? Why did those prehistoric cave dwellers, make paintings in the caves? Because we needed to communicate with each other. So the tools of yoga allow us to change our consciousness from inside. They allow us to connect with our egoic self, to go back and connect with our soul self, the soul which is never born and never dies. And when we can do that, we operate at a different level. We operate at a level of higher consciousness. We are full of feelings of love, joy, peace towards people. And sometimes people will ask, that's all very well and fine, but how does that help me in my daily life? In fact, it helps you do whatever you do 1,000 times better. So if you're a friend, if you're a parent, if you're a child, if you have, let's say, if you're driven by feelings of compassion, love, you will forgive more easily. You will relate to the realities of the other person more easily. You will be better in every relationship. You won't lose your temper. You also attract what you put out. You will attract more harmonious relationships. At work, I'm sure everyone here does something. Sadhvi Bhagwati ji spoke about this extensively. Yoga also allows you to develop concentration. If you can concentrate better, you will do your work better. And it allows you to also develop magnetism. It's a key principle in Paramahansa Yogananda's teachings and in many other spiritual paths. You will start attracting to you the opportunities you need. So my only message is, and I'm not preaching, I'm speaking from my own personal experience, that if you start following the teachings of yoga across any path, it doesn't really matter if you meditate, if you faithfully follow the rules of right living. It begins with yama and niyama. There are rules for right living, and the practices of inner transformation through these techniques. You will be far happier, you will have a more successful life, and you will be more fulfilled. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you very, very much. I think the time is almost over. So best if you just permit me to conclude. I don't want to give a speech with a professor. I'm so much accustomed, when a professor opens his mouth, the audience goes to sleep. I've had this experience, so I don't want to say it. Just to conclude this, I think what you said about destiny is true. Otherwise, why would a hardcore electronics engineer who was used to design circuits for the defense ended up being a consultant in information systems, information technology, end up doing this spiritual path is actually a destination. So since you talked about a poem, I'll just like to conclude with one poem of therefore William Blake. It says, joy and woe are woven fine, are clothing for the soul divine. Under every grief and pine runs a joy of silken twine. Yes, man was made for joy and woe, and when this we rightly know, safely through the world we go. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir and ma'am. I now invite Mr. Rajiv Agarwal, World Bank architect, and Mrs. Suman Khanna Agarwal, a Gandhian philosopher and an author, to felicitate our dignitaries.
I was seeing here.
right. So there's been a lot of wisdom and talk we've heard this morning. We went through a meditation practice. So before we break for lunch, we'll just do a 10-minute meditation practice with our dignitaries on stage. So you all know the procedure. So please close your eyes, cross your feet, allow your hands to rest on your lap comfortably. Just 10 minutes of absorption. And then we'll head for a mindful lunch. That's the incentive. Wonderful. So close your eyes and then just start observing your normal, natural breathing. We'll just observe our breath. To the wonderful music in the background.
General Manager at IBM. She has over 30 years of successful experience in IT and cloud sales, services, strategy, as well as in leading large global P&Ls and business units, guiding thousands of professionals. Having learned that success and happiness always comes from truly caring for people, she decided to help improve overall well-being, performance, and happiness in the workplace and academic world. Over to you, Lawrence.
Thank you very much for this nice introduction. I wish I could be in New Delhi, but now in France, south of France, the frontier of Spain, and in front of the mountain pyramids. You have heard a lot about meditation, and actually the title of my presentation was, of course, that meditation is opening the door within and is opening the door to a fullness life. And you heard a lot about great speakers earlier this morning. So I will just share my own experience, how meditation really transformed my life. Of course, I say from exec office to frogs. You will learn a little bit later why I'm talking about frogs. But it's just a kind of joke, but a real reality of how it can change your life. How would I have been taking care of any frogs in the past before meditation, before this journey? It would have never happened. So let's dive into this transformation. And first, I want to express my gratitude to Chandra, to Patriji, to Vani, and to all the PSSM masters who introduced me to meditation. I had never heard about meditation before meeting them. This beautiful community. I thought meditation was a waste of time, was for lazy people, and instead of meditating, they would better be doing something. So I came from far away from the Himalayas and the meditation, but now I can tell you, it transformed my life, and it's part of my daily activity. So I started also, I want to remind everybody how critical it is to read. I heard about the autobiography of a yogi, Yogananda. This was also my first book. I also was reading it from traveling from Bangalore to New York. I was living in the US at that time, and I couldn't leave the book, and it really introduced me to a real change of life. So reading book was critical, and of course I was living with engineers, and my experience was driving me to try to understand the science. So I went through many readings, listening to videos, podcasts, searching for the science, and of course the quantum physics at the end of the journey was a kind of a miracle to understand better what was happening when we meditate and how it can transform us within profoundly. So I will share two visuals actually that I prepare for you, just to go through this journey more easily. So the first thing of the journey that was critical to me, and is still critical to me, is understand that change is permanent. In life, in work, in relationship, it was something that was stressful, and thanks to meditation, I learned to stop wandering, to stop fighting, to stop blaming, and meditation really helped me to surrender to this, to understand it, to understand also that change is permanent in my own body, in my own mind, of course inside, and obviously outside. So this is something that is critical with meditation, is accept that change is permanent, and so not expecting that things that maybe bring you happiness will stay forever, and be prepared for that. So it's immediately eliminate a lot of fears and gives you some freedom, the ability to surf on the waves of change instead of fearing everything that is changing all the time. And actually I apply that to my life thanks to meditation. When I say that meditation changed my life, it's real. I decided to quit my job. I would have been able to stay a few years more and keep doing the same thing. I had a great job. I had a great ride. But I discovered that I was looking for something else. I had to experiment and experience life in a different way. So I quit USA and I went back to France. And I wanted to restart many new things. I'm now living in nature, near the mountains. I decided at 60 years old to start to learn riding horse. I had been reading and dreaming about having a dog since I was a child, and I decided to learn about what it is to have a dog and make him happy and spend time on it. Nothing to do with exec office anymore. But thanks to meditation, it helped me even more to be present in my life. We heard earlier that we spend more than 50% of our time distracted, thinking about the past, the future, or whatever. I was now in the present moment all the time, having my walk every morning, at noon, every night, looking at the stars. A complete change of life. The other thing that I learned a lot was that, of course, thanks to meditation, we all know now, with everything you have heard and you are going to hear this afternoon, we create our own reality. Meditation is helping us to understand ourselves, to take control about our emotions, and to respond instead of react. And that's why, at some point, we can say that, happiness is a choice. We can decide it's going to be a good day or a bad day. I really try to apply that in my daily life. And at work, I started to see when, I was just looking at a problem, somebody was coming to me and would find an opportunity. And I was like, okay, so why do I see problems all the time when, it's possible to transform that, to have a new way of looking at things and maybe seize new opportunity. So I also analyzed why I was fearing things, especially at work. There was some very, very stressful meetings and the fear was not helping. So I started to question myself. And because you go in this journey inside yourself, you start to learn about yourself better. Why do you feel like a 12 years old kid in front of a teacher who is unhappy
when you are already 50 and you are just facing your senior executive who are maybe not happy, but the fear is not helping. So all of this is improving, the clarity and the way to respond, and of course the efficiency. And on the other side, because this fear disappeared or is better managed, it's also helping us to take more risk in the business. So it was really helpful. It was also a wonderful way to learn about emotional intelligence and be able to, because I was learning about myself better, help others also and understand them better. So creating our own reality is something that is a kind of, eye-opening event and changing life. Okay, life is full of problems. In my journey, even since I left the US, I had been facing handicap at home because I have one boy who is handicapped heavily. But I had to go through, cancer from my daughter-in-law, from my husband, had some accidents, and all of this, of course, for everybody who is listening, you all have that, and it's happening all the time. So accepting that life is full of problems, and we heard about, sufferings, is an additional motivation to meditate and to better understand and take distance with some of the emotions, stop the, bad, cycle of emotions and hormones and things that make you even more stressed and negative ideas and everything. So again, it was a way to find more clarity and find peace in front of all the events. And it has been really helpful, during these, these years, these last 5 years. I also understood that by watching, this life full of problems, it was more about the ability to wonder, what can I learn from this instead of, why is it happening to me all the time? And it's also helping each of us to be more close and compassionate to people. If you understand yourself better, and when you meditate, you naturally develop compassion and understanding and friendship. Taking a pause is okay. I wanted to just say a few words about that. I felt very guilty at some point because, I had all this change happening, all these problems to face. I had been completely changing life within 2 years. And I stopped meditating. And I remember I talked to Chandra a few times and he told me it's okay. It's okay. You are walking in nature, you are, taking care of animals, you are in contemplation. I could contemplate a frog for, 15 minutes without moving. I was walking, and never listening to anything means really walking, watching my dog, watching my horses, watching grass. And it's a pause. And it's okay to make pause. It can be a pause of 1 hour. It can be a pause of, 1 week. It can be a retreat, a silent retreat. And it's okay. And I met few people, meditators, who told me it's okay. Just listen to your heart. Take your time. I was meditating, during very difficult time. And when I had a break, I was more, walking in a mountain. So it's important to allow ourselves to have this pause. And it's very important to understand that guilt has no use. We have, all rights to stop and to pause. So the final one is that life is precious. And, I keep reminding myself how life is precious. The fact that we are all here, able, by the way, to meet and to speak and to read. And, it's just making sure that we can remind ourselves how, precious is life, how lucky we are. There has been millions of conditions for the fact that we are here in this life now, able to, learn of these things, able to access to nature. And it's also guiding us, to make this friendship with nature and all beings. I was, of course, liking nature before meditating. But in these last years, I really took the time to develop real friendship, real compassion, and spending time to help protect nature and all beings, including frogs. That's why I'm going to frogs. I bought a house who had a swimming pool, so I discovered the first, spring I was there, that there was a ton of frogs, landing in my pool and trying desperately to go out. I learned that the precedent owner was letting them die in the pool. But so every morning I would spend maybe half an hour to take them one by one all out and put them back in a river, because I have the chance to have a property near a river. Well, it was not a duty and so on. It was just, for me, natural. All beings matters. Every being matters. Human or not human. And that's really profound. I had become vegetarian the day I started meditation. So it was already in that way. But, it has been a journey toward this. And I will end a few more minutes about the key learning. And we heard about that earlier in some presentation. It's about learning to love ourselves, to go inside ourselves, to understand why we are here, to spend time and create friendship. Yes, we have been told so many times that we are not enough, we are not good enough, we may be wrong. And it has been, imprinted in our subconscious. So we have to spend time inside ourselves to really learn to love ourselves again, as we are. And that's what I did with myself, and I keep doing it. Because of course, I'm not perfect. I'm really not perfect, and I'm not perfect in a sense, the conventional sense, because in a way, I am perfect, the way I am. But I always feel I am not perfect. So meditation helped me to understand that and forgive myself. We make mistakes. That's okay. Let's not make them again if possible. But so this is the key learning when you meditate. And of course, it's about taking care of our, mind and our body. So mindfulness allows us to stay mindful about ourselves. It looks like easy to say, not always easy to actually do. But it's about caring about our body much more, drinking water, exercising, be careful about the diet, becoming vegetarian, going to nature, make a pause. All of this that I was absolutely not doing when I was in the office, especially before, learning meditation. I would spend, 15 hours at the desk, not even going to pee, trying to retain myself, and not thinking about anything about my body. So that's part of it, and that's key, because we need the body to be able to actually go into life and enjoy life. Listening to my heart, I do that now all the time. And thanks to that, I have met a lot of people. I have opened my heart to people. I just don't only meet them. I try to meet them, really learn about them. And I met some great masters thanks to that. People who have, became doctor, Tibetan doctor, or, went to Mongolia, or all of these masters who have something to bring to me. And doing also what I love. Listen to my heart is doing what I love. What you see on this picture is really what I love the best. And what I have been dreaming since so many years. And finally, I engage in spiritual paths. I am willing to know more. And I decided to learn and explore. Of course, I have the first 2 years of meditation, I had been reading nearly 200 books. Patriji was saying, read, read, read. I was reading. Okay. Now I keep reading, but more slowly. And I decided to learn more about Buddhism, and especially Vajrayana, and meeting new people and understand even better, all this teaching in depth. And it's, still helping me a lot, in this journey, which is a fascinating journey. So I hope it resonates a bit with you. But, I can tell you, meditation is just, yes, a technique and a tool, but the real freedom comes from the journey inside. And be present, and of course, change yourself with that and make people and nature and all beings, happier around you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lawrence. Journey into ourselves, to understand ourselves better, is what meditation is. Thank you for that. And developing friendship with self will be a takeaway. I now invite Dr. Sai Kripa Sagar, CEO of Quantum Coherence Technologies, to deliver a vote of thanks.
So hello, good morning, Lawrence. Hope you're able to see me.
Yes, I can see you.
Wonderful talk. So we are having to see you only on the screen in every GCML. I hope next GCML will be different. Okay.
Yes.
Again, wonderful
I hope
talk.
so.
Yeah, talk coming from a corporate professional. I think we all can resonate to it. So thank you very much, and really appreciate the time that you're able to spend on this. And
Thank
the
you.
audience here also are appreciating your talk. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, and have a great session. I'm listening on YouTube Live, so I'm with you all the time.
Yes. Hopefully next conference you'll be here in physical mode. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dear delegates, we'll start the next program shortly. Thank you all for coming back.
Bird has got two wings. We have to fly with two wings. You can't fly with one wing. These two wings are, remember this point, the two wings are mindfulness and meditation. Mindfulness in whatever you do. When you're doing,
There are two things, doing and being. When you are doing mindfulness, when you are being meditation. See, you are just being. Whatever you do, you should do with full focus, full attention. Walk while you are walking, eat while you are eating, sing while you are singing, dance while you are dancing. Talk while you are talking, listen while you are listening. Let not the mind wander other than the work on hand. The more you practice mindfulness, the more you get into meditation.
In Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna says, Jnanagni Dagdha Karmanu. If we create the wisdom of fire, that will automatically cessate the suffering. And that is what Patriji put into the words. Spiritual intellect is the root and physical health is the fruit.
Every day, every week, I saw myself growing into a different being. It was a combined effort, like the teachings, the science behind it, the art, and the benefits. All of them were kind of grounded into a simple language.
I also recognize that I create all my reality, which is such a freedom, because when you don't have to blame somebody or become a victim, and you recognize that whatever situation has happened is because you wanted it, then you start enjoying it actually.
With the practice of meditation, we could see amazing response within 6 days. The conflicts between the colleagues are getting resolved, and sister-doctor conflicts are going away, and even intra-familial family issues were also getting resolved. By just becoming aware of what's going on in the subconscious mind. They are becoming aware of their own subconscious thoughts, subconscious words, subconscious emotions, and they are consciously choosing to respond in a different way in a particular situation.
I have healed myself from asthma and skin problems, and I was also able to stop taking medication for thyroid issue after 8 years. I believe these issues were caused by hormonal changes after pregnancy. Through meditation, I realized that these problems were created in my mind, and I was not expressing myself and holding on emotions.
So on a spiritual level, I started evolving, and on a physical level, I healed a couple of diseases which I used to understand that that's the way I have to live throughout. But my migraine headaches, vertigo, yesterday I got my diabetes, range checked, and this is well within limits. So from tablets, I used to take some 8 to 10 tablets in the morning and again at night. Now I'm on only 2 tablets, and I've got a goal to be totally medicine free in another next 10 months. So I'm actually gradually evolving towards it, and this is only possible because of meditation.
I had a fracture on my foot. Then when I went for the doctors, the gap has already formed, and I was advised for a surgery. I could keep myself without any stress, with full confidence that I will heal this. I was visualizing that I will heal. I am already healed, and I am dancing. I went to the marriage function. I went to Bangalore even for the reception. I was, at any point of time, I was not stressed, and I was with joy that it has healed. And when the next X-ray was taken, and it was joining, and finally I got it healed without any surgery. That was really great for me. Then I thought that was the power of meditation and the body and mind connection.
meditation is there, but how is meditation applied into our life? How friendly I am, how non-judgmental I am, how compassionate I am, how much do I use my power of thought, power of mind? Is it simply a concept? When I say thoughts create reality, am I then going away from judging, complaining? How much do we apply around removing belief system? Are we able to break free from limitation, or are we just simply arguing for limitations?
We keep hearing about we're all energy beings, but how do we experience it? It's only in meditation. Close our eyes and observe the breathing. Then when mind ceases to think, that moment we experience the energy phenomena.
Holistic living means it's not extra gadgets and everything. Every day you meditate in your house. Give the best food, energy food for the family. Mindful way, cook the food. At the same time, listening music always our emotions will balance.
The circumstances, situations were all the same, but what I was seeing was I was looking at it completely differently. Where I was expecting others to change, I saw that I was changing, and for me the way I was looking at the situations was changing.
Because of regular practice, everything I understand, there is so much to learn, there is so much to do. We are only, as Mother Teresa said, only one drop. But the union of one drop only could make an ocean.
Now when I look back and I reflect, I realize that meditation was silently supporting me throughout every phase of my life.
I was always courageous, always creative, always compassionate. But I realized the difference between courageous and empowerment. Now I feel I'm more empowered. I'm not suffering anymore. I'm able to understand others' perception and accept it in true sense.
I had no clue that there will be so many pleasant surprises in store for me. On the 4th week itself, I was cured of insomnia that I had been suffering from last 4-5 years.
I have kind of reassured myself in terms of energy. Energy not only in terms of physical, but mental energy is one thing. And the growth, it's a kind of satisfaction that I'm alive and I keep learning. Thank you very much, and that's a wonderful feeling that I have thanks to Buddha CEO.
My primary reason to come to Buddha CEO is to reduce my anger, number one. Number two is fix my sleep issues, some health issues. Is the tablet worked? The answer is it has been. It's like a one medicine for everything like that.
I was in a situation where my computer wasn't working. I was supposed to give a demonstration to a client. And at that time, I was so stressful in the sense like I was trying to move around files and make a last minute adjustment. But I took a step back and did a 5-minute meditation. I went into the meeting without a presentation and it went super well.
So grateful to this Buddha CEO Foundation. It's enabling us to understand our potential. It's enabling us to go towards the truth. All the back-to-back program is allowing us to stick to this spiritual path.
And now I am more confident, my decision making has improved, my relationships has become better, I'm able to understand other person better, especially my own kids.
Because of this meditation, I learned how to not expect from anyone or anything, that is a very, very important lesson I have learned in my journey, friends.
My anxiety started reducing. In my office, my productivity started increasing. Slowly, I started becoming more aware of present moment.
So the growth started in multiple dimensions in my life. I became a better mother, and I am a very good co-worker who is empathetic and compassionate towards my colleagues.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends and masters, welcome back to Global Conference of Meditation Leaders. I'm Shirisha B. Reddy, an advocate and a meditator since 2020. Having transformed myself through meditation, I'm now a volunteer at Buddha CEO Quantum Foundation, extending a hearty welcome to all of you once again.
I hope you all enjoyed the wholesome meal. And just like the variety in the meal, we have a diverse set of sessions curated for all of you this afternoon. So let's get ahead with all of them with focused attention and intent. For our first panel discussion this afternoon, we have Holistic Living Meditation Spa to Heal and Grow. This panel brings together distinguished physicians and academicians who will explore how meditation impacts not just the mind, but the body, emotions, and overall human health. Let me first invite our moderator for the session, Dr. Sai Krupa Sagar sir. He has over 30 years of experience in the IT industry, having worked with leading organizations like Motorola, Microsoft, Wipro, and Cognizant. He's a dedicated mindfulness practitioner and also a coach in mindfulness, breathwork, and neuroscience at Pyramid Valley International. He's also a trustee at Pyramid Valley International and currently the CEO of Quantum Coherence Technologies. Welcome, sir. It's my privilege to now invite our esteemed panelists. Let's welcome Dr. Gopalakrishna, founder and chairman of Spiritual Tablets Research Foundation, London. Known as a spiritual scientist, Sir has developed over 500 spiritual tablets for physical, mental, and social well-being, helping thousands manage chronic conditions with minimal medication. Through this non-profit, he provides free spiritual healthcare services across 14 countries. We are very privileged to have you, sir. Welcome. Our next panelist is Dr. Lakshmi Newton, an MBBS doctor and co-founder of Quantum Life University. Ma'am is a passionate advocate of vegetarianism since the tender age of 2 years. She has been a constant companion of Dr. Newton and with over 3 decades of sharing his vision. They now have a vision to establish a global center for learning spiritual sciences along the lines of ancient Indian universities of Takshashila and Nalanda. Welcome, ma'am. Let us also welcome Dr. Itikon Watana, an internationally recognized scholar and leading researcher in life energy medicine. Sir has mastered all 5 Buddhist monastic schools and finished Vipassana techniques. He's also gone through a deep pursuit of 25 years of Brahma Kumari's Raja Yoga meditation, uniting spiritual discipline with scientific inquiry. Sir has led Thailand's first integration of life energy science into modern surgical practice. We are glad to have you, sir. Welcome. We have with us yet another remarkable doctor, Dr. J. Dashrath Ramaya. Sir is a pediatric neurologist and consultant neonatologist, head of pediatrics department at RDT Hospital, Bathalapalli, Andhra Pradesh. Dashrath sir has been teaching DNB residents for the past 10 years and has authored 10 publications in index journals. Welcome all of you. We look forward to hearing from you.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. Welcome back. So we will begin with a short panel keynote presentation by Dr. Gopalakrishna sir for 10 minutes and then we'll dive into the panel discussion. GK sir, please. We are privileged to have a lot of guests, a lot of speakers, a lot of distinguished experts at this conference. And some of them, I'm happy to have some of them as my co-panelists. Thank you very much, Dr. Lakshmi, Dr. Dashrath, and Dr. Itikon, and Dr. GK. So how were the morning sessions? Great, wonderful. So for a lot of you, it could be a rehearsal. For a lot of you, it could be a reset. A lot of us continue our practice and then we just kind of pause. So this is a good opportunity for you to restart your practice. Okay, so I'll give it to Dr. GK. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, morning everyone. So before the slides start. So in this short talk, I would like to pranams to Karthikeyan sir and Dr. Newton sir and all the distinguished guests here and all the panelists also. It's a short presentation, though I have prepared some of the contextual slides and all. Today morning, when I listened to the great personalities, so most of the content is already covered in that. That is how I felt. Practically, whatever I did in the last 25 years of my spiritual tablet research, those 2 slides I would like to elaborate a bit more, and rest of the slides just will try to have a glance. Sirisha? Screen yeah. So I am very happy to participate in this conference. Last year also I was here, and really by bringing the true change in the policymakers, that is how really we can scale up the whole progress we are trying to do in a spiritual health arena. It's not moving. Yeah, first one. This. So here we have to understand the global is continuously going. Yeah. So in this in spite of spending more, we are not properly reaching the true health from the medical perspective. So dependency on the modern medicine is increased in a great way. These are all the topics today morning we heard from Nagendra sir and all the distinguished guests. And coming to the global health burden, 9 to 10 trillions of annual spending is going towards the health, and 10% of global GDP is completely devoted towards the health area. In spite of spending high money, and the outcome is very poor from the simple satisfaction to the total health. So the gap in the current system, the physical health is prioritized and mental and spiritual health is completely ignored, and the preventive approaches are completely lacking in the current system. So finally, the fragmented system is applied. So the whole research work in the last 25 years is based on the principle spiritual intellect is the root and physical health is the fruit. So when we work on the spiritual intellect, by improving the wisdom, understanding ourselves not just by our body, by our consciousness and energy and wisdom units, we can bring a complete health on the physical plane. So here we are trying to give the spiritual solutions where with the meditation as a primary tool, which starts giving the energy and then the peace of mind and the calmness, and through which the positive thinking will be improved, which boosts the immunity, and the group energy practices like the programs that we are doing will automatically enhance the group consciousness, and then nature living also will give a complete relief. So here, to look into the research lens, the hormonal studies, there are a lot of research papers where the positive hormones as well as the stress hormones were completely come into balance when we apply meditation on regular basis. And studies by Louis Hay and Deepak Chopra, so many eminent spiritual scientists, they gave their own techniques and thoughts through wisdom, through which one can achieve a greater health and happiness. So these are some of the miraculous case studies which made me to walk in this path as a full-timer. The initial 10 years of practice completely blend into a pure spiritual training. So a case with myasthenia gravis, a complete neuromuscular disorder. Initially he was into 80 mg steroids, and after starting medication on the deathbed itself, every 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours he did intense meditation, and over a period of time the drug were completely trampled. And today it's been 12 years with a zero medication, and he is living peacefully across the globe. He is traveling. So a neuromuscular problem patient completely recovering from steroids is like a medical miracle, I can say. And the other case, hemophilia, is from the rural area background. Today, this patient is receiving 10,000 rupees per month from the government for his hemophilia illness, because the government is spending money for all the chronic illnesses where they are supposed to go for regular medication treatment. But with intense meditation sessions and ashram dharma and regular counselings, he was completely recovered. He is not taking any medication, but he is using that money as a monthly amount for him to teach medication in the rural areas. So from the foundation also we are supporting, and he is working as a full-time meditation teacher, working as a spiritual doctor in the rural area, especially targeting the exceptional illnesses. And then she is a teacher. She got scoliosis affected the spine problem, and with that she admitted in my rural medical hospital almost like 12 years ago. 1 month she was there in the hospital. Doctors told because of that spinal correction is not happening, so soon she may die. From that point, she started working on her, and it was completely, even though the bend is still there, the pain part and the suffering was completely gone. And 2 years ago, voluntarily she took retirement, and now she is working as an in charge for the whole Tamil Nadu to teach meditation as a meditation teacher. So all these are like 1 in 10,000 or 1 in 1 lakh cases. When I worked with these illnesses over a period of time with intense meditations, they got cured, and that really changed their complete perspective in life. So these are the grassroots level. When we say most of the illnesses are cured, especially the chronic illnesses and 1 in 10 lakh illnesses, there's a lot of work is going on behind the screens. The intense meditation practices, we admit them in rural hospitals where they stay for 40 days. Number of times they do the 40 days workout with intense meditations beneath the pyramid in the nature and in the friendly atmosphere with the master's guidance. And with that holistic lifestyle integration changes also will be done, and they will understand the oneness principles, and slowly they will come to understand the purpose of life, the true purposeful meaning. Today morning the Saraswati teacher, she is saying clearly, even though a lot of abundance is there, the real thing is missing. So that whatever that real thing that is missing, they will understand when they go through that journey of understanding the life. And finally, they land in the spiritual service. So in these changing trends, the whole world has to come into oneness. So apart from our self-sadhana, realizing ourselves, each and every individual has got their own community dharma. So that is what meditation and all the spiritual service, that itself becomes as a group practice to realize ourselves and to gain whatever is required. So these are some recommendations during the panel discussion time I would like to exhibit. So in this presentation, the main stress point is when we say the meditation and the spiritual practices that gives a complete health and it reduces the global burden, there must be a proper setup, like how much amount of the meditation practices they are supposed to undergo, and how much amount of the realization, the book reading and the guidance. Once everything is fit in place, then definitely we can achieve a complete health. That's why the people are simply thinking that meditation means it is only a simple stress reliever or a simple, minor agonist only will go away. But most of the tumors and autoimmune disorders we are working, miraculously we are getting result by working a proper quantity of, practices that are involved in day-to-day life. Thank you. Thank you very much all.
Thank you, Dr. GK. So I know just a 10-minute micro brief summary of what Dr. GK has done, representative of a lot of cases that we've seen across PSSM, where healing has happened through meditation as one of the modality. So thank you, sir. Of course, last year we had a workshop, and this morning also we had a workshop. A lot of work being done by the Spiritual Tablets team. So let's begin. Let's get to hear from some of the eminent medical doctors, as well as some stories of healing from eminent meditation practitioners as well, meditation yoga practitioners. So first I would like to start with one of the first lady masters of PSSM, and of course the first lady of QLU, Dr. Lakshmi Newton. And it's been fantastic knowing them through Chandra, and we attended that PLR, past life regression therapy, I think way back in 2005. And one of the pioneers in bringing PLR to India. So madam, you are a medical doctor yourself, and you've probably seen a lot of these cases. And just now we saw a statistic about the mental health crisis, or the gap between the growing gap between illness and health. So now, what have you seen? How does meditation help? Can you recount some of your experiences and any cases that you've seen?
Namaskar, my dear friends. First of all, I want to thank Buddha CEO for giving me this opportunity to be part of this panel discussion. So holistic living, we all hear this word holistic living, holistic living. Holistic living is conscious living. Living with awareness. Integrating body, mind, emotions and soul. But some of us, we are focusing so much on the physical body and we neglect the mind and the soul. And some of us, we only focus on soul. And we neglect physical body, mind and emotions. So, body is connected to mind, mind is connected to body is connected to soul. They're all interconnected. And somewhere we just tend to, neglect this aspect. Some of us, we focus only on work. We neglect our family. Some of us, we focus only on family and we neglect our work, we neglect our personal growth. So friends, we need to nurture all these aspects of our life. So I just want to share a case study about a scientist whom we met. A very famous scientist who has focused so much on his work, discovering this, discovering that, receiving awards. Only focus was on that. And he completely neglected his body. He completely neglected his family life. Never he gave time to his family, his wife, his children, even to himself. So what happened after living like that for so many years, when he reached 50, he was diagnosed with lung cancer. A sudden shock for him, because he thought, I have everything in my life. I have health, I have the vigor, vitality, name, fame. So I don't need to do anything. But when he was diagnosed with this lung cancer, because he was such a famous personality, he knew so many doctors, all the specialists, super specialists. And he went to all the doctors, and the doctor said, no, now it's too late. We can't do anything, because this is the last stage of your cancer. But he didn't accept that. He said, no, I have all the money. I have all the contacts. If this doctor is saying like this, I will go to some other doctor. I will go to some other super specialist. So he just visited almost 10 super specialists and everybody said the same. And finally one friend advised him, see, why are you wasting your time like this? Don't waste your money, don't waste your time, because you have only few months, I'm just saying this, maybe few weeks to live. So just forget everything and just go and do whatever you like. So this scientist realized that and he just wanted to go to his native village. He has not visited his native village for the past 30-40 years. So he just went there. He just built a small hut and he started living there. For the first time in his life, there was a small forest nearby. He just went to that forest every day morning because that's what he wanted to do in his life. For the first time in his life, he started seeing sunrise. What is sunrise? He started listening to the chirping of the birds. And he started relaxing. And one day, when he was just in that relaxed state, he connected to his self. And he received this inner voice from inside, you fellow, you never relaxed in your life. You never cared for yourself. And just understand that you need to really, focus even on this alignment of body, mind and soul. So he just started relaxing, he started enjoying, he started meeting his childhood friends, he started playing all those games. So it just continued like that. He started living such a natural life, aligning himself with nature, eating fruits, vegetables. So after 1 month, he started feeling better. And after 2 months, he started feeling much better. And one of his friends advised, why don't you go and just get a checkup done? So after 3 months, he just went and did all the investigations and there was no sign of any cancer. And he continued to live like that, nurturing all aspects of his life, feeling so happy, feeling so joyful from inside. And after 5 years, he's still alive. After 10 years, he's still alive. Now he wanted to share this good news to all his doctors. So after 10 years, he remembered all those doctors and he went to the city to just inform them that, see, I'm alive. And when he went there, it was so shocking to hear that all those doctors are not alive anymore. So friends, it is so important for all of us to nurture all aspects of our life. Because everything is connected, everything is related. Have you observed? Whenever you're burdened, whenever you're stressed, you can't sleep that night. Have you observed this? We all have observed this. And you're just waking up and you're all awake and you're eating, munching chips, chocolates the whole night. Because when your mind is disturbed, your body is also affected. And if you don't eat food for maybe 20 days, 1 month, your mind becomes crazy. You have not slept for 10 days, your mind becomes crazy. That shows the connection between the mind, body, emotions, my dear friends. So, it is so important to respect this body. Giving this body the right food, the right exercise. And it is so important to master these emotions, to master the mind, and to align ourselves to the soul. So, there are many modalities. There are many powerful tools. Let me just share one modality, the past life regression, as a powerful modality to heal ourselves. I just want to share this case study about a woman, a middle-aged woman, who came to us and she was diagnosed with left breast cancer. There was a lump in the left breast, and the doctor said, no, now you are diagnosed and we have to operate. And she also had some other problem. She couldn't conceive. It was almost that, they got married for the last 20 years, but, they couldn't conceive. So that was a problem. And she went to almost all the doctors, everything was done, but nothing could help. So she heard about past life regression and she came to us and we said, yes, maybe when you understand the root cause, it might help you. And she was so open for this. So when we started doing the session connecting to the root cause for her problem, for her that left breast cancer, she went back to the root cause and she saw herself in a village. She just connected to that moment. Directly she connected to that moment where she was just sitting at her own house holding a baby, her own baby. And she was feeding her baby, the left breast. And suddenly the invaders came and they attacked the village. They were killing everybody in that village. And they suddenly entered and they just, stabbed her from behind. And when they stabbed her from behind, she just fell onto her baby. And her baby got suffocated and died. Can you imagine a mother feeding her baby and somebody stabbed her and she fell onto that baby and that baby got suffocated and died. In those moments of death, the last moments, that mother felt, oh my God, I am responsible for my baby's death. I suffocated. I couldn't do anything. And I don't deserve any child anymore. Because I couldn't protect my baby. And I became the cause for this baby's death. I don't deserve to be a mother. Friends, can you understand? Those last moments, the thought, that belief she carried from that lifetime, in this lifetime, she never wanted to conceive a child. Outside, she wanted to be pregnant, but deep down, she's carrying this guilt. She's carrying this thought that I don't deserve to have a child. So when she understood this, when she could heal, when she could understand that she was not in any way responsible for the death of the child, she accepted, she understood the big picture, and she just went back. She was so happy. She could understand the root cause for her problems. And friends, after 6 months, she came back to us and she said, now there is no lump, there is no cancer in her left breast. And within 1 year, she just came to us with sweets and she shared that I'm pregnant now, I'm conceived. So wonderful. Isn't it amazing, my dear friends? It is so amazing. So that's why we just need to understand sometimes the big picture. You just can't see, a part of the puzzle. We just need to understand the big picture so that we can truly heal ourselves. Because we are whole beings. We are whole, we are complete. And in order to reach that wholeness, we have to make conscious choices in our life. We have to live a life of awareness. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Lakshmi ma'am. And yes, I know I've heard quite a few of such miraculous cases, stories from several doctors, definitely Dr. Newton and Dr. Lakshmi and Dr. GK and several others. So anyway, I'll come back to PLR towards the end of this talk in the panel discussion as well. So now I'd like to go over to Dr. Itikon. So Itikon is from Thailand, and he's seen several cases. He's seen several cases of recovery, miraculous healing happening, right? And Dr. Itikon, yes, can you talk about your experience in terms of how such natural meditation and yoga kind of help in improve the health of people?
Om Shanti. Humble Namaste to everyone here. Thank you very much for inviting me for this very auspicious event that I was enjoying this morning, that I told myself that I should come to learn more than to be a speaker. But anyway, the topic, the question from the moderator is only the experience. So I will share my experience because I'm from Thailand. You know that Thailand is a country, it's a Buddhism country of 70 million people, 120 of India, and more than 90% of the Thai people are Buddhism. So we are a Buddhist country that we call that Suvarnabhumi. It's a Suvarnabhumi of the Buddhism. That's the country that I come from. And my experience was that I start learning meditation and Buddhism since I was 3 years old, and do meditation every day 3 years old up to now, 71 years. So that's my experience. But anyway, that was my Buddhism meditation. In Thailand, they have hundreds of meditation methods. Vipassana. They have a lot of Eastern land of Vipassana, more than 30,000 temples, 1,000 ways of that. That's what my Buddhism. Then after that, I have my real experience since my first meditation was when I learned, with the monk school. I am the children of 3 years old. My mother just put me in the class of the monk, and then after every class, they will have meditation session like what we doing, like Dr. Chandra do it here. When I start do meditation, I close my eyes. What happened to my experience was that I was disappear. My body was disappear. Where was my body? And I saw only light. What is the white light? The empty light. Then I have the doubt and hunting, seeking for the light for 40 years. Then I got the answer. Then where did I got the answer? After 20 years old, I came to India in 1975 at Pune, actually that time, at Ferguson College, and study medicine there. Then back to Bombay that time to study my medicine, to continue my medicine. But I think it's not my way, because most of the people, more than 90% of the people, they are not for somatic diseases. They got like a psychosomatic. So I turned to Ayurveda, that one. And then up to now I had about 20 degrees hunting for the what is the light. Then at the end, like last 25 years, Dadi Janki, the leader of the Brahmakumaris, came to Thailand. And I just look at her, and because at the time I was a member of the Albert Einstein and Nikola Tesla Society in the world, doing the research and all that in our society. And then I just look at Daddy, and Daddy said that, yes, Daddy come from World Spiritual University, come to me and learn spiritual. I just think, but she already hear and answer from her meditation. Then I follow her to London, to Oxford, back and forth, learning meditation on that. Okay. Then everyone say that, no, I did not enlighten yet. Then you have to come to India. Then I came back to India 2005. When I entered in Brahmakumaris, I feel that, I become light again. And I hear the voice. The light you are looking for is yourself. You are the light. And I am your father. I am also the light. So the light is yourself. and I am the light. So that is my first experience of angelic stage. That was one, and still continue to that. And okay, experience the enlightenment. But now, through meditation, I would like to confirm in this stage that only through meditation that can bring us back to even our past. Like, when we do study the science said that starting from the Big Bang. But what is before the Big Bang? Who is observing? Then is that only in the Buddhism scripture only? That is, the sign, the classic sign, reading the book since the second page up now. But what was the first book? The first page is that we can go back to 2,600 years back through meditation. And I use that way of my way. I don't explain the protocol, what I do. But I can go back through meditation 2,640 years. And I hear the Buddha teaching at Varanasi at that time. That was my, and in many past lives, and one of the past life in meditation, I saw that I was one of the princess of India in my past life. That was, we saw. That is true meditation only. No other way. Only meditation can bring you back. So that is my experience, that we can go back to even 5,000 years where we are through meditation. That is my experience. So for using my experience is that when I was 60 years, last 10 years, my weight went up to 80 kg. And then I came back to meditation again to put down because of the diabetes, obesity, to glaucoma. Everything came to me. And then through meditation, I put that thing, everything down in 1.5 months. 1.5 months, my weight came down to 12 kg. And HbA1c, that the sugar level from 13.8 to 4.8. That is my real experience, and I use that way to make it short. Integrated 5 disciplines. In the middle, imagine, in the middle is yoga. On the top is the light. We call Jyotish yoga. On the right-hand side is Buddha yoga, Dhyana yoga. Buddha. On the left is Ayura yoga. These three connect together, and at the bottom line, all thing is all the quantum physics. These 5 together, that's what I use. Now, we can bring down, the people come with the last stage of cancer. Professor of doctor, they say they are the last period of cancer, but now, 15 years, he is still alive with meditation. Last 3 months, the last case that I want to share my experience, as one lady has a cancer on the colon cancer and ovary 2, and the CA number is 880. But she doesn't want to do any chemotherapy or radiation. I say only one way, you do meditation as I do. And then this month, before I come here, I check. The CA number come from 800 to 8.7 last 3 days before I come. So I have a lot of evidence, lot of hundreds of cases that using meditation. So please come for meditation, this word of Buddha. And we experiment that. We challenge you to do it. If you do it, you will see it. But not only here. The do is, I can say 3 words. You can use the power of thought. You can use the power of imagination and power of visualization. These three powers put together, and you can change everything in your life. Okay, that is what I was sharing today. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much for the evidence numbers as well. All of you know there are a lot of research studies published as well. I think Dr. GK showed in a few slides. So it is not new. A lot of research has been done. And one key message from both Dr. Lakshmi and Dr. Etikon is meditation connects us to our true nature, right? And then it gets back to our roots of living with nature, right? Living in balance. I think that's what Dr. Lakshmi mentioned as well. So wonderful. Now, let me move to Dr. Dashrath. Dr. Dashrath has been doing fascinating work with the care providers, with the medical fraternity and patients in Anantapur district of Andhra Pradesh. So we'd love to hear first your experience in meditation and then a couple of cases that you want to talk about.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chandra, sir, for giving me this opportunity. I look very small before these stalwarts, and my experience with meditation also very small. But whatever I learned from Chandra, sir, that change in my life is the perception shift. So as I'm heading a department with so many residents and doctors and nurses, I used to have turmoil relations with all my colleagues. So whenever I try to discipline my residents, whenever they do some mistake in assessing a child, I used to correct them. But while correcting, I used to have some negative emotion against them. I used to reject internally, then I started correcting them. So at that point of time, all the residents used to go away from me. They are not able to understand what I was intended to communicate with them. So that was the situation, and I am not getting the point. Why they are going away from me? Why can't they understand what I am intending to communicate with them? It will be helpful for them and even for the patients. So that was the situation. Obviously, there used to be a very hostile environment between the residents and myself and other colleagues. So once I came into meditation, I started still correcting them, but now I am accepting the residents as it is. With the mistakes, I started accepting them as they are, and then started correcting them. So now I am carrying the positive emotion against them by accepting them as it is, and then started correcting them. Now they are coming closer and closer to me, and they are getting the point very straight. So relations became so better, and teamwork excelled in the department. To quote an example, so once one resident has delayed treatment for 2 hours for a child. I came to notice in the midnight. So immediately I went there and corrected the situation. But obviously, as the treatment delayed for 2 hours, I got little disturbed and shouted at him and told him to convene a meeting with all the residents by the next day morning 8 a.m. so that I should speak to all the residents. And by telling him, and I started going back to my home. So then I became aware of my internal emotions. Now I am very, very negatively charged against them. So if I go the next day morning meeting with the same emotions, I know I won't talk properly with them. So I don't want to go to the meeting with the same emotions. So immediately after going home, I meditated for 2 hours continuously. So in that meditation, what I realized is, you see, you are a teacher, they are the students. They're entitled to do mistakes. You are entitled to correct them. So in between, why you are thinking negatively against them? So that was the realization I got. So automatically that negative intention, negative emotion against the resident dissolved. And I went to the meeting in the morning with a plain mind and just kept what I wanted to communicate, how these things should not be repeated again. So no negative word came out of my mouth, and the meeting went very well for 1 hour, and they accepted everything what I wanted to communicate with them. So that's how a meeting went well. And another perception shift was previously they used to do 36 hours, 48 hours night duties, residents. They used to come and ask for post duty night off. But I know if I give post duty night off, there won't be anyone in the department. And they too know that there won't be anyone in the department if they take off. So I used to thrash them whenever they ask for a night duty off, because you people know that nobody will be there in the hospital to take care of the children. But how can you ask a post duty off? So that's how I used to react against them negatively. So later, obviously they will take negatively. But when I came into meditation, what started a change within me is I started looking from their shoes. So after doing 36-48 hours of night duty, when they are asking for a night duty off, at least I should have spoken softly, understanding their pain. You will be feeling discomfort after so long hours of stressful night duty. But what can we do? If any chance is there, we can take rest. You only can suggest what we can do in such scenario. So like that I would have responded, but at that point of time I have not responded in that manner. So now with meditation, so just whenever I remember the residents, previously only negative emotions, negative thoughts used to come. Now completely gratitude, thankfulness is coming out of my heart. So whenever I speak with them, just I speak thankfully, and now they are responding in the same manner. Even they have to do 15 night duties in a month, they are coming forward enthusiastically, not giving a single backward answer. So that is the change I saw in the department. So after I see these changes, dramatic changes in the department, I went ahead to our director, hospital director, suggesting why can't we do these sessions to all our nursing staff and other doctors. So they immediately agreed. We conducted almost 35-40 weekly sessions, like 1 week sessions to all nurses. And even we spread across the organization, covering almost 2,000 plus staff in the organization. That's all, sir.
Wonderful, wonderful, sir. So meditation doesn't just help with physical healing, like what we heard from Dr. Lakshmi and Dr. Itikon. It also helps in emotional healing, right? It improves the social well-being of the group that we are in, individual, including us, and especially Dr. Dashrath. Those kind of emotional issues is not just limited to hospital environment. It is there in every workplaces. So that is why the work that Buddha CEO is doing is so essential. That is why Patriji wanted Buddha CEO to take meditation to corporates, right? So that heal all those toxic social behavior, which in turn, now we all know, right? Most of our diseases are psychosomatic, which in turn causes this physical illness. So meditation is a powerful tool to heal the illness and health gap. Right? Thank you. I'll come back with one last round of question. But before that, Dr. GK, we've been talking about holistic living, and I know the spiritual tablet protocol covers a whole host of things, including living in nature, including meditation, reading books, a whole panorama of solutions out there. So now, while we all been talking about healing, another part of the topic is also grow, right? And in your view, how does meditation and all the modalities that you have help a person grow as well?
Yeah. So when we are working with the spiritual tablet wisdom, targeting only the health area, slowly over a period of time, an umbrella of projects started booming up, because when I got some cases from a fisherman community, consecutively more than 3-4 cases came from the same area. So then I encountered, and when we looked deep into it, the whole fisherman community, we know how they live the Ahimsa principles as a part of their life. So then over a period of time, I took some sessions, and then a project emerged by the name the Samma Ajiva, the Righteous Livelihood. So when we started that project, we started teaching them different modalities of earning money other than going for fishing. And in that 40-day program, slowly they started understanding the importance of meditation and plant-based diet. And they came out of their profession, and today they are practicing meditation and they become plant-based diet, and they are completely adopted an alternative method without violence. So here, the whole community in that same village, if you go and see today, there are 8 rooftop pyramids and 2 public pyramids were built. And similarly, in the agency areas, in tribal villages, a lot of meditation centers were built, and they themselves, with their own money, they are building. So apart from the health, and similarly in divine parenting, where the pregnant woman and mother, in all these are all the areas in life where the real happiness and growth that we see. And when people started saying, suppose if we treat one case in a family with an exceptional illness, whenever they have problem with the finances or relationship problems or whatever the problems that are, become hindrance for them, that also started coming to us. Then we started working on, actually it is supposed to be a lawyer job, who are supposed to handle those areas. But as a part of the growth perspective, whether it can be a finance or abundance or living life in a peaceful environment, then we started working on the social problems by using the spiritual principles. That is how some pocket books related to that area were emerged. So that's why in a community, when the person is happy, physical, mental, social and intellectual planes and the soulful area, then only we can say complete. Health we can define as a just sickness on the physical body. It can be achieved soon, very soon. For me, if you take the whole meditation benefits as an elephant, health can be only a tail of it. But rest of all the things are the development of the real growth in life, understanding the true purpose and then working to it. So that is how a countless of lives, they come for the health, and sooner or later they will understand the importance of meditation in life and they apply it, and very soon they will take their own retirement. In a regular case, maybe they might have planned their life for job or business until they earn a certain amount of money. But when they realize the true meaning of life, as early as possible, they will come out of that material milestones and they will make a different way of lifestyle. Today morning we heard the great story Shri Saraswati Garu, she told. She just came for India for 3-day visit, and then 30 years since she is here, and then transformed the countless of life. The same kind of transformations I am seeing with meditation. So it is not just health, because I am a medical doctor, majority of my focus onto it. But when I see the root cause is in living, the righteous living, and all these areas are, not perfect, then we started working on those areas, and then that real growth in life in the name of true meaning and happiness. That is what Kama, Ardha, Dharma, Moksha, the 4 areas. The righteous way of desires, and Artha, the true meaning of life. The real growth is with the arts and money, not only just money. When we learn an art, that gives us a tremendous happiness in life, as long as we are in this physical body, in this earthly plane. And Dharma and Moksha. So all these 4 components are important, which can be established with a single short solution as meditation. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. GK. So the story that he told about that village also shows us that how meditation helps us bring positive social change in society. And another important point, I wanted to bring it out later, but Dr. GK covered is, we're not saying meditation helps only improve health. Health, as he said, is the last part of the least common thing that happens when people get into practice of meditation. What is more important is personal growth, social growth, right? And if you look at it, there is a clear dichotomy between Eastern books written by Eastern authors, focusing on yoga and Buddhism. None of those books ever touched about health as a reason for you to do meditation or yoga. Right? It is more about evolution, it's more about knowing who you are. But most of the Western other books begin with how meditation and yoga helps with improvement in health. So more body-based, whereas most of the Eastern books kind of talk top-down, right? More about from inside out. So that's a fascinating discussion. So before I get into the last round of questions, where I'd want each of the panel members, we'll just pass the mic along, to kind of see, we all know so many techniques are available. We know the beauty of meditation, right? And having known the power of meditation, listening to innumerous transformation stories across PSSM, across my PSSM journey, it always bothers, why can't more people be aware of this? Why can't more people just know that just doing a regular practice of meditation will help solve all their problems? So I want your suggestions and thoughts and advice on what are the techniques, what are some best practices that will help the leadership and the policymakers take this to a broader set, right? So before we move on, I know a few of you have been doing closing eye modality, right? And in the audience, hello, are you all awake? Yes. So I just want to clarify, you see a lot of doctors, all the names doctors. Before someone asked me questions about HbA1c and something else, I want to clarify I'm not a medical doctor, I'm a doctor of philosophy. So you can ask those questions to the rest of the panel. All right. So we'll start with Dr. Lakshmi.
So friends, I just want to stress on one point. Yes, meditation is very powerful. We all know that, how powerful meditation is. But apart from being a meditator, practicing awareness is so important in our life. I just want to share this joke about a husband and wife. One day the wife was going out for shopping and she asked the husband, "What do you want? I'm going for shopping. Do you need anything?" Then the husband said, "I want inner peace. I want answers for all my doubts. And I want a medium so that I can transcend and connect to my true state." And then the wife said, "Okay, come to the point. What do you want? Smirnoff or Absolute?" What do you want? Which brand you want? So friends, we ignore these symptoms. Whenever your body is presenting a symptom, your body has great intelligence. And your body is trying to tell you something, that something is wrong with you. Your body is trying to tell you that you're not aligned. You're not in alignment. Or whenever you're depressed, whenever you feel sad, I feel sad sometimes. Is there anybody here who can say, "No, I'm always in that state"? Is there anybody? We're all human beings. We all have emotions. We all have physical problems. So whenever we feel sad, whenever we feel lonely, how many of us we become aware of that? Yes. But immediately what do? We just take out a spiritual book and we start reading that book. Or we just go out for shopping. Or we just call a friend. So friends, most of the time, we are ignoring these symptoms in our physical body. Whatever the body is presenting to us, whatever the mind is presenting to us as a symptom, as an emotion. So this practice of awareness is so important in our day-to-day life. Because I have seen many people, they are very happy when they meditate, they get healed, they are so happy, they say, "Wow, meditation is ultimate." But I have seen many people, when they start meditating, they get diseases. We have met so many people. And immediately they get into that negative mode. "Oh, meditation is dangerous. Only after meditating, I got this disease." No, meditation is not dangerous. Meditation is such an amazing, amazing tool. So what is happening when you're meditating? When you're meditating, your body is trying to bring it to your awareness. Maybe you have suppressed your emotion for so many years. Maybe you have not really focused on, you have not listened to your body. So the meditation is bringing it out to your awareness. So that practice of awareness helps you to look at that symptom, to look at that point. Immediately you have to attend to that. First recognize, yes, I have this problem, I have this sadness, I have this loneliness inside myself, and then you attend to it. Then you just sit in meditation. Don't postpone that. And when you meditate, then you can recenter yourself. You can align yourself. You can work on that particular issue. You can work on that particular problem. Then only you can reach to your wholeness. So friends, in Hyderabad, we are building a spiritual university, and there are so many villages, almost hundreds of villages. So, in all those villages, all the husbands, they work in the morning, they work so much, in the night they drink alcohol. They're all alcoholics. They come home and hit wives. They abuse their wives. And, if something happens to the crops, they commit suicide. This is how they live their life. So what we did is, as part of this project, we started teaching meditation, and apart from meditation, we also started teaching them about this awareness, how important to have fulfilling relationships, how important it is to care for your family, to be happy, to be joyful. And after 6 months, all the men in most of the villages, they stopped drinking alcohol and they started respecting their wives. And even the suicide rates have come down. So friends, this awareness is so important because we are whole. We are complete beings. The word health came from the word whole. We are whole. So it is so important to live consciously, to make conscious choices in our life, so that we focus on each and every aspect in our life and we nurture all aspects of our life so that we can live a meaningful and purposeful life. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, straight to this question. In the 2008, I quit my hospital and I came out to become a full-time workshop trainer and spiritual guide for the patients exclusively. The only hope that whatever being a medical doctor, I realized the importance of meditation and the wisdom in health area. No doubt one day the policymakers, educationalists, industrialists, whomsoever, who can influence the society, who can serve the community, will realize that. And definitely I will have my own place in all those areas to serve the same. Instead of having a pure body-based hospital, I can work from there, from BMS complex, and we can give a complete health. So straight away, I hit the point that all the policymakers, whatever the level they may be, including the private foundations, if they can spare some amount of place or the area to give the education. See, earlier, there is no physiotherapy unit in the medical hospitals. When there are certain illnesses, lifelong they are supposed to carry, then the physiotherapy unit is attached. Similarly, every hospital must be equipped with a soul care unit where the meditation will be done, the knowledge can be given, and that is where really we are going to give health for every individual. And from the patient perspective, whenever there is a chronic illness or a serious illness, today the patients are ready to spend lakhs of rupees, even it is for chemotherapy or radio or whatever. If you take a simple low back pain with a disc problem, they are ready to go for surgery by spending around 1 lakh money, and easily it will take 1 to 2 months of time to get recovery. The same amount of time, if they go for a 20-day full-time bed rest and meditation workout, happily they can get out of it without even spending a single rupee of money. So here, I mean to say, when we are thinking to invest a lot of money and time in the body care system of healing, why can't we spare the same amount of time and money to do some spiritual service, to understand ourselves, to do sadhana? So if the patient perspective is changed towards quantification of efforts that they are supposed to do, anyway they are doing in medical wise, if they do the same in spirituality, definitely they are bound to get a greater results. And it is not only for that particular illness, for the lifetime they become completely healthy and happy. So that's why the change has to come from the patients as well as the policymakers. Thank you.
Wonderful.
In the last 2 years, NMC, National Medical Commission, came out with a instruction like all MBBS students should have a induction program in the first 2 to 4 weeks of their joining a medical college. So in that, personal social communications, meditation, yoga, they made a mandatory for the training. So, but what is missing is minimum common protocol is missing. That's why nobody is actually entertaining such sessions for medical students. Unless someone from outside approach the principal, then only they are accepting to have a session. So maybe Buddha CEO with the other proponents of meditation can come together and form a minimum common protocol for a meditation curriculum. If we approach Ayush Ministry and they propose it, it becomes widespread so that awareness will become easy. As some senior meditator was telling yesterday, awareness, acceptance, association. So first thing is awareness. For awareness, obviously there should be some minimum common protocol which comes through government. Then it becomes very easy to reach every nook and corner. And apart from that, we should make naturopathy an integral part of every allopathic hospital. So that allopathic doctor, they will be treating with some medications. But every lifestyle disorder, as you all know, 95% are psychosomatic disorders. So obviously, whether you treat with medicines or not, they should go through that naturopathic approach also. So good food, good meditation, yoga. So all that training should happen within the premises of allopathic hospital. So that we can give comprehensive health care for the people. Thank you, sir.
Wonderful. Thank you, sir.
My last 3-minute suggestion is that follow your father. First father is a father of medicine. Hippocrates said that every healing is a self-healing. So nobody can can heal the others. They can heal themselves. Second father of India, Mahatma Gandhi. If you want to change the world, starting from change yourself. Okay, that is father said. And Prajapita father said that if you want to heal the others, starting from heal yourself. So my suggestion is that everyone can heal yourself through meditation and samadhi. That is the first thing. And from my research, I used to present in the summit that from 2020, the world will be changed. But in 2018, I met Patriji, and he has a cancer at that time. I just asked him frankly, Patriji, if you are not here, who will continue this? Said that, no worry, my brother, he called me brother, no worry, my brother, my good friend, I will set up something, just give them the hands. Then by 2019, I came to know D.R.K. Kadikan at Brahmakumaris, and then the next year, 2020, D.R.K. Kadikan sir told me that now they have organization to work for the world that Patriji told you. It is Buddha CEO by Dr. Chandra. So that is my suggestion is that teach them how to heal themselves. And then after that, what we do in scientific way is that do the research. So we have the university, follow the American Constitution that just do the research, not only heal yourself, because the Supreme Father said that make the others equal to Father, means everyone will equal. So equal to Father means they can help yourself. Being a hospital and being a university. And how much you need? You need only 3 square meter land for setting up university and hospital. So anyone can do that. The life sample have done and show us That was Patriji sir. He has shown that, and he has the pyramid, and I follow him. I have my pyramid valley at Love Khao Yai, Paradise on Earth, in Thailand. That was you can visit us, and it already proved that to do the easiest way and fast way or super highway is through meditation, samadhi, and using pyramid energy. That is my conclusion and my suggestion at the last. Thank you very much.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. Really wonderful suggestions. I hope you take note and then drive it forward. So thank you very much, my esteemed panel of doctors. And it's been fantastic interacting with you. So before we break, a couple of this one. So Dr. Newton and Lakshmi Newton are here. So I think in a continuation of Dr. Lakshmi's talk here, I mean, some of the observations she made, there's a workshop on conscious relationships and conflict resolution at 5:15 p.m. today. And we spoke about PLR, again, coincidentally, right? So we are having a past life regression workshop by Dr. Newton or Dr. Lakshmi Newton on Monday and Tuesday here in New Delhi. It's happening in the Grand Hotel. And people who are interested, you can pass the message as well. If people who are interested can sign up at buddhaco.org/PLR. All right? So with that, again, I wish to thank the esteemed panel, and we'll move on. Thank you. I hope it was useful. Yes, round of applause.
Those were some really inspiring stories highlighting the true power of meditation and awareness on health and growth. We are very grateful for all of you for the impactful service that you're doing. Thank you so much. As a token of our gratitude, I would like to invite Mr. Jaykumar, MD of PMC Tamil, and Mrs. Himabindu, Senior Pyramid Master, and Srimati Sujata Sriram, founder of Chandrasekhara Mahapyramid Meditation Center, to felicitate our panelists. Tea will be available from 4:45 p.m. onwards outside, so please feel free to help yourselves. Well, Simon Sinek, the renowned author of the book Start With Why, has expressed, leadership is not about being in charge. It's about taking care of those who you're in charge of. Does meditation have some role to play to contribute to leadership? Let's find out about that through the next case studies and presentations on the Buddha CEO approach to growing meditation and Be Supermind approach to corporate well-being and leadership. For this session, we have with us Srimati Jayashree Madanagopal and Shri Rakesh Jalmane. Srimati Jayashree Madanagopal is a former senior network consulting engineer and associate project manager at Cisco. She is now the steering council member and program head at Buddha CEO Quantum Foundation. I welcome you, ma'am. Shri Rakesh Jalmane is an entrepreneur, former delivery director at Cognizant, trustee of Buddha CEO Quantum Foundation, and he is also the Chief Technological Officer of Quantum Coherence Technology. Over to you.
Can we have the presentation, please? Play the video. Play the video.
Spiritual scientific wisdom reveals one profound truth, that we are energy and we are all interconnected. Our thoughts and feelings shape our reality. The universe holds abundance for all. Meditation helps us develop this spiritual scientific mindset. To meditate is to quiet the mind and to truly know oneself. The Foundation's vision is to create meditative, compassionate, and purpose-driven leaders across society, from policymakers to youth and individuals. Our mission is to empower leaders with scientific meditation wisdom that fosters well-being, emotional intelligence, clarity, growth, and purpose. The Foundation is inspired by the teachings and vision of the great meditation master, Brahmarshi Pitamaha Patriji.
For this Buddha CEO Quantum Foundation, we should have a tagline. It should be Yogaha Karmasu Kaushalam. Yoga is meditation. Karma is action. Kaushalam means efficiency. In any karma, any action you perform, you increase your efficiency through your meditation.
This vision is brought to life through 4 key projects. Project Excellence for Leaders offers structured meditation programs that help individuals and professionals transform from within. Project Inner Edge for Youth introduces meditation to youth and aspiring leaders, nurturing clarity, confidence, and purpose early in life. Project Meditation for Policymakers creates awareness at scale and accelerates meditation adoption across organizations and communities. Project Applied Meditation Research develops evidence-based insights that support the wider adoption of meditation. These projects are executed through a strong ecosystem of activities. We conduct a wide range of public programs, from short introductory sessions to multi-week transformational journeys. We also offer on-demand programs for institutions, organizations, the government, and NGOs, both in person and online. To expand awareness and assist in policy, we host regional and global conferences, bringing together policymakers and leaders. This wisdom continues to reach seekers across the world through books, magazines, YouTube channels, and digital learning platforms. Across regions, local chapters are growing, supported by hundreds of committed volunteers. Technology plays a key role in expanding access. Through the Buddha CEO app and other digital platforms, meditation becomes accessible anytime, everywhere. To scale this mission further, certified scientific meditation coach programs are offered, training teachers who multiply this impact within their communities and organizations. Case studies, frameworks, and research initiatives are being developed so that meditation can be integrated systematically into institutions and leadership ecosystems. All our partnerships help amplify this vision. We collaborate with institutions such as S. Vyasa, colleges like KMS Manipal, meditation-focused media like PMC Telugu and PMC Hindi, and organizations including Pyramid Valley International, Quantum Life University, and Spiritual Tablets. Looking ahead, we envision holistic living communities. In collaboration with our partners, Buddha CEO is embarking on the creation of meditation institutes of excellence and research, and holistic living communities. Through several public sessions, the practice of simple breath meditation is transforming hundreds of thousands of lives. The foundation scaled up its work through the insight and wisdom of its mentors, trustees, steering council members, and core team. Our heartfelt gratitude goes to hundreds of volunteers and coaches across many cities who are carrying this work forward with dedication and love. Together, we are building a world of meditative minds and compassionate hearts. This is the future we are building. Join us. Spiritual
Hello dear all, a very warm welcome to you all. We have been listening to all esteemed speakers and heartfelt gratitude to them for sharing such beautiful wisdom with us, right? So, we've been hearing about meditation, how it impacts individual and also it can impact at a global level, right? So here I'm going to just talk about how this can be a scalable, this approach, Buddha CEO's approach towards meditation can be scalable and it can create a global scale, right? From practice it can go to the global scale, a global impact can be created. So here we see that it's not just about teaching meditation, right? It's about building the system, building the framework, like how Dr. Vinod Paul was talking about. A structured framework is needed so that it can create that impact, global impact. And it can be adaptable for each and every organization, each and every institution. So let's look into some of the structures, what we have. And yes, which we call scale, okay, an abbreviation of that. So yes, S is into what we say as it is very simple. Now by now we all know that the practice is very simple and but very profound, right? You all have experienced it too. So this can be taken to everyone, rural, urban, anywhere, and everyone can practice it, child, adult, right? So the scale is the first, it is simple. Then we have something, yes, the C of it, that is coaches. We create coach, we have something called a coach program where a certified scientific meditation coach, they have been certified according to that because we believe the scientific wisdom, through the scientific wisdom, everyone trusts the process and they start believing in it, right? So the coach program endures that. So, and the coach program, it is very simple. It's not like in the classroom based, you have to go somewhere, physically be present. It is online. We have online programs and it can be self-paced and also there is live programs also. You can choose what you need to, it suits you and you take that. So when we go to any organization or institution, we say that, you know, they either take up the coach program and they attend as a group, or there is individuals also from that organization. The leaders come forward to attend that. And then we create something called champion coaches because we go there, we do a 6-week program or a 3-month program, and then we can't leave it like that. So for that, for the scalability, what we do is we tell the organization or institutions or they themselves, they select few people, candidates from them to be a champion coach. So when they become champion coach, even after 6 months or 3 months, once we have a structured framework, the program has been delivered to them, this champion coach will take it forward in their organization, institutions, right? So that's why, that is where the C comes in place. Now A, accessible. Yes, it is many speakers, Dr. Vinod Paul also spoke about AI. AI is what? We can take AI for the greater good too, right? We need not see only the one part of it. So technology driven, the programs, and which more about it will be, it will be spoken by, Rakesh sir will talk about it. So, and accessible. Why accessible? It is because I said it is an online. We have many programs, even affordable programs or free programs, so that it is accessible to everyone, small, medium, and big industries. Anyone can adapt this. And then literature. Codified curriculum literature, why we say is, there is an upgrade of our literature every time. We just don't make a literature and stop at it. We continuously look into it, any kind of updates, new studies which has come out, or we do some research work. Based on that, the data driven is being updated and the literature is always there, updated. So quality is there, right? Literature. And then E, energy. Why? First, the practice, the individual transforms, and only then, when he or she experiences it, they can take it to the next level. That is what? Spread it across to others and everyone, right? The global impact can be met. So there is E. So SEALE of scale is met here towards Buddha CEO approach. So the scalability is addressed. Yes. And old model, it was like, yes, what I said, it was very linear, one teacher and few learners. So then what happens? It was very, very dependent on time and place, right? So now, because of the technology and because of the online programs, one system, one teacher, but thousands are reached, or more than that also. And anytime, anywhere, you can sit and attend these programs. So from effort driven, it is design driven now, right? So that is, the design driven is the term now for scalability. So yes. And we have champion coach, like I said. We tell the organization so that it is just not stopped there, or we just teach them and it's left, because going forward on this path, they will have lot of questions to ask. They will want to approach someone they want to have a mentor. So that's why we very much believe in every institution or organization having champion coach. Even institution, the teachers, faculties play a very important role, right? We all know that. So they become the champion coach so that they take this forward with passion, right? With compassion, passion, and they are purpose driven. So yes, they gain the awareness, and when the law of repetition is there, when they are looking into it at every day, they practice, and when the wisdom is gained every time, what is that law of repetition? According to neuroscience, that what, right? They form new neural pathways, and the consistency is maintained. And when they own the change, only then practice becomes, right? It just doesn't stop at something you do, but it becomes who you are. Yes, from learning, doing to being, right? And then only when you are in that being state, you can make a wide global impact. The impact is more. That's why the leaders, when they become champion coach, right, then there is an impact. They take it forward. Like, for example, even this global conference, we have many volunteers coming in who have taken 10 days of leave. They are there in Delhi from 21st itself, yes, and of March. And they have spent their money for the flight tickets, everything, and they come here so that this global conference happens. Why is that? We don't tell them. Yes, we have not asked them. Yes, they have come on their own. So that is purpose driven. A meditative leader is very compassionate. And so we believe that Buddha CEO believes that we should not stick to the personal practice, right? It has to spread. Only then the scalability is there. So if the individual can't take it, can't experience it, yes, that purpose, why is this? Like I spoke about the volunteers itself. So it won't scale at the system level. And also, I call this STS, right? So first it is S, structured. A clear framework is there for all the programs. Even for the youth or higher secondary and youth programs, we have a structured, the framework, like Dr. Vinod Paul was saying, the framework is very, very important for scalability. So that is there. And T, it is technology enabled, which Rakesh sir will talk about it. And then last is S, because it is science backed. Only when it is science backed, many analytical, logical mind will start adopting this. Yes, even I was one of them. So, yes, so there is a proof, there is an evidence to trust the process and at least experiment it first. And so, yes, Buddha CEO, yes, Buddha CEO is what? You embrace the Buddha within you and become the CEO of your life. Is a leader who is, E is for empathetic, C, empathetic and energetic, E, and who, C is for compassion, I is innovative, U is unlimited, P is purpose driven, like Dr. Lakshmi ma'am said, and then I is intuitive. So it doesn't stay just at the practice level. See, it moves from system, it moves to system, then to leaders, then to communities, and it becomes a global movement. So from practice, it is a movement. This GCML is an example of that. From practice to the movement. So this is the third GCML we are conducting. Why? So that we can bring the policy makers, change makers to take this. Because even when we approach many leaders, they say, there is a lot of myth, right, in them. If they take up meditation, will they become very passive? You know, can it be, or many leaders meditate, but they take it only as a personal. They think it is only a personal practice. You can't be given, you can't ask the team to come forward and meditate every day. So through this approach, they start believing, they know it is scalable, and every day also they can spend some time for meditation. Everyone can, together in boardrooms also, they can meditate for few minutes, like I did. Before presenting here, I just did 2 to 3 minutes of meditation, and it works. It really works, right? So scale anymore, no more, it isn't a goal. It's the natural outcome of a system built right. Okay. So with that, I will hand over to Rakesh sir, who will talk about Be Supermind and how it can scale to all the corporates organizations. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Jayashree Madam. Buddha CEO as a framework to scale, because keeping it simple, accessible is the way everyone can adopt, right? And before I go into scaling into corporates, I started my practice through a program in corporate. I used to work as a delivery director in Cognizant. And I used to think, like Jayashree Madam said, many leaders practice, but always think that it's an individual practice. And I used to think it is an individual practice, and maybe I'll do it when I retire, when I have a lot of time. There are many myths about meditation. But the moment I came into meditation and I practiced and I saw the transformation for myself, I realized this is not just for individuals, because I took it to my team. I said, first thing that I did after I realized the benefits, I said I'll do a 21-day program for my team. And I saw the change in my team, the way they would work, the stress that was there prevalent at that time. People were becoming more communicative, they're becoming more open. So I saw, we felt this has to go into every organization, right? So let me just quickly talk about what are the current challenges, why there is a need for meditation in corporates. There is significant overload. You can call it cognitive overload, information overload. There's information coming from everywhere, which is significantly causing stress within individuals, leaders, right? Decision fatigue. So many things to consider, every moment there is something to decide. That is causing stress. Leadership stress. There's so much change in the economic conditions, the political conditions, the business environments, causing significant stress in terms of the leadership abilities. Anxiety cascade. Moving from your personal to professional to personal. The anxiety is shifting from different environments. You are the same person. You are moving to different environments. You carry the same anxiety everywhere, right? And of course, there is a change resistance. Any change that we want, the current environment looks for change, but there is natural resistance in everyone to change, right? So, truly move to a sustainable organization, we want all this to be addressed, right? How do we do that? We do that by changing the mindset. Organization is made up of people, and people have different mindsets. Today, we call it as 3 mindsets. Mindset 1, which is essentially a surviving mindset. How many of us feel here every day, or at least see people who think when they come in the, maybe in the afternoon, they say, let me just finish the day and go home. I just want to end the day. Because they are always in the surviving mode. Because there is always fear, there is always stress to complete deadlines, and many things. They just want to end the day because that is what that mindset is. Now we want to move into what we call as a thriving mindset, where everything is sustainable, everything is effortless, everything is compassionate. We want the leadership should think about not just their success, not just their goals being achieved, but also to see how the well-being of everyone is taken care of, right? Performance that includes well-being of everyone. It's not one or the other. That most of the leadership today is at mindset 2, the striving mindset, goal-oriented. They have to achieve. They need to get things done, no matter at what cost, right? So most people today is moving between mindset 1.0 or 2.0, right? And that is causing a lot of these changes. By shifting our mindset to mindset 3.0, we can change our business environment. So the way we do it is what is called as awareness intelligence framework. We all have heard of artificial intelligence. All we need is awareness intelligence. In fact, I think Sadhviji also spoke about it. What is this awareness intelligence framework? The five core attributes, the present moment awareness, being present, not worrying about past or the future. Emotional regulations, constant changing environment as long as you have your emotional regulated, right? So then you are you have the awareness intelligence. Cognitive flexibility, being innovative, you are doing what is called as a whole brain thinking, not just being logical, not just being one type. Fifth, the fourth aspect is a systems intelligence. Looking at holistic, when you make decisions, look at holistic standpoint, not just parts of the data that you already have, right? And the fifth is the intuitive insight, where logic and the data may be saying something, but you feel there is a different way to take. So these 5 core capabilities are developed through what we call as the 5 core practices. The first one is meditation. We all know, we have heard quite a bit about the importance of meditation. But the second aspect of it is also wisdom, the right wisdom. The mindset, for us to change our mindset, we have to change our thinking, the way, the beliefs that we carry, right? So the right wisdom has to be adopted. Meditation along with wisdom. And the 3 associated other practices that we promote is the mindfulness activities. Meditation practice leads to mindfulness, and mindfulness leads to deeper understanding, right? The fourth is the visualization practice that we promote to change our thinking, change our mindset, and finally the gratitude practice. These 5 core practices, when consistently practiced, will create the awareness intelligence. So how do we adopt? How do we take this into corporates? How do we scale this? There are 2 core things that is needed, from our experience, to scale this adoption in corporates. The first is the leadership support. When the leaders take it up, when the leaders practice, then the environment within the organizations changes. So we do have structured leadership programs like quantum leadership, quantum growth, etc. We have workshops where we have for the leadership teams to reprogramming limiting beliefs and other workshops that the organization leadership can take. And of course the mentorship, right? There's always guidance that is required in this practice that we can provide, right? That is the first aspect of the success factor. The second is where we come with this, which is technology. A platform, Dr. Vinod Paul said, we have to use the right technology. AI is there, but can it be used in the right way? So we have developed a platform where you have a AI assisted coach. Meditation practice comes with a lot of questions when you start initially. So you have to have an answer. So we have developed a coach, a sage, which supports a practitioner's questions, and they guide in a right way, right? There are many practice sustenance tools. What is the most common challenge people say? I start, but then I don't continue. So we have many tools in this platform where you encourage, motivate you to practice every day. The third is a guided, personalized journey. There are many paths, as you go into meditation and these 4 capabilities. But personalized journey, the platform provides a personalized journey based on individual needs, right? And of course, as an organization, to see that it's adopted across, we have their organizational reports, which provides, who is it taking up and where the effort needs to be done to increase the adoption, right? So this is the Be Supermind platform. So I'll just request the short video to be played about the practice, the platform.
What does it really take today to stay relevant, human, and resilient at work? In today's AI-driven world and rapidly changing dynamics, performance is being redefined. It is about going beyond productivity to clarity of mind, sound decision-making, and emotional intelligence, the capabilities that give individuals their true human edge. What matters today is not just about output, but the ability to perform without pressure and stress, to stay present, think creative, and being adaptable. That is where Be Supermind comes in. It's not just an app, it's a structured approach and a personal coach that helps you move from surviving mindset to a thriving one, creating a clear mindset upgrade in how you approach work and navigate situations. Grounded in neuroscience and quantum physics principles, it helps you become more present, intuitive, and innovative. Because today's workplace is about expecting the unexpected, working across diverse perspectives, ages, time zones, and demographics. And that is exactly what Be Supermind is designed to help you build every single day. And most importantly, Be Supermind helps you stay consistent. With structured daily plans, streaks, gamification, and progress tracking, it helps you stay consistent, motivated, and supported. At the core is a personalized learning experience supported by Sage, your AI meditation coach, offering contextual, personalized guidance and not just generic tips. Over time, this helps you stay calm even in the moments of conflict. Because when you are calm and clear, you don't just work more, you work better. Be Supermind for resilience, adaptability, and sustained performance in a changing world.
So thank you, friends. We invite all of you to take in this practice and support this mission of bringing meditation to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Rakesh. Thank you, Jayshree Madam. We have Sri Saurabh Bothraji here, one of the invited presentations for this evening from Habel, founder of Habel. Wonderful, but there is so much that has happened, so we'll take 10 minutes of meditation with Saurabhji. Please we invite Saurabhji onto the stage, and we'll do 10 minutes of meditation so that we're all charged up to be listening to him about how to make something very practicable in our daily life. Please, Sirisha, who is inviting? Introduce, please. And may invite Dr. Lakshmi ji to conduct the meditation. Please come.
We're very pleased to have Mr. Saurabh Bothra, an IITian turned into a yoga instructor. He promotes the principle of consistency in practice and founded Habel, which has a community of over 1.4 crore members, of which 5 lakh people from 100 plus countries practice yoga daily with him. So inspirational, sir. He holds 8 world records and has over 13 years of experience teaching yoga for 20,100 plus days straight. Truly inspiring. We are glad to have you, sir.
Please play some music.
Are you all ready for the meditation? Yes. You're all practitioners, you're all seekers, you're all meditators. I want to listen yes from all of you. Yes, so wonderful. So friends, close your eyes. Make yourself comfortable. Sit in a comfortable position. Feeling the ground beneath you. In this state of awareness, focus your entire attention on your breath. Watch your breath. how it is going in, how it is coming out. Your in-breath and the out-breath. With each breath, allow yourself to relax. With each breath, allow yourself to go deeper, deeper, and deeper.